Oh, okay, friends. I hope we're live. We'll fix the clock in a second. That window closed on accident. So if you're just joining, we've got a situation. Sorry, I'm not prepared to stream. Whoa, what happened to our camera? Um, sorry, my lights just quit. Okay, so I'm not prepared to go live. We're scheduled to at around between 1 and 2 p.m. This is more important than sticking to a schedule. This was a mandatory level 3 evacuations. It's a go now order for a spot in Yakima, Washington. It's called the Keys Road Fire, and it first came down the pipe almost an hour ago. But I rushed to get to the computer and set things up. I'm sorry, I was trying to do stuff outside before it got terribly hot. I apologize, sleep deprived, but like I said, this is more important than getting in a nap. Hey, Chris, how are you? We've got a situation in Yakima. Thank you for being here. You are number one. Literally, you are number one. Dr. Elephant, you are number two. Thank you so much for your, you guys are some awesome supporters. The unofficial, yeah, I was hoping to make contact with you. Of course, you're on it. Yeah, that's why I just went live. I wasn't prepared to go live, and so the computer was completely shut down, and I've just had to redo all the windows. So, what can you tell us what's going on with the Keys Road fire? Is it looking any better? They've got mandatory evacuations. There's campgrounds and recreational facilities around here, but then again, there's a Christian school right there too. It looks like the evacuations stopped short. If map this map is indeed accurate, situations can change and be fluid. A lead plane just arrived and they're sending 2 scoopers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I was pretty sure you were on it. You always are. But they may send. You're thinking unofficial Washington State wildfire aware. That they may send tankers later. Okay, are we buffering, friends? I can't tell if we are or not. I'm sorry, my webcam got messed up. Sorry, I'm still trying to even turn on lights in this room. So, or the ISP seems to be doing something. So it says error. Not enough video to maintain smooth. I'm on fiber optic. This should not be happening. Yeah, sorry, friends. So hit the refresh button or pull down with your thumb the top of the screen if you need to. And sorry, friends, I have to mute myself to talk to the. You know what her name is? She controls my lights. Okay, I don't want to turn off anybody else's lights or heater. So, yeah, scanner radio. I've been looking back here at Broadcastify. And for Washington, do you know unofficial if we've got any sort of, it may even be Yakima City, like yes, I think we found it. I think we found our audio. Now let me, stereo feed, left is fire, right is police. Okay, let me go ahead and set up a quick Broadcastify dashboard, and then we'll go back to monitoring this fire. It's been elevated to a 4 alarm, so we have an evacuation level 3 go now for Terrence Heights, specifically certain following areas, but the evacuation map says it all, so I'll just leave that up as I mess with with the broadcast by behind the scenes. Thank you for your kind donations, friends. And if you can donate, there's links to Cash App, PayPal, and you don't need a PayPal account in the description of the video at the bottom, and I'll get the pinned message up there pretty quickly. Let me get our audio for this fire because that sounds pretty severe. Do we know what the weather is like at Yakima right now, unofficial? So I'll create a dashboard called Yakima behind the scenes. With your kind donations, we want to maintain a ad-free status, just be donation based. We don't want any emergencies to be interrupted by some sort of an advertisement, or it just seems distasteful to me. So every dollar counts, and that's absolutely real right now. We've been having averaging almost 3,000 viewers the last week, and if maybe 20% of people gave $1, then we would meet our laptop goal pretty quickly, and for better audio gear to improve the stream quality. But I would really like to interview people out in the field and then take the show on the road and be able to, say, travel to California and go live. When my old super laptop died, it was just proven that bad laptops can't handle this. It takes quite a lot of computer resources. So I'm going to add a feed. We're choosing United States. We're choosing Washington State. This is unusual to have a wildfire threat in an urban area like this, in what people would mostly consider, like, people associate Washington with rain, but not east of the Cascades. It can be quite dry, quite windy. So here we go. It says, our guide here for audio feed says left is fire, right is police. So I'll tentatively turn it on low volume. Press play.
Monday and Monday night, mostly clear.
What was
Lows in the mid-50s. Mostly clear. Highs.
Okay, I'm going to turn off left channel there.
71. 131. 171, 131. It's going to be with DCR and medical at 908 South 5th Ave. Our original RP is the DCR advising a male subject needing detention at the hospital due to a psych eval. Call 352.
Okay, so there may be something wrong with the feed.
For Ellensburg, below normal temperature.
It seems like,
Amounts are expected through the period.
man, that's painful.
Temperatures are 80. Valley Fire Rescue 21, Station 21.
There we go. I don't know why the weather station's bleeding in. Okay, friends. Hey, Frogkiss, hello. Yep, appreciate you too.
Okay.
Also, prayers and love from Oregon. Hey, Mark. Good day. Good day. Good to have you back, by the way. Frogkiss says, thank you so much for your channel, Catherine. Will please also include the mods and the people who donate and everybody else who provides amazing information. I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. As I no longer live in Northern California, but I have folks in the area you cover, I will share this channel. Thank you. Please do that, friends. It's very hard for people to actually search and find the channel, especially when I always forget to tweet that I'm going live and whatnot. So I remind me to please do that. But this is absolutely a team effort. I tried to name it Wildfire Tracking Team. We ran out of characters. Hang on.
Do you want a command response out of East Valley? Correction, West Valley?
Yeah, so this is a 4-alarm. I'll write that down.
Not at this time. 1216.
Okay, unofficial says we do have a heat detection. You are on it, unofficial. Please, okay, unofficial. Can you share your own Twitter link? I could go find it, but your mod, you can do that too. Please support an official Washington State wildfire awareness. Excuse me. He's got the best coverage that I have seen for Washington wildfires, and I really need to update the description of my video to give you a tag there. Do you broadcast to YouTube, an official? I've forgotten to check. So how are you doing, Mark and everybody? It's going to be a lovely day. It looks amazing, gorgeous. It's going to be hot in the Pacific Northwest, and we've got a heat wave coming into California too. Oh, I did not even check to think about the Washington cams. I think Yakima does have a cam, doesn't it?
Valley Fire Engine 21, station 21.
That's
Engine 21 to 18.
Okay, why is that not refreshing? Excuse me, friends. I'm having intermittent internet problems. Hopefully everything will become stable. The VPN has been disabled for a second, and please let me know if we're still having issues. We've got a camera right here, but it's down or not responding and or not looking the correct direction. Do we have maybe a traffic cam or some sort of a Yakima, Washington webcam? It's going to be hot in Idaho too. Yeah, hold on to your butts, guys. Prepare for the opposite of the ice age. I was just thinking of the dodo birds. Prepare for the ice age. From the old classic Ice Age cartoon. Yes, Yakima has cameras, but Pacific is turning off the power in that area. Wow, darn. Hey, Husky, welcome. Welcome. And thank you guys for being the early birds who show up all so consistent. You guys have been so awesome. So I guess we could look for webcams. Oh. California.
Station 9 for 809. Respond. Fourth alarms. Brush fire 615 Keys Road. Station 9 for 809. Respond. Fourth alarm. Brush fire 615 Keys Road. 1219.
Yeah, guys.
Valley Fire 187. 187 Austin Keys Road.
They're calling in more units. Even more units. Is this going to go to 5 alarms? This has got to be insane. It doesn't look like crazy wind. What the Watch Duty is showing is from wind out of the southeast, and it's supposed to be around 11 miles an hour, but there's got to be gusts that are fueling this or some other situation. Thomas Burnett says pretty stable from my perspective. Okay, thank you about feedback about the stream. If I ever buffer again, please let me know. I'm going to try to change VPNs again. Might have a little burp. Anything ever really buffers or whatnot, please go ahead and refresh. So power shutoff should not affect traffic cams. So
Valley Fire Duty 71. Duty 71. No medical need. Person still in custody of Grandview PD. Show medic 73 available and Grandview City in service. 1221.
Okay, I'm looking.
Valley Fire 520 and route to Station 9. 1221.
Well, maybe it is affecting the cams. We have multiple cameras for WashDOT, or WADOT, as people say, Washington State Department of Transportation. Most of the cameras are down. Or maybe, well, according to the site I'm looking at metroblue.com webcams. And we do have several that are down. So that's frustrating. We may look perhaps at social media, but we can only really share on the fly if people, oh gosh, are we buffering again? I just got a warning that okay, now it says excellent connection. All right, just refresh if you've had buffering. Now I continue to look. We're hearing more units being called to this. Let's see. Last time we checked, it was a 4-alarm fire. I'm not sure if they're going to call a 5th alarm due to new units responding. So let's hit the refresh button. There's still helicopters at the scene. We had an airplane or two circling. We've got it's a state park. Sportsman State Park has had a fire in on the east side of the Yakima River in Yakima, Washington. Yeah, there's the plane again. So what we have for radio, we got a watch duty notification. Let's check that on the phone. And yeah, it went to 4 alarms 1 hour ago. So, but the amount of alarms, it's a very confusing term, is the amount of the units responding. That's what that means. And so perhaps some firefighters could explain to us the particulars. But basically, there's an assessment call, and then one of the head honchos, a chief, will usually radio and raise it to second, third, fourth alarm, and that means there's quite a lot of units on the scene. I mean, there will be hundreds converging on here, everything from people in their private vehicles to many different engines to, like as we see helicopters, there will be hundreds of people at the scene. So if you put it into perspective, like big cities like Portland rarely has a 4-alarm fire. I don't even think there is one every year, every 3 to 4 years. It's a very memorable one that will last in the firefighting community. It will be remembered for quite some time. Now, in between monitoring Yakima, because we can't hear too much right now, other than them calling for extra units, we can't see too much. I do want to check on, we have a request, and we are always trying to provide information on the fly. Is it buffering again? Yes, please hit the like button, friends, and I'll get the PayPal and Cash App link in a second. If you could spare $1, that would be amazing, but what the like button is free. So we buffering again. We're trying my best with this, but hopefully that will calm down, or I may have to completely switch VPNs. I would just hate to reactivate paying for another one. So how are you doing, Husky, today? I do want to go back down to Oregon right now and see if we've had an update on the Applegate fire down in Jackson County, Oregon. So we'll take a quick look-see. I do not believe we have cams on that one. It's pretty remote, but we do enlighten me if we do. So we had 2 significant fires that broke out last night, evening to night. So at the same almost time, it was very, very similar. The first Highway 62 fire came across our radar, and watch duty updated. That was actually it was the afternoon for that one, 3:25 p.m. when it was just a quarter acre fire. And then at on wait a second, and that's very okay. That's confusing. It's the same day, but by 3:45 they were saying they have knockdown at the head of the fire. That was very much well lined. But then I believe it did get a little bit worse. So right now it's not too bad. Highway 62 fire. This is north of Medford. And the last update we have on that one is 30 minutes ago at 11:58 a.m. would be tanker. So I'm sorry, refresh if you were buffering, friends. This should be fixed for now. We'll give it 20 minutes and then see if we can restart the VPN. that usually results in a more stable internet experience rather than unstable, but we'll have to do a test. This is a test. We'll see if buffering occurs even with it off, because if it does, then that is my ISP and I need to make a call. We had this issue yesterday, so I apologize for that. I pay $90 a month for internet for your viewing pleasure and for us to be stable. So, this ain't cheap. So Dr. Elephant says my mom and sister live in Medford. It's a nice little town, city, but very fire prone and in a hazardous area. So if we were to zoom out, it's hard to see where Medford is, but it's right in here, this little valley. And in between some pretty rugged mountains is Southern Oregon, almost at the California border. You're not far away from California when you get to Medford. So we will be going to Kern County in a second, where we just have new smoke on the cameras. We'll return to Yakima, Washington, where there's a 4-alarm fire plus. I don't think they've called a 5th alarm, but they've activated more units to the scene, where there's now 2 scoopers there. We just don't have a camera to monitor. We are listening, though, to Yakima, Washington, to try to get more of an idea of what's going on. It's a river bottoms and recreational, campground type area, but there's a lot of infrastructure nearby, such as a Christian school, where they must be a little bit on edge, seeing a huge smoke cloud out their window. So, unofficial also says Northwest National Weather Service of Spokane has issued a fire weather watch. Great. Hold on to your butts. It's not unexpected because of our weekend heat wave, guys. Just like the quote from Jurassic Park, hold on to your butts. Strap in. So the Upper Applegate fire, to recap, started out as a small affair yesterday, almost simultaneously at the same time as the Highway 62 fire, which was a bit weird. Too far away from each other for it to have been the same, say, vehicle that might drag a chain occasionally, and then okay. Oh, I'm getting weird messages on the back end of the YouTube. It's saying my current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate. Make up your mind whether or not I have low or high bitrate. So that was in preparation of perhaps going to 4K eventually. So it's warning me that we want bitrate 6,800 kilobits per second. Whatever. I'll play with that later. Where is Bitterwater? New incident, Husky. Hey, Terry, welcome. We may be looking a little bit later if things calm down at what happened in New Mexico. There's a flood advisory now, flash flood, I believe, because it appears to be raining maybe even hard, like torrentially in New Mexico, where they just had those deadly, crazy fires at Ruidoso. I was saying it wrong. It's not Ruidoso, it's Ruidoso. So, did the stream go down? No, we're live. Refresh the page. Please repeat that to anybody who's buffering. Refresh. I'm having internet connection problems today. We will see what's going on. So we're looking at the Upper Applegate fire. This steep, rugged terrain, and it's a wind tunnel. Everywhere near Medford, it's ringed by steep, rugged mountains, and they're quite dry. They are very different than, the Coast Range mountains that are just sopping wet 99% of the year. 99% of years. Western Coastal Range is considered a non-tropical rainforest, but you get a little bit into the interior, and I-5, the main artery, north and south freeway, goes through Medford, and then everywhere to, like when Medford was threatened with the wildfires in 2020 and almost surrounded by wildfires, there are few evacuation ways out because you're going through a narrow mountain pass for each decent or main road. I-5 is the only main like freeway, and the others are relatively narrow, small highways. So where the Upper Applegate fire is, down there southwest of Medford, plus where the Highway 62 fire is, and hopefully in mop up, is we've got this direct wind tunnel effect through the mountain passes. So that's every fire that begins anywhere near there will just want to climb straight up into the steep rugged terrain. And these are, looks like there are some dead trees from prior year fires, probably from 2020. When we were covering that live, we couldn't believe it. We watched live as the fire approached Medford in 2020 and during the Labor Day weekend fires that took off. And two small towns, Talent and Phoenix, were mostly destroyed as the fire made its way north towards Medford. And it was that funneling wind tunnel effect. That's where most of the places were severely affected. We don't have super high winds right now. That is a blessing, but it doesn't need super high winds just for this to be a very, very challenging fire. So they did such a super job with the Highway 62 up there. And look at this nighttime photo, that I'm hoping that they could peel some resources off of that, come down to the...
Sheila City Crew response 620 North Park Drive for an iPhone fall notification. Sheila Duty Crew response 620 North Park Drive.
Oh, okay, I'm muting that for privacy, but I've been hearing that, guys. People's iPhones detect falls, and you know what, my watch, I'm not wearing my watch. It has that option too on a Samsung Galaxy Watch. I find that amazing. That's pretty good. As by AZZ Byte. I can't really read your name out loud, or I might get demonetized after how I'm so sorry. As Byte says, yeah, I was stuck right in the middle of the Alameda fire. That was one of the bad ones, Southern Oregon in 2020. After losing everything in the paradise. God, I'm so sorry, Az. Okay, state mobilization, unofficial, says has been requested for the Keys Road fire. What is the outlook on it? We'll return in a second. We're still listening to Yakima local fire. I don't think we have any better scanner radio unless you're aware of one unofficial. And welcome back. So we will look at what's going on in Kern County. We got a new one down there. Just hold on to your butts, guys. Fire weather watches are now being issued. I hear for Washington, and with the heat wave coming, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a lot more other places. I got to go get a breakfast in just a second. But by via request, I was hoping to do a quick summary of the Applegate Road fire in Oregon, so southwest of Medford. So I believe with all the standing dead trees from 2020, they've had 3.5 years to dry out. And with brush growth, this could be quite challenging. This is a super race against time. I can't tell you that this is a very, very concerning fire. Before the next wind event, they really got to pounce on this today.
Command Valley Fire. Command, go ahead. Can you confirm where the command post is?
Okay, the update's coming in.
Approximate 400 block of Keys Road, half of 90 where the dike access road is. Copy.
Okay, then we're listening to firefighters.
514 North 25 Avenue, 9446, 621.
We have aircraft.
Engine 94, 1240.
Okay, we have aircraft here.
Suncom, engine 90 is in service. Engine 90, 1240.
Yes, Ashland is beautiful, Dr. Elephant, and that place was devastated by fire as well. Ashland got pretty lucky, but they took some losses in 2020. So that whole area has a whole lot of standing dead trees and steep, rugged terrain down there, the Applegate. But we just had a 4 minute ago update. We'll go right back down to the Applegate. That's a very long, big chunk of information to read. And as the situation changes in Yakima, I want to stay on top of it. So I'm sorry about this being chaotic, but we'll have to jump from fire to fire to fire and keep reading a little bit at a time about each one, because we now have a situation unfolding in Kern County as well. They had named that one the water fire, and I think Husky's on it.
Fire Rescue 21, Station 21.
So what we have for the keys. So it's.
Yeah, you're on fire one.
Yes, so the Keys Road fire, the current evacuation map, and this, mind you, was put up there an hour ago. We don't have any new information. You can see how very close our critical infrastructure, like we've got train tracks, neighborhoods, Christian school, and we have wind out of the southeast as per the watch duty wind indicator. It was about 11 miles an hour. There still may be more units incoming. Unofficial Washington State Wildfire Aware. Did you link your Twitter, by the way, unofficial? That would be the best way to follow this along with watch duty. Because we don't have the traffic cams we usually do right now. They've cut off the power to this area for an emergency shutoff. Just 7 minutes ago, the last update on this one. Keys Road fire in Yakima. East Valley District is currently on the scene. It's a 56-acre brush fire. Level 3 evacuations will remain in place. The fire is not currently under control. Not under control. Air assets from the DNR are on scene, and state mobilization has been requested for Yakima County Fire District 4. So that means they worry that this could get worse. So I will check social media in a little bit. I want to quickly go down to Kern County, and then we'll finish reading about the Applegate Road fire in Oregon. Let's duplicate. You have to do an assessment, though, what's going on at Kern County. It's called the water fire, and it's over 30 acres now, and it really just started. So Child's Aero, Kern, Oak, water, there it is. So this water fire doesn't look like it's a particularly inhabited area, thank goodness. Looks like it's field.
Valley Fire, Door 1.
We're listening to Yakima.
Door 1. Show me out of service. Shows all 3 have coverage. 1244.
It's on the Paso Robles Highway, Highway 46 near Bitterwater Valley Road in the Lost Hills. So this is quite remote. So I'm feeling better about, we can put that one on the back burner, no pun intended. And what we're waiting for, I think all evacuations have been done. It's a state park, there's campgrounds, river bottoms, recreation. I would imagine the evacuations have concluded by now, but we are a bit worried and concerned, just as the firefighters on the scene appear to be, about the potential for spread here, because ordering state mobilization is pretty serious. That doesn't happen every day. So let's click on this link to Yakima County Fire District 4. I have in the link in the description of this video the link to watch duty, and that's the best way to go and see further information. So just 25 minutes ago, it was a 15-acre brush fire. It's grown significantly to, I think they just said around 53 acres. So they're requesting state mobilization. They do have air assets. They have an eye in the sky, 2 helicopters, and unofficial Washington was saying that they got scoopers. I haven't seen them yet. Let's take a look at the flight radar. See them. And guys, much earlier, just as I was about to go live, there was two P-51 Mustangs flying over Tahoe, doing little circles. I tried to look at the cameras at Tahoe to see if we could see them, and unfortunately, the cameras kind of didn't show the sky, but more the lake. And maybe they were just too high in altitude, but in fact, I don't think they are, because Mustangs are not pressurized. Unless the pilots were on oxygen, they couldn't have been much higher than 11,000 feet, but nevertheless, we couldn't see them on the cams, unfortunately. But zoom out. Okay. Scoopers. Oh, they're not scooping out of Yakima. Okay. So they're scooping to Columbia. Aha. There, thank you. Thank you, unofficial. Yeah, and thank you, Vanessa, for being on top of that. Oh, I would assume the Yakima, but that is a little bit of a narrow affair. Great. Scooper 260. Canada Air CL 415 Super Scoopers. Little twins of each other there. Awesome. So that's going to be very very good in helping them control this, and these helicopters their best use will probably be catching spot fires as the wind tries to blow it out of its lane, out of its little zone. So let me quickly, we're listening to Yakima, the ground scanner radio for the ground troopers. We don't hear about how the firefight is going, but just whether or not they're calling in new responses and units in general. So as far as I can tell, I'm looking back at my feeds. For Washington State, usually, you know what, there's 86 people listening to Tri-Cities police fire. Wait, no. Yeah, that wouldn't be relevant, would it? Let's see. Sometimes for a different county. You can hear air attack. One moment.
Respond. 610 East Wine Country Road, patient transport, Brother Hospital, medic 73, respond. 610 East Wine Country Road is a safe way. Subject request transport, Brother 1249.
Yes, of course. All right, let me add Tri-Cities to the dashboard. Then maybe we can hear air attack. This might disrupt the current feed. Just a second. There are Tri-Cities. I haven't eaten yet, so low blood sugar. We'll get there. In a second, I'm gonna go get a little cup of noodles.
It's 91 responding 1221 North 16th Avenue. And the 91 received 1239. Tender 29, go ahead to traffic. Tender 29, the route to the key fire. Tender 29 received.
Okay. I don't see Tri-Cities that I can add to the feed. Hang on a second, friends. It would be nice if we had it on the dashboard, but I'm going to try a secondary way of playing this. Let's just see what it is. Got 84 people listening. It might be, say, air attack or something. So let's play this second feed. Because this is a serious situation.
Engine 94, an unresponsive female across the street from Caribbean Casino, 1900 East Knoxville Boulevard. Engine 90 for an unresponsive subject across from Caribbean Casino, 1900.
Okay, yeah, that has some police. Okay, let's listen to Tri-Cities. Police and fire. Sorry if it's loud when they first start talking. we want to see what's going on here at Yakima and hear what's going on. So we've got the scoopers coming back. They've just dipped out of the Columbia River. They're following a road for navigation, it seems like. Which highway is this? It's not explaining it. Not showing it on Flight Radar 24. Sorry if I'm making your car sick, friends, but they're coming in from the southeast. That's pretty funny. Can you imagine? Let's see, what altitude are they at? Just driving along that highway, and there's two super scoopers above you. Like, what? And you look ahead of you, and there's this big super. There's got to be a super plane with smoke up there. We'll check social media in a second. Can you imagine a low pass of scooper planes? Yeah, it's not explaining their altitude, is it? Okay. That's just, for some reason it's not. Oh, here, barometric altitude. Yeah, pretty low. They're under 3,000 feet. That's pretty serious. Wow. Hey, Jim Farrell says, I hope Costco is safe. I like the 150 hot dogs and soda deal. God save the Costco. So the situation in Kern County is remote. I don't think we need to seriously look at that one. We're now listening to the Tri-Cities, even though I don't hear any broadcast. Have you got a cam, Husky? All right, let's check it out. Oh, that's not Yakima though. Where is this? Okay, Idaho. We got a fire in Idaho. I rarely cover that. It's just there's a lot to handle in the west. So it's the Pearl camera. Okay, we'll learn about that in a second. Let's switch gears. Go right back to the Applegate. I want to update us on that. This is concerning steep, rugged terrain southwest of Medford in a smaller mountain pass, surrounded by a lot of dead trees on these images from the 2020 fires. It appears that devastated the area. So it's a race against time to line this one, just like they did a great job with the Highway 62 fire. But this fire, the South Applegate fire, is burning on extremely steep terrain that affects private BLM Forest Service land on the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. It's not a whole lot of roads that go up into the mountains. Access is extremely difficult. So they said this morning resources will continue to build and strengthen the lines that were dug on both. It says blanks of the Upper Applegate fire, but I've got to say flanks. Wind and terrain push the flames up a steep gill. I'm going to say hill, creating a long and skinny fire footprint. The majority of each side is currently lined. However, the most easterly portion still remains uncontrolled. The firefighters are working to gain access and put line in that area. Today, 108 personnel are assigned to that incident, including 20-person crews, 2 engines, 2 water tenders, 2 bulldozers. 3 helicopters are also assigned to work exclusively on it, including a Type 1, 2, and a 3. Additional aircraft will be ordered as needed. Approximately a dozen homes were protected yesterday and overnight. Yes. Structure protection will continue to be a priority as the resources work today. The hot temperatures, winds, and low relative humidity will help to naturally fuel fire behavior today. It's now 1 p.m., so those factors are now starting to really play a part. There's an old saying, by noon the next day. Dates back to the 30s, and that was a mantra. Work through the night all that you can, right after the day after a fire breaks out. If you can surround it by noon the next day, or at least stop its forward progress, you have the very best chance with that fire of it not becoming a huge monster. So Godspeed, and I'm eagerly awaiting some updates on this one. It is very concerning. So with our heat wave this weekend, hold on to your butts. Wind is the most important factor in all of these fires. humidity too. Heat is the third of all evils here. But when you just have low relative humidity.
Med 2, Medic 1721, Columbia Basin Racket Club, 1776, Terminal Drive, cross of Van Dusen Street and Aileron Road, Columbia Basin Racket Club.
Okay, so we were listening to Tri-Cities Police and Fire, trying to hear any information about the, we'll return to it in a second, what's going on with the 4-alarm fire in Yakima, where they're asking for state response. We're bouncing to do quick updates on all the fires that have been affecting us here, because all these updates are coming in thick and fast. So all this information I was just reading about the South Applegate fire in Jackson County, southwest of Medford, Oregon. That came in at just before 9 a.m. So it was explaining what they did last night. They said the fire danger level of Oregon Department of Forestry, Southwest Oregon District is moderate, and regulations are in place. I'm wondering if that's going to change. So we'll monitor the weather and get to that in a second and explain how that may be affecting us down the pipe. I do expect there to be new fires all over California, but all 3 western states, Nevada too, are quite vulnerable. We have a new situation in Idaho as well. Husky just gave a link on that cam. Lisa Gino, am I saying it correctly, Gino? I'm trying. Says, hi, Kathryn, mods and all. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. Before we do anything, because we already have had significant traffic, and I need to set up the donation link, and then I will have to get a drink, get a little bit of, well, water or something, and blood sugar will be the best thing to help me. I had poor sleep last night. I tried my best, but it's just been hard the last couple of days. Just nervousness and the hectic nature of doing this. It drains a lot of energy, but also hypes you up to feel I guess a little bit of adrenaline when situations are escalating, and yet you can't do anything about it. If I had ever wanted to be a reporter or something, or if I'd ever become a first responder, I'm sure they would have, training and have a lot of support and get used to it. But just as an average person that goes live to try to cover these things, I'm just affected as anybody else, really. So, whoa, Christopher, was that a was that a typo? Goodness gracious. Okay. I'm guess he's saying from he can currently see something from his deck, porch, patio. That's what I'm imagining, Irvin. So I gotta delete that comment real quick. I don't want to get demonetized. That was an unfortunate typo. Funny all the same. Okay, returning back to the 4-alarm fire. It's frustrating that we don't have a lot more information. We'll have to just check actual news, social media now. Because, yeah, as it says, please take care of yourself. We need your healthy alert. I have been trying so hard. I really have, friends. I woke up with a start this morning. I think I must have had a nightmare. I don't remember one, but my heart was racing out of control. I did just remain in bed, try to be calm, try to have a nap, go back to sleep. It just didn't occur. So it's just under 5 hours of sleep. If I can get in a nap or end things early tonight, I definitely will. And just try to have some cool down time. But these updates are coming in thick and fast, guys. So let me do what I just said I was going to be, and thank you for your kind concern, friends. I really am trying hard to get my health in order. I've CPRO, my mother and others are cooking regularly for me, sort of nursing me back to health, but the long COVID and the attack on my kidneys by presumably that virus, it's a bit longer of a recovery than I'd hoped, but it's getting there. I think you'd be proud of me if you saw how most of my meals are quite nutritious, and I'm taking everything quite seriously. Just when these terrible things break out, and behind the scenes, I have friends who are very ill. It's very, challenging, but we must do our duty here. So we've got quite a robust response. The 2 scoopers just seem to have dropped. They're going back to the Columbia River, and I still don't have a camera. If anybody can find a webcam for Yakima, this has got to be a huge smoke plume. There's got to be somebody. Husky says COVID got me 3 times. Yeah, I think I had repeat different versions of it. I never knew it could attack your kidneys. It's a very lesser known way that it can attack different vital organs. So I'm very lucky to have survived that. That's all I can say. And here we are. So it's going to be very important that I go grab some, like a cup of noodles, macaroni and cheese, and come back in a second with a drink. My throat's doing much better, thank goodness. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you later, Terry. Thank you for dropping in. So, yeah. Christopher's trustworthy, Irvin, and very. I'm sure if he can see a fire out of his backyard right now, that he's looking at it right now and didn't know that he made a typo. I believe that's 100% innocent, so we don't need to worry about that. He'll hopefully come back with a report as to what he can see. I'm not sure which fire he's talking about. So we're going to bounce from fire to fire as they break out, in which we have the new updates coming from this one, that one. That's going to be the hectic nature of the day. So let me look at the PayPal link. And so let me drop this in chat. We have PayPal and Cash App set up, ready to go. The next order of business. All right, did it do it? Okay, I think it did. Sorry, friends. If any of the mods, please test the links, friends, right now if you could. If any of the mods could please just copy and paste that, I think that's the way that it will function. You can always remind me as I start my stream. You can copy and paste that, then I can just pin, and that will get the donation links up and running. Okay, Christopher, explain yourself, you naughty boy. Christopher says the fire's on the other side of Caldwell, and I can see the smoke plume, but from my back deck, and my dad for the typo. You mean my bad, I'm sure. Okay, we've gone now into adult-rated territory. Thanks a lot. We're gonna get flagged for adult content. Please only click if you're over the age of 18. Okay, are you talking about the Yakima one? Which fire? I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Yeah, thank you, Husky. I got it pinned now. Do the links function? Oh, I need a couple of spaces in between the word donate and PayPal, but okay. Let's try this one. I have different paragraphs, actually. Okay, is it better now? Yeah. Okay. That's what you can copy and paste mods, replace pinned message. Thank you so much, everybody who has donated so far. Super chat, super stickers right now will work too, but YouTube takes 30%. we have, there's no cut if PayPal is used to donate or Cash App, and you do not need a PayPal account. If you want a PayPal account, I can give you a link. I get $10 and you get $10 apparently. So if you want a PayPal account or would you like to send anything by actual snail mail, I accept gift cards, things like Amazon, gas cards, all that will be very helpful. Here's my email, kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. We should probably add that to the pinned comment, but we'll figure that out some other time. And I from the bottom of my heart, thank everybody who has donated. I'm going to put on the radio, just in case they call for more help from the 4-alarm fire. We're going to put on Yakima City. Police, it's police and fire. I think I've narrowed it down to fire only. Thanks to your kind donation, we dropped $30 in the broadcastify.com in order to be ad-free there and have the ability to switch between audio channels left and right. Oftentimes, a ham radio person on Broadcastify puts police on the left channel, fire on the right channel. They talk over each other unless we pay for premium. So we have used some out of the fund for that. The next priority, though, is laptop. We're getting tantalizingly close, friends. If we get a moment, then we can start tallying. Each time I begin something like that, though, and I say, okay, now we've got a moment of less chaos, that is when chaos will break out. We expect new fires, especially California, where I believe it's going to be hottest, but all 3 western states plus Idaho, where we're just having a bit of a heat wave. So let's look at the NOAA weather and see. Watch duty also is pretty good at showing us red flag, but they do not have fire weather watches. So let's get a fire weather watch map up, and then we're going to look at the forecasts for different cities on the West Coast and see how they will affect us. So we do have, wow.
Paramedic 73 driving on scene.
What is this mysterious tanker? A Lockheed EC-130Q?
Paramedic 73 on scene, 1308.
And make that a little softer. It may just be mostly medical calls, but we do hear new response going to Yakima. And please, guys, please try to help me find a webcam for Yakima, or perhaps somebody live streaming or something where we can ask their opinion, ask permission to restream some of their content for a moment to just get an idea of what the heck's going on in Yakima. So let me see what this mysterious plane is. It's flying over, it's high altitude, 12,000 feet. Figure 131. I'm dying of curiosity. 2 helicopters, 2 eyes in the sky, 2 scoopers scooping out of Columbia are circling back to Yakima. They have a state mobilization request, as well as a declared 4-alarm fire. So please donate to the laptop fund. $1 matters. And we're very grateful. Very grateful, friends. And I'm going to go.
610.
And around I-82.
1309.
Yeah, 509 on board.
1309.
Isn't it T and K, or is it T and KER? 131. I'm looking for that mysterious plane. I want to take a look at it. Earlier today, friends, I tried, just as I was setting up the live stream, to capture and see if it was on. We have a new incident, Husky. You're on it. To capture apparently 2 P-51 Mustangs flew over Tahoe.
610 fire.
Thank you, Digger Dog. I appreciate this, friends. Anybody can help with that and chime in. They did power shutoff for the area. So, hey, good morning, afternoon, actually. Angela Rounds, sister, thank you for being here, Sister Golden Hair. And welcome back, David. I haven't seen you for a bit. How have you been? Where have you been? So, okay, it was watch duty. The mystery plane is TNKR. So November 131 Charlie Golf. November 131 Charlie Golf. November 131 Charlie Golf. There. Oh yeah, it's one of them. Oh, it's a Hercules. They're 131s. I just never thought about them as being Lockheed. All right, so it's a Coulson aviation one. I saw a couple of their craft at the Aurora Airport when we did the ODART exercise. It's odart.org. I still have not had any time to explain what we did there with the exercise. C-Probe is the person who got me into it. He's a volunteer pilot for them. So when all hell broke loose Saturday.
Valley Fire.
Good.
We're continuing to get calls. One caller did advise of 2 separate fires.
Everything. Give me a station tone for 10 and another tone for 9.
What? New fires. So we're listening to Yakima. So what we are fearing, and
Section, you cut yourself off. You need a station tone for 10 and what else?
One more tone for station 9.
1312.
some sort of reported.
Truck 931313.
Suncom, engine 90 is in service, in quarter stage 95.
All right, we've got a new fire.
Engine 901313.
Thank you, Husky. You are on it, guys.
Station 9, Station 10, respawn milepost 48 eastbound in the median. 2 separate fires. Station 9, Station 10, respawn milepost 48. 2 separate fires in the median, 1313. Fire 191. 191.
Outpost 48.
1313.
Remember, this is Yakima.
Valley Fire 180.
180.
En route to 82, 48, 810 also en route.
1314.
Okay, would that be I-5? 82, not I-5, 82? Where it says milepost 48. Let's see, Highway 82. Unofficial, you still with us? I've never even been to Yakima, so I'm trying to check Google Maps for that. We've got a new situation in California. This, yikes, looks pretty bad. Gypsum Canyon. So let's see, this is the Gypsum Canyon one. And so it's looking southeast. Yorba Linda Country Club is what I see nearby. So it's the nearest town is Yorba Linda. It's east of it. Sorry, the mouse is malfunctioning. Sometimes it zooms the wrong direction. Don't mean to make anybody car sick. So let's see. If we've got another view from Gypsum Canyon 2. There's a pole in the way of the camera. So this incident, let's see what the name is. Watch Duty probably has picked it up already, but down in Southern California, what county is that? Can't be LA. Is it Orange? Where's Yorba Linda? But it's by the Chino Hills, and boy, if you've heard about fires in the Chino Hills,
Valley Fire 610.
610.
On scene, I have about 500 yards of fire burning in the median. I will need WSP for traffic control. We'll be out at extinguishing on orange tech.
On orange tech 1315.
Okay, it's unclear, but it may be spreading. The Yakima fire, the one that have been covering as the most a pivotal emergency right now. This is our number one thing we're covering, the Keys Road fire in Yakima. So I don't know where milepost 48 is and which highway they're exactly talking about, but it could be like a spot fire. This is unclear. I think he just asked for aircraft, but it's burning in the median of a highway, and he said it was 500 yards. Yeah, Angela, it's not the water fire we just looked at. That's Kern County, and it's in the middle of nowhere and is a pretty. It's a rice field, kind of looking irrigated fire.
Valley Fire.
Where we were looking at is east of your Belinda. Excuse me.
Valley Fire 180.
180.
Yeah. Your Belinda.
180 is on the scene.
This is east of Disneyland. This is.
1317. Are you on 810 as well? Put them on scene?
Okay.
Negative, I'm out on 810.
Receive 1317. Could you also advise 610? WSP is unavailable on a fatality. We're reaching out to YSL.
I mean, it's quite a ways east of Disneyland, up on the. The urban interface, the sprawl area, right up to the hills, where the hills burn all the time with ferocity. Hills fire. Oh man, I believe that was the 90s and got extremely bad. Bad place to have a fire. I don't know if this is Orange or Pasadena County. Orange County. So it's off of, once again, guys, the theme of the day is that most of these fires they're starting right next to roads. A lot of these could be vehicles pulled over, hot mufflers, idiots throwing things like cigarettes and vaping pens or something out the window, and or chain dragging shenanigans, and or purposeful. It's hard to tell the difference between stupidity and evil sometimes, but this is why the public has to be made aware to be extremely careful with fire. And some of these may be vehicle accidents in origin. It's really hard to tell, but this one is called the coal fire. We're bouncing from fire to fire as we get new information on each one. Oh yeah, there's crispy vegetation down there, sister. So the 14 minutes ago, of course, was on the cams. We got a good look at it. It's looking nasty. So it was just a vegetation fire 40 minutes ago, 40. And 16 minutes ago, it says one Type 3 strike team, 5 engines requested. So it's just on the edge of civilization. But if it gets into Chino Hills,
Hello, it's Fire 191. 191. I'll be counting 18. Show me the service. 1319.
yes, which scanner, Christopher? Any scanner would be good. Something that matters right now. We do have a situation in Yakima, and I'm not really clear where, but there's now a fire burning in the median of a major highway, and I don't know if it's a spot fire from the 4-alarm fire, but it's at milepost 48. Not that I know which highway it is. I didn't catch that. So we'll continue to monitor that situation, and we're trying to get a webcam, but even the Washington WADOT cameras that usually monitor the highways are mostly down near Yakima because of the power safety shutoff, I would imagine. So we'll look at social media to try to get a handle on that. We will monitor the situation in Orange County. This is away from most people, I believe, that it is burning. If we can check out the wind direction. just quite a flammable area, and it's off of let's see, it was the which highway again? Well, intersection of major freeways, the 241 and 91 basically, and the far eastern portion of Anaheim. As you zoom out, you can see that there's just
610, 609.
is wilderness to the southeast. Let's see what the wind direction is. I do have it clicked on. Now, Watch Duty does not show fire weather watches or high wind warnings, unfortunately. We'll have to check that out. If somebody could give me a link, that would be perfect, so I don't have to
Go ahead
dig.
for 610.
Look at this road here. This is good.
You want 609 emergent?
No, negative, not emergent.
Oh, but the clock I never fixed.
I 609. 609.
Okay.
609, you're right with 2, non-emergent. 1322.
And 609, you can stand by on the freeway before you commit yourself.
609 received.
Sorry, friends. Forgot. I had closed the clock window. It's just a website that is made in a tiny window. So it's in my Opera browser. I'm trying to figure out how to find it again. I have to turn on my Opera browser history link, and I can't even find out where that is. Goodness gracious. They changed the layout. I'm going to go get a little breakfast. A little late for breakfast, but yeah. So let's see, where is the situation here? They've got some good things going for it at the coal fire. The wind is out of the southwest, so it's blowing towards the northeast. Looks significant, like maybe 15 miles an hour, so just eyeballing that. And it is going to climb the hills in the brush and chaparral. Extremely flammable, extremely flashy. It'll go whoosh. But the wind might be driving it towards these ready-made roads, which are just ready-made fire breaks, including a big parking lot and perfect road access. So they've got everything going for them down here at the coal fire. So let's we'll return to that. Now we've got the two scoopers have just made another drop. They are leaving the situation in Yakima.
Station 9, respond. 1100 South Euclid Road, number 12, for an ill female.
Sorry, that's medical, but we have to hear that as well as fire info. Okay, I think I have the clock back in order. Found it. Ta-da! Sorry, I forgot it was even missing, friends. We have a Caltrans camera view. Thank you. You know what we did last night is I managed to absolutely crash Edge browser. Okay, yeah, that does not look as bad as I thought. They must have really pounced on it. They had two. Whoa, that's the shot of a helicopter going over. Sorry. Yeah, this is a live cam view of the coal fire down there.
609180.
There's a shadow of a really large helicopter.
Go for 609.
You can cancel.
Road access, it makes all the difference, but it is buffering. Have we buffered in the last 30 minutes, friends? Because I'm...
Fire 609 is going to be canceling the road back to station. 1325.
If it's been good, then I think we're all right. Thank you. Angela, for that. That's a awesome link you got us there. I wish we had something for Washington for seeing anything about Yakima. We continue to listen to Yakima. Unknown status of the new fire in the median of a highway on milepost 48 somewhere. We haven't had an update on watch duty for 41 minutes. Actually, an hour. Not anything comprehensive. So they didn't even mention the fact that there's fire in the median.
Duty 70, medic 74, respond 1100 South Euclid Road for an ill female. Duty 70.
Okay, all right, so that's the same ill female call out. We can't turn that off. If I do right channel only, then I don't believe that is fire. We were hearing the weather bleed in. So I'm going to try right channel just to see if there's something better. I don't know if the ham radio person has properly just reset it up, because earlier the transmission was bleeding NOAA weather into the right channel. We had to turn it off. So sometimes these are split. It says left is fire and right is police. But left, we're hearing a bunch of medical calls too. So yeah, it's dead silence on the right side. So I'll turn that back on for us. We're getting some useful fire information, but not enough to know what's truly going on. An official says Daniel Drive fire in Washington State, north of Brewster. The fire has recently been updated from 2 to 2.3 acres. Okay. We got a new incident. Husky says the Bellevue fire, Cedar Ridge, California. So, okay, we'll check that one out too. Do we have a county on that, or should we just go fishing? The coal fire is looking great. Thank you for the traffic cam. Must have been the helicopters that really turned the tide, but they've got great road access down there. So I don't believe we need to actively monitor it much unless something crazy changes. If you keep an eye on that, Angela, that'd be awesome. Let's pull out here and see where the new fire is. Yeah, we got an update on watch duty on my phone. I swear I'm gonna go get my food over here. Let's take a look. The Bellevue Fire, Cedar Ridge, Tuolumne County. No, not allowed. The Aero fire just affected the area. That's they're done. Oh dear. Let's go up there. See how it's due east of the Aero fire, quite a ways. This is a very long drive. It's up much higher in the elevation. It's almost flat land where the Aero fire was at Copperopolis. Then you enter the significant hilly country, right where it says, New Melones Lake. Angel's Camp is in the hill, but you climb very steeply to go east of Sonora. So most people have heard of Sonora at least. So further up the hills, up past the highway here, it looks like maybe by a little lake, by Kewen Mill Road or Kewen. We've got the Bellevue fire, Tuolumne County. So it's 1 to 2 acres in size right now. We gotta keep an eye on it. So thank you, Husky, for being on point with that. And it's not the time to be foolish with fire, friends. Not out. There's gonna be so many people out recreating this weekend. Hold on to your butts. it gets significantly cold at night, so there might be the temptation for the weenie roasts as people are camping at night and to do barbecues. But guys, just don't do anything in the dirt. Don't don't extinguish campfires already with water, even if they're not yours. Even if you just see somebody else leave, just do the world a favor. You'll be a hero. And just for the RV, get a hot plate, something you can plug in. Just not open flame if you really can avoid this, guys. So forward progress stopped. Okay, which fire, Christopher? An official says a new incident again in just south of Olympia, the Maytown fire, quarter of an acre. Okay, well, let us know if that's getting any worse. We're still listening to the local fire on the ground chatter. Can't hear the pilots responding to the 4-alarm fire in Yakima. Since we don't have we don't have any comprehensive updates for an hour, I'm hoping it's going well. It's just unclear about where this fire in the median is. But you know what? I'm going to try something. I'm going to try Pulse Point and see if Yakima is plugged in, because then you can see all kinds of first responder things. Pulse Point is an app, and it's a little hard to get used to, but you can search by agency, and I would start with your own hometown name. No, Yakima does not seem to participate in it. We see all 911 calls that turn into incidents. That's what Pulse Point does, and all the first responders going to it. So for the Portland area, I can see like Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, which is a big comprehensive fire department around here, a regional, plus Portland Fire and Rescue and all these others. And then it can give you updates the moment that those break out, that a fire occurs. You can choose what kind of emergency you want to be notified of. It's just sadly not every county participates. But much of the West Coast, I believe, uses Pulse Point. Just I don't see it for Yakima. That would have been the best way to see where the new fire that was in the median of some highway or another was, and whether or not it could be a potential spot fire. I believe that's probably their biggest concern. Asking for a statewide response is a pretty big ask. It's not every day that you have a 4-alarm fire in a city, and not every day that airplanes are dropping water anywhere near a city or along with 2 helicopters. So this will be spoken about for some time, and I really hope that they can concede this to the river bottoms area in this Yakima Sportsman State Park. We will continue to monitor it. I was hoping we'd be hearing more scanner, or the webcam would come back online, but they did power emergency safety shut off. So anyway, Angela says link to the highway cams for WADOT. Thank you. Washington Department of Transportation. I think I didn't have this link before. I was looking at an alternative one. So yeah, even if we could see a smoke plume or something, that might be smoke on the cams with the Union Gap. Thank you. It sure is smoky. All right, let me show you. Thank you so much, Angela. You are on point. I'm here looking at weather bug and blue media and stuff. So which direction are they facing? Mostly the wrong way. Mostly the wrong way. All right. So where the fire is at in Yakima, compare it to, excuse me,
Valley Fire 180.
create a tab group, Yakima. 180. It is here, Yakima Sportsman State Park, east side of the Yakima River, where Birchfield Road intersects with Freeway 82. So SR 24, excuse me, Birchfield Road is right next there. SR State Route 24 intersecting with 82. So let's check our wash.cam. There we are. So it's the fire's burning right in here. I hope you could see my mouse. It's hard to tell. Okay, yeah, that now we can see the vegetation. So it's in that big park. So far, I don't believe it's jumped the river, but that could be a concern. We have wind out of the southeast. Oh, okay, I got a private message I'll have to respond to later. So, which way is the cam looking? I don't believe it's looking at the correct area. We just have a smoky atmosphere in general, which is just so unsurprising. We only have 5-minute interval updates. California's down there at the coal fire in East Anaheim, far East Anaheim. See how that looks like a smoke plume where it says, I enlarge that. Dust, smoke plume, just something. You should be able to see a 4-alarm fire from quite a distance. Husky says the coal fire forward progress stopped at 3.5 acres. Awesome. That's the one that was down there in Orange County. You know, they had road access. Lucky place for the fire to start. I mean, if it's going to start somewhere, that was a great place where they had quick freeway road access. And then they had helicopters hit it immediately. So the scoopers are not scooping, and that's pretty far away. Out of the Yakima, they are scooping out of Columbia. And if we can go back to our aircraft flight radar, I don't see on the cam, but we also have 2 helicopters working the scene and an air attack. We just can't hear them. So when the scoopers go real low, we can't see them anymore. I don't think they went home, but we'll see. And this is a frustrating lack of updates here. I was hoping they'd be just kind of nonstop talking so I could go get some food without having to nonstop talk myself. So if you can hit the like button and subscribe, guys, that'd be awesome. We've had 1,000 views and only 74 likes, right? So if people are trying to find this information, it's very difficult unless a video is trending, gaining popularity, gaining subs, gaining likes, people chatting. You can come in, say hi, say how you doing. I like dogs, you know? No, I like cats. Dogs are better. No, cats are better. Any kind of chatter, hopefully mostly fire related, like what's the weather like? If you are at the scene of any of these, they're nearby, of course we want to know about it. If you have an emergency alert on your phone, of course we want to know about it because there's going to be tons of fires popping up today and this weekend just because of that heat wave. So hopefully all the fire departments don't take any chances and pounce. We are very concerned for not just this. Okay, here's my 2 biggest fires of concern. I'll put it that way. Not just what's going on in Yakima. They got robust response. They got everything going for them with, well, it being a city. A lot of units there. They have roads, flat land. So I don't see that this will spread. I don't believe it will, just based on what limited information we have. I think it may spot here and there, but unless some gigantic wind event occurs, I believe they have everything going for them here. I'm a second. There's a lot of people here, and so when you have a dense populated area, you of course worry for for people in the situation. Now, while it is not a densely populated area, Jackson County, southwest of Medford, has the South Applegate fire. Let's go and check back at it, see if there's been a update. Oh, and 2 minutes ago, we have what's going on in Tuolumne County. It's my 3rd biggest fire concern. Well, it's not big, but very concerning because of the terrain. Thank goodness we've got mostly a bright smoke column there. This is due east quite a ways of where the Aero fire was. Like more than an hour's drive. There's not a lot of direct roads to it. But when you got the California mountains, we've got the daily winds occur due to heat in the valley. So it's as the valley cooks under the heat wave and under this is one of the longest days of the year, if not the longest, the day after the solstice. We have a lot of heat today. Heat and sunlight fuels a fire, it buffs it up, makes it more powerful. So what happens? We know heat rises, right? It's not just like within a room or a hot air balloon. The entire valley heats up and this air wants to rise, go to higher elevations. So it makes a wind that pushes the hot air up into the mountains. So we have that occurring right now. Every local familiar with the wind patterns in general knows that that will occur on the heat wave days. Unless there's a storm, jet stream moving, you know. But if it's just not a windy day, the heat itself does this and creates a kind of a steady, they call it upslope, up canyon wind, because that's the way it's going. So the further east you go in the valley, you're going to climb into the hills, then climb into the mountains. And there's this, after you get out of the hills, there's a very steep, just suddenly you are climbing hard and putting your car in low gear in some of these steeper highways. So what we would have here is the fire being driven up into the mountains where there's fewer and fewer roads, access. And if it gets established there, then you have the reverse trend that happens every night as the valley cools. The whole wind pushing, the heat pushing wind into the mountains reverses. And so as cooler air falls, you get a reversal of wind direction and it'll start heading back down towards the valley. If you get the worst case scenario of a windstorm out of hot, dry desert winds out of Nevada, like we were having last week, then you can have fires race downhill through the canyon. So anytime we've got a fire that establishes itself in those kind of areas, in the mountains but close to the hills, we just hope that they really, really pounce on it very fast. So, okay, looking back, we can see crews. Okay, an official says, Sue Go Forth says, you're the only one I get in Humboldt County. Oh, oh, hey, Mystery, how are you doing? You like cats and it's cold outside? Thank you, Mystery. Oh, sorry, I missed your chat. Sue Go Forth says, thanks, I love your amazing, all your help, all your wonderful, wonderful. No, you're wonderful. And please, and if anybody could please donate $1, we've had 1,200 views, and really, if we can get 20% of people to donate $1, we'll be on our way to a laptop and better microphones in no time. So it's not the unofficial says we have a Washington camera view, not of what's going on in Yakima, but the Maytown fire in Olympia. That's a low level of concern, but that's still interesting. Let's see if we can see if, and we'll keep looking back. Oh, and the Applegate, South Applegate fire, we'll look at again. That's in Jackson County, Oregon. So first fire concern, number one is Yakima right now, just population density. Second, South Applegate fire. Third, what's going on in Tuolumne County? What was that called again? The Bell something fire? Oh, I've got a memory of a goldfish. Bellevue, which is up in the hills northeast of Sonora. This can be quite a bad place for fires. So we will open the camera to monitor that. And Tuolumne County, yeah, here it is. Let's just look at it for 30 minutes. They got aircraft and man, that's a lot of black smoke plus a bit of the white. White can sometimes be steam. We got lots of retardant drops. Just slow-mo that ahead. We got serious winds when the smoke lays down and the wind gusts, and then we have other intervals where it goes vertical again, like the wind gusts are dying down. Look at the dead trees in the area. Standing dead trees, always a terrible sign. But it could just be that the fire is kind of a black smoke affair, and the white is more the steam as the water drops are hitting. And the red splashes, well, we just missed the airplane. One frame per minute generally. Sometimes the airplanes just go by quickly. But we can tell what that is. So this is good that they're hitting it with everything they got. There's one of the aircraft. Hard to tell what that is. Kind of blurry. This is a very zoomed in camera. There's another one. Also hard to tell what that is. It looks like a helicopter. One of the big fat-bellied Sikorskis. Oh, and there's a... Yeah, I believe they're both choppers. So we'll continue to figure out what's going on. How is Humboldt County right now? That is a quite huge drop. And here, I believe, is the airplane as it's flying away after doing the drop. That may have been a retardant drop. I'm going to refresh Yakima to make sure we're still hearing things. They must be on tactical channels where we can't, unfortunately, hear them. So this is a good sign. They really have got to take this seriously. Pretty dang seriously. Whoa, there it is. There's a water drop. So retardant will be used to prevent the fires spread as a speed bump, so that ground crews can get there, take some time to unpack their lines, their hoses, drive around it, get dozers delivered, whatever they're doing. Get out the rakes and the shovels if necessary, and then push the pine needles and the stuff that burns away. They even get out chainsaws and get some small trees out of the way. Now, as the flaming bits of debris go downwind, then the spotting can occur. So the best use of the helicopters will be to control the spots while the ground crews start to do their thing. So we will monitor this one as well. And it is, once again, northeast of Sonora, quite a ways into the hills. And really not on any major road. It looked like a little lake that may have had a campsite next to it. Yeah, we're going to check that next, the camp. Hey, Flappin', how are you? Thanks for being here. Excuse me, friends. Okay, Husky says there's a fire in Idaho going nuclear right now. Hold on to your butts. If we can, of course, we'll cover Idaho. I really need to go get the macaroni and cheese. At least started in the microwave. It'll only take 3.5 minutes. I can walk back here. But Husky, what's our camera for the Idaho one? Can you link that again, please? Flapping Wings, I just did an update on the 62 fire. It's completely ringed. They've got a wet line around it. It's great. Applegate South Fire in the same county, southwest of Medford. Different story. Higher elevation, more rugged, very concerning. They work through the night, but it's mission critical right now. It's my second most concerning fire. The first one being in the 4-alarm fire in Yakima. The third one being this one in Tuolumne County. But if something is crazy in Idaho, that may be even worse. Maybe the Idaho situation might be our next level of concern. Thank you, Husky. Okay. So let's check it out. I'm in the habit of closing a bunch of tabs now because we had a totally unstable situation last night where all of my Edge browser windows crashed at the same time. We kind of overloaded the system. It wasn't my computer can handle it thanks to your kind donations, friends. But the Edge browser itself has some limitations. So this is the Pearl camera looking way into the distance by Black Canyon Montour, kind of middle of nowhere in Idaho in the probably 52 area. So that is some crazy steep rugged terrain too. Is this the cam where it's quote going nuclear? I mean, nuclear means making a mushroom style cloud. Yeah, trying to, yeah, right there. Center bottom image. The panoramic cams. One moment.
509 Station 13, respond, report of a brush fire, Tier Road, Sunnyside Mountain Road. Station 13, respond, Tier Road, Sunnyside Mountain Road for a brush fire. Flames and smoke, scene 1350.
That's Yakima. So they've got a new fire that broke out. Hold on to your butts, guys. A new brush fire. Well, said something like THRU Road. I'm not the best person at interpreting crackly radios. So maybe they'll dispatch units and they'll repeat the location. So, sorry friends, start writing down what's going on today. This is a much more exciting day.
Hello, Fire 191. 191. And now 13 from Station 12. 1351.
Lewiston Hill camera. That's another one, yet another one. There's a meme, and another one. Should probably use that sound bite. It's a rapper, and he made a song. He goes, and another one. Yeah. Okay, so this one's Lewiston, but it's on the flatlands. We'll continue to monitor it. If somebody can get me some general Idaho area link to the weather, that would be good. So I believe they're also a bit part of the heat wave. So that's Lewiston's on the border of Oregon and Idaho. Over there by Moses. Probably most people have never heard of or been this area, but it's at the Snake River. It's a canyony area. I believe that's a snake. I'm not showing it on this. Just from memory, I believe it's a snake which feeds into the Columbia, which are just characterized by insanely steep canyons. However, the fires past the canyons, looking at more of the flat land, and I'm not sure where, but probably like Clarkston. So that just caught my eye. And let's look at the situation. It was, quote, going nuclear, meaning pushing up a big mushroom-style cloud. And if people wonder, why do fires and volcanoes and nuclear bombs all create a mushroom cloud? That's because they have one thing in common. Put your guess in the chat. What does a volcano, a massive fire, and a thermonuclear weapon or atomic bomb have in common? You'll win the prize. The prize is just an award, but let's see it. Let's see it in chat, guys. You know what it is. Okay, we got the watch studio link. Thank you, Angela. I was just going to ask somebody on that. It's called, I got to make a new tab group. So, Idaho shall be orange today. What? Did that not work? That did not work. Excuse me, friends. We will go back to covering the normals, the Aero fire and the like. Okay, that is just vegetation fire. That's not what we want. What's the one that's going nuts? Oh, is it? Is it just called vegetation fire? Sorry, excuse me. I'm confused. Original name? 2 acre. When things start to create mushroom style clouds, they're not 2 acres. Jim County, Idaho. 5700 block of Van Dusen Road. So this particular one is the Axis Pro Cam. So usually a mushroom style cloud is where there's been a tremendous amount of fuel. So yeah, this looks like, I don't know when harvest time is, but it might be about that time, and there's a lot of dry fuels. You must remember the tragedies that occurred recently in Washington, eastern Washington, where entire towns just erased and some died in their injuries. It just in a matter of like an hour as the hay crop wasn't harvested yet, but it was full and rich and thick. And in several different towns it caught fire. Let's look at the Pearl.
One. Do you want me to throw out a second tone? I don't see anybody else en route other than you via eyes by. Conservative. 1355.
Why does it always do this? I don't want this view. I want the straight up view, just this one. I guess I could do that. But
Station 13, respond to a brush fire, Tier Road and Sunnyside Mountain Road. 509 Station 13, respond for a brush fire. Single caller, Tier Road, Sunnyside Mountain Road, 1356.
75 Maskin Road. I can't make that out. I'm not familiar with the area. We're listening to Yakima. So there's another brush fire in the Yakima area that's, I just can't understand where that is. So if anybody else does, that'd be great. So this is a time lapse of, how long did I push this one for? Man, I lose my train of thought with those tone sounds. That's quite a bit bigger than 2 acres now. It is spreading. It is.
Valley Fire, duty 71.
That thing is.
Duty 71.
It's on.
Advice was still on St. Harbor. Medic 73 is going to be transporting Foster momentarily.
1357.
Sunnyside Mountain Road. Sunnyside Mountain Road. Yeah, they said 75, I thought, but if it's Sunnyside, that's very close. You could be right. So, yeah, Husky says what? Yeah, pressure. Kathleen was talking about pressure. Yep. And they suck all the air towards the center. True. But the reason that pressure is occurring, well, I mean, with nuclear bombs, we know why pressure is occurring, but thing that connects them, volcanoes, big wildfires, mega fires, and nuclear weapons. It's heat. That's what all three have in common. And the heat rising is messing with the pressure. Heat has to rise. It's just the law of physics thing. So the more and more heat that is being produced, the more of the pressure, the thrust up, more of the sucking action, where down at the base it sucks in more of its oxygen, and then it's happening because so much heat is rising. It's like a little vacuum, right? So as the heat rises and it's going and going and going, the much cooler air at higher altitude, at high altitude, starts to take away the power. So this is our 1 hour time lapse, actually, guys, of what's going on in called vegetation fire in Idaho, and we're monitoring this. This looks like it has potential to get quite bad. I am worried for this one, and thank you, Husky, for pointing it out. A zoomed out view is showing a bit of a mushroom cloud, and so this is, I have no idea why they're still calling it 2 acres or whatever. Maybe Watch Duty isn't actively monitoring this, but that is traveling. That fire's going places, and that is a high level of concern I've got for this. We must remember what has been happening. I can't just pick out this frame. It's neat what this does, but at the bottom center, that is a very hazy mushroom cloud. It's trying to make a pyrocumulus cloud. So as the heat, gonna get some food.
191 on board. 1400.
Excuse me, friends. It's about time I had some breakfast. I went live thinking I'll just go back into the kitchen. My little cup of mac and cheese instant cup, just for occasions like this. It's a lot more nutritious than, like, say, a junk food snack. I know it's not the most healthy thing on earth, but you could do worse. I have limited options having onion intolerance for quick snacks. So there's this, and then there's these packaged Thai noodle boxes. Can't do much of anything else. Okay.
619 out, THRU, 509 on board.
1401.
These days I like to have breakfast like a bagel, cream cheese, and salmon. Or the ones with the raisins, cinnamon raisins, some butter. C-Prove and my mom have been cooking for me a lot. Mom's been cooking extra big, like stew meals, home cooked, good loving, and everything from chicken and dumplings. She does that. Hungarian goulash. On sale, we'll get like those big packages of the steaks, freeze some, cook some. Whole Foods surprisingly shocks me. With an Amazon card, I get 5% discount for being Prime membership. Whole Foods, when they have a sale, they could be cheaper than other grocery stores for things like lamb. Kind of blow my mind, but we've been trying to get as much red meat iron, good hearty meals, lots of vegetables. So shopping the sales have been fruitful. So my diet has improved quite a bit. It's just days like these I've kind of run out in the shopping day. I'm going into the pantry for the dry goods. I believe C-Pro has got some on my shopping list, but he's a saint. Super mod.
Firefighter.
And man, of course I got to shout out my mom here, so I'll be back in a second. Just
yeah, with the updated call comments about the person surrounded by fire, can you start an ambulance there? Non-emergency.
what?
1403.
For the call of the person surrounded by fire, could you start an ambulance? Whoa. If I missed that before, whoa. Yikes. This is the third call out for fires.
Medic 74 respond to THRU and Sunnyside Mountain Road. Medic 74 respond to Road, Sunnyside Mountain Road. There's a brush fire, subject surrounded by fire. 1404.
Subject or victim? Okay, friends, so I just popped out of the microwave. Oh, it didn't heat up enough. Okay, 20 more seconds. Quick bathroom break too. Be right with you. We can't see anything.
74.
Go ahead, check through.
At 1404, Also, it does sound like he's out of immediate danger, so we're probably just an eval.
Received.
1405.
Valley Fire 613.
613.
613 is going to be en route with
1405.
Valley Fire 813.
813.
On scene, we got about a Florida 8 door involved. Got some people out with some hoses.
1406.
Okay, back on the mic. Let's refresh myself. That's very concerning. I'm so happy to have heard that the person surrounded by fire is out of immediate danger. That's still going to be terrifying. And I don't know the circumstance or even exactly where this fire is. She speaks quickly, even though she repeats herself a lot. It's either 75 or Sunnyside or something road. New brush fire in the Yakima area. This is the third one that I've heard of today as we've been monitoring this for a few hours. And hit the like button, please, guys, and subscribe if you want to find us again. Please share the channel with anybody you think could will like this or get any good information from this. And we tend to go live during the crisis and on the extremely bad weather days. And please always give my mods a hand and all the helpful people that provide information. And I'm so glad you found this mystery. You guys are allowed to talk in the chat, of course, amongst yourselves, sharing fire information amongst each other is vital. Don't ever assume that I know everything. I'm the person who's trying to do 5 jobs at once. I am actually monitoring and looking around for new fires is the thing I'm least capable of. Trying to keep a stream running, monitoring the stream health if we're buffering, trying to set up windows and views and looks, then look at chat, sometimes moderate chat too. That's a full-time job. Plus I have to speak and interpret information coming from different sources, monitor what's going down on my phone. I'm usually the least aware of new events, just trying to keep the show going. So let me get a sugary drink. That's what I need. Yeah, get that blood sugar up. Now, sorry I was unable to correspond via email last night. I'm barely able to even do the most basic personal affairs after these streams have been ending. They've been going on so long in this kind of weather, so I apologize. And if anybody did want to send a paper check to the P.O. Box for any gas cards, gift cards, Amazon cards, restaurant cards, food cards, you know, general gift cards, even if there's only $5 left on one, you know, you can email that to me, or you could send that via the post P.O. Box.
Hello, sorry, 813. 813. There's been lockdown. Units in route can proceed non-emergency. Fire knockdown, units en route, non-E, 1410.
Yes, yes. I hope that's the one where the person was surrounded by flames. Like, I wonder if that was in the median of a road as well. Almost all of these fires are breaking out by roads. Not the one in Tuolumne County, but goodness gracious. So, sorry. We
Sorry, fire medic 73. Medic 73.
hang on.
Medic 73 is announced to Ashford 1. 1411.
Valley Fire, EVAC 741.
1411.
Remember, you can support the stream because hitting the like button is free. But most people find us with direct link sharing on your own social media. You're on Facebook, you're on Twitter. That's going to be super, super valuable. I have to go get my smartwatch. It's going to tell me that I was a bad girl and didn't move today. And it does some basic health monitoring stuff. Okay. What is our high temperature going to be in Portland? I still have yet to get to the general outlook on the weather.
Valley Fire, duty 71.
Duty 71.
Clear the scene, show gravity, city and service.
1412.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. Just kind of rushed in the other room. It's called the Mile 95 fire, marked as contained. Great. That must have been. I'm sorry. That's the
Valley
Kim.
Fire, 613.
613.
613 is going to be on scene.
1413. 613, go to the green.
Okay. We've got many updates and a lot of incidences going on right now. If you just walked in, yes, the California heat wave has really begun. Oregon's got a little bit of uncomfortably hot weather. It'll be all right. Gonna hit the air conditioning for the little heat pump thingy. Come on. Here we go. All right. So T-Dust, welcome. Kathleen, welcome. Sorry, I have to scroll back up to see what I missed. So the 4-alarm fire in Yakima is still ongoing. We are listening to Yakima County Fire. They switched to some tactical channels. We can't hear about how the actual Keys Road fire is going. However, we've heard some very distressing other secondary fires that started, one of which is now contained, but one was in the median of a road at milepost 48 that I could not identify. Any local knows, let me know. I'm unable to watch TV channels at the same time. I have not even been able to check social media. We have not been able to keep up all the new ones that are happening. We knew that it would get this way after 1 p.m., right? So when I heard about the thing that happened with Yakima, hang on.
Engine 72, response 623 East South Hill Road. PB&L advised there was a fire, would like it checked, Engine 7-2, response 623 East South Hill Road. PPNL on scene. Advise somebody had a fire. Thinks it's out now, but would like it checked. 1415.
Yeah, Sunnyside Mountain Road. Okay.
Ambulance 74.
Made contact with the subject. They advised no aid or medical is needed. We'll be back in service.
1450.
So as far as services.
Engine 72.
Okay, let's see what's by Wenatchee. So,
Come from Medic 90.
are the aircraft off the Keys Road fire? Have they?
Medic 90, go ahead.
Medic 90 is in service at Station 96. Yes, sir. Would you like for us to meet you on scene? Yeah, sure, I guess it's on your way. Received break, fire, go ahead and show you Bill 4 en route to 63 South Oak Road.
1416. 619
Go ahead.
You can cancel, we'll be able to handle.
Very good.
Okay. They're quiet for an hour, and then all of a sudden, can't get a word in. So we can't turn off the medical and just hear fire. We turn off the police. Thanks for your kind donations. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you would like to ever find us again. It's hard to find us because we're inconsistent. We don't have a set schedule. It's when there's an emergency, we are here. And then sometimes we'll be here 24/7 in the big ones. So even if you are, and even if others right now who've never heard the channel are looking for it right now, they won't find it unless it trends with a lot of likes. I hate to be a like beggar, but this is the way it is. And we knew that 1 to 2 p.m. as the sun is at zenith, it's getting hotter and hotter. We knew more and more things would break out in our heat wave. So we've got situation 2 at Wenatchee, but the thing in Idaho is trying to create a pyrocumulus cloud. It's big and mushroomy and it's serious. And we're not getting a whole lot of updates on it. We're trying to bounce between fire to fire to fire. I'm worried about the South Applegate fire in southwest of Medford. We'll continuously look at that too. I don't know how frequent our updates are going to be, but we need to bounce from the ones that are new. And Photos Against Anxiety, thank you for being such a kind donor and supporter. Good to see you. Kathleen Danforth says, yeah, I know the area fairly well. Awesome. Thank you for contributing. We need to start watching around the Mount St. Helens area. She's talking again. I heard about that last night. Volcanoes develop hotspots before eruptions. Well, yeah, the little new lava dome bump in the center of it. Sometimes you can see that on thermal infrared, like when it went into came out of dormancy around 2007, 2008. That's when I saw a steam eruption from Mount St. Helens, and it was like just driving around Portland.
So it's Engine 72.
Well, riding.
Engine 72.
And a mushroom cloud came out of Washington.
Engine 72 is on a 2550 single-family dwelling. It looks like daylight basement. Someone's ostensibly fighting the fire in the back with a garden hose. Nothing showing from the front. We're doing a 360 and we're going to be on Sunnyside fire attack.
1419.
Yikes. Fire's breaking out all over Yakima. So.
Fire Medic 73. Medic 73. Destination changed to PMH from Ash with 1 patient.
I'm going to get up my radar, the weather app, in a second.
1419.
Pulling it up. I think I have it ready to put What just happened with the other windows? Okay, here we go. Let's just take a look, and then we'll look at our cams and the like. So yeah, hold on to your butts. We got, is this monsoonal or something? Wow, got some serious storms just traveling. Maybe I've got too many buttons clicked. It's a little bit chaotic. So here, they have a desktop app for it, but man, you gotta get it on Android or iPhone. This is one of the best. My radar is one of the best weather apps out there. Man, crazy storms and lightning. Sadly, there's flooding.
Go ahead and show us on scene with engine 7-2. We'll be converting over to 10-3. 1420.
No idea what he just croaked there. But where they had the crazy fires in New Mexico, now they've got flood watches and warnings and something. I barely saw it and I can't figure out where it is, but right after a wildfire, you can have serious mudslides, because of the dirt, just loose dirt and the dead plants not holding it anymore. So, Ruidoso, New Mexico, where they've just had a couple fatalities here with the Salt and the South Fork fires. You can see that the moisture is coming in. There's wind, but at least there's moisture with it. Little consolation for the people that thousands of people lost their homes. There's more than 1,400 structures destroyed. If we get a little bit of free time later, I analyzed last night.
Fire 210. 210. 210, clear returning. 1422.
I analyzed last night the place where one of the victims died, who had to run out of a burning building into fire. And I believe that a culvert might have saved his life if he was aware of it. He was at the Swiss Chalet Hotel. And unfortunately, he died because his ride did not show up and maybe couldn't get there. And he didn't have a ride. Apparently lived at the hotel, at least temporarily, as far as the media is saying. So I looked around. Could there have been any possible area where he could have survived? And there was, on Google Maps, pretty significantly long and large culvert in the driveway of the Swiss Chalet Hotel. There's some bars over one. It's unclear if a grown man could have gotten in on one part of the culvert, but it seemed to be completely open on the other side. And I just want to remind people that culverts and bridges are your friends. Anywhere a road crosses a body of water, you may have to jump out of your car and just get into that culvert. It's a little tube underneath the street that funnels water. Can't do that in flash flood warnings and stuff. Please don't. Like in a wildfire, that has been a consistent place where people have survived. Under bridges and in culverts, especially when it's wet, if they're long and big. So if there's more public awareness about those things, I think that'll help. Some people have survived even in their own driveway. In the Cascade Fire, 2017, the one that killed my good family friend, in the same area near Paradise, just 1 year before Paradise. I just want to make it so more people know that. But later we'll talk about fire survival. They've got some tremendous winds down there. I don't know how that's going to affect the wind patterns of the west, but we do have from Yakima to Wenatchee, Grand Coulee, Spokane, all the way down to Hood River and the Dalles, a fire weather watch. So I'm sorry it's too tiny. These words I can't really make bigger. I don't know how, if there's a way on the app. But it says fire weather. It's valid from 1 p.m. to 8. Oh, wait a second. Wait, that's on the 23rd. Is it upcoming? Okay, I'm really confused. Might as well be right now because we have fires breaking out everywhere. But it looks like it's going to be even worse. Valid from 1 p.m. to 8 on the 23rd. 2 days from now. Sunday. Right now, it might as well be Fire Weather Watch. We got some crazy stuff happening. So we'll show you what's going on in Idaho. Got a small fire over by Wenatchee. Got a small fire in Tuolumne County we want to look at, and the very concerning fire from yesterday, the South Applegate fire southwest of Medford. So as you come in and want to know about fires or come and go, let me know in the chat what you want me to look at and what information you need. I tend to let chat guide me. It's like, just come here, tell me what you need for info. We'll give it to you. In between the chatter that comes over on the radio, we're just listening to the ground. Can't hear any air attack of Yakima's fire and medical. So in Yakima, where to go? Where to go on my map? Sorry, dark mode. Not Okanagan. Not Soap Lake. Just go right to it. Yakima. Okay, yeah, it's right there. So in Yakima right now, our current weather, loading. Oh, it's locked on California. Come on, refresh. Yakima. Gonna be a high of 91 today. 88 now. And so it's part of the reason we have quite a battle going on. Now the wind gusts are supposed to be only about 15 miles an hour right now. I'm guessing they're a little bit more intense than that. This is a river, you know, and not really like a river canyon, but it's just there seems to be a lot of high winds that just where the rivers are at, just a bit more particularly intense than like further away from the rivers. It just seems to be a thing. As Steve Prove and I have flown, you know, when he rents a private plane, even if there is no canyon effect, it just seems to be in those spots. It's higher. Now these winds out of the south-southwest have a steady 5. It's saying in the forecast. It's a forecast. We're gusting up to 15, but from what we've been seeing, it's more like 10 solid. Just looking at other, comparing it to other weather maps. So the high of 91 we reached sometime around 4 p.m. after sunset, which is 9 p.m. basically, one of the longest days of the year here. Then we'll eventually around 9 p.m. go back down to 81 or low of 64 by 5 a.m. So that's going to give them a lot of help. This is why I'm not terribly concerned for what's going on in Yakima after tonight. But right now they got their hands full and to keep it from spotting around. Now over at Wenatchee, we've got another little fire. We got shifting erratic winds, but nature of things. So let me hit Wenatchee's forecast. Should be very similar. 592. Now that's saying wind gusts are more than 16 miles an hour. It's probably being reported by the airport. That's right there on the screen. Winds out of the west-southwest. And you can see they're a bit erratic. This is where different winds are kind of crossing. I don't know how well that shows up on the screen, but it's like, you know, different winds are crossing each other. That can be nightmares for trying to predict where wildfire might head. This is the critical thing. The area has 18% relative humidity. Yeah. Rest of the day, skies partly cloudy. Estimated high of 85. Well, it's says 94 at the top, whatever. Winds 6 to 13 miles an hour from south-southwest. Chance of precipitation 10%. And upcoming skies becoming mostly clear. Skies mostly clear, becoming mostly cloudy with a low of 64, like I said. So it's very similar to what's going on in Yakima. So Idaho, where we've got another situation, we gotta go check on the fire that's just really spreading. Did they give it a name yet, friends? I can't see chat, but I will in a second. We got some stormy weather, like Great Falls and stuff up there. Actually, it may not, but that's across the border. Here's Idaho. That'd be Montana, wouldn't it be? Yeah, severe thunderstorms. Wow, just kind of ripping across the center of the country here. And hey, oh, sorry, no mornings. It's good. Oh, that's a loud knock. I think it's from a neighbor. Yeah, it won't behave. Hang on. Great Falls. Yeah, just in case, that's Montana. Yeah, and they're having severe thunderstorms. But the point is right there that Idaho's little skinny part, the little chimney here, is not too far away from where these thunderstorms are developing, which is, it could be a serious complication for all this.
Response 706 Rouse Road for pennant activation. 5096.
Oh, that's somebody's life alert or something. All right, so we've been having little wildfires breaking out again here. So let me see and go back here to look at chat and then go and try to pinpoint where again is this fire in Idaho. Let's turn down my radar. That humidity is a killer. And when thunderstorms keep rolling across, sometimes if new ones develop, they can just start a tug of the wind and start making it windier kind of unexpectedly. Unofficial Washington State Wildfire Alert. Thank you for being here. Yeah, they're just responding to the medic call. They're saying that he's saying the vegetation fire near Wenatchee is directing traffic towards Wenatchee. So don't take Highway 28. Yeah. Kathleen Sanchez says, how about Arlington, Washington? We'll check that in just a second. Oh yeah, the Columbia River Gorge is a giant wind tunnel. And even where the cliffs end, it's still quite windy. It's because it's like shooting out of a garden hose kind of thing. Matthias Hilmer says there's more activity now in the upper Applegate fire, and you can see it on satellite. Is it new heat detections, Matthias? Thank you for being here. I'm really hoping that the thunderstorms don't really form over parts of Idaho, but it's who knows. The app is called My Radar. I'll show you the My Radar app, and then I'll give you a quick link to it. There's a couple called the same thing, but it's myradar.com. That's the one that I use. Yeah, apps sometimes don't have unique names, so it's got the most beautiful, elegant wind direction thing I've ever seen. And it's free, but some advanced features like hurricane tracking, storm tracking you have to pay for, which I find a little distasteful, actually, because while active hurricanes are forming, man, don't put that behind a paywall. But that's the way it was sometimes. So you will get all kinds of emergency updates for like everything but hurricanes. Listening. I have to look back at the chat. Now, NOAA Weather by Pandemonium Software. There's like others on the Play Store and for iPhones, but the one by Pandemonium Software, not the Sunrise one, but the other icon. That is one of the best forecasts for like you know, not only things like fire weather watches and that, but you can see what time of the day winds will happen, what time of the day humidity changes. That's a really good thing. It's like in a chart. So Tita says, yep, I subscribe. Thank you so much. And hit the like button, guys, if you can. Hope to see you when other things pop off too. Yeah. I try to rest as much as I can in between the crazy weather cycles. I still have a lot of personal affairs backlogged. I never caught up with doing Firestream last year because it went all the way to December. I owe people favors from 6 months ago, and there's people I haven't spoken to or seen for 3 months who don't even live very far away from me. But I'm just scrambling to catch up. So trust me, I'm doing everything I can. But this has been one of the busiest days of my life. I thought I could relax, take some time off after the fires and floods of Ventura County ended in December. It's been madhouse crazy. Madhouse crazy. Gulch Fire, Raymond, California. The evacuation warning has been lifted. What Gulch Fire? Is that from yesterday? Watch Duty is putting notifications on my phone now that I've, on my wrist, on my watch, now that I've fixed my watch. It had blanket notifications off, but this is it still called vegetation fire? I can't imagine why it doesn't have a name. It traveled up the hills. This is an older photograph of it. So let's see. This is the weather I was going to get. Then I'll go back to Washington. It's located near Black Canyon. I wonder how near the border with Montana this is. No, yeah, not in the hills proper. Probably right here where the farmland ends and the hills begin. But we're not getting a lot of information about it. More than an hour ago, they said additional response requested, and it could go. We've seen the winds be shifty and erratic, but despite wind direction, doesn't matter. Fire will climb. So I wonder how it's going over there. We don't particularly have good views. So yeah, we have the Pearl again. Did I script it? Yeah, let's see the time lapse. See what it's looking like. Then we'll go back to the weather, try to figure out what the weather forecast for this spot is. Because that is not a 2-acre fire. It has traveled, it has spread. It's serious. It's moving away from that plateau and the higher elevations. It's a difficulty breathing call in Yakima. I won't turn that on unless it's a fire update. This is the last look, but I can't tell if the fire's just laying down a bit and is less active, or if just the camera's more hazy. That's difficult to figure out. 5-minute time lapse. Yeah, it's just more hazy. There's quite a lot of smoke there to the right. It's just the grass smoke can sometimes blend in with the haze and white sky effect as it's really bright out there, and especially with the camera not having like polarized sunglasses, right? It's blending in. So this would be near Letha, Idaho. So let's put that in. Okay, Matthias says, wait, I was listening to Yakima. Yeah, Kathleen, Cal Fire can definitely be slow on updates. And for the other states, they're just harder to cover. Like Washington, Idaho has fewer cams, and then watch duty people are generally not manning those things. They rely on mostly automatic updates from databases, and who knows when the feds or local fire departments will do that. there's not a whole lot of ham radio operators out there doing the local fire department for us to listen to. Okay, so let's look back up at chat, and thank you for your contributions, guys. So let's look back up. Forward progress stopped on the water fire. Thank you, Smitty. And Angela Round says Spanish Springs, Nevada fire. Okay, I'll look at that. And Matthias says one's named a. It's now named a Ironwood fire. Yeah, Bellevue fire of Kern County is contained. Not just forward progress stop. Okay. No surprise Yakima is getting breathing problem calls. Okay. I don't want to become a meat popsicle there. Oh, and if you wonder how I can just spin around in my chair, I've got some sweet wheels. They're like silicone rubber. They're called Office Owl wheels on Amazon. I can link you guys later to that. I love these things. Got a tone out. I'll turn it on if that's something to do with Yakima. So let's look at the new thing. Sorry, which place in Washington can I read the forecast for real quick? What request was?
151 Osborne Road, 506 Station 6, respond, possible brush fire, 151 Osborne Road, 1441.
New brush fire. Yakima is reporting possible brush fire off of 151 Osborne Road.
619.
Hey, show me a service from the Southside Mountains, route from Wyoming to Gurley.
Okay. Sorry. Which place in Washington was I supposed to read the weather out? The 18% humidity is not helping things. Matthias says new fire near Lost Dutchman State Park, Apache Trail, Apache Junction, Arizona. I thought they were having rain. Oh, it could be dry lightning. Kathleen says they are not doing good at covering Yellowstone. Boys at Jackson Hole are good at covering earthquakes, volcanoes, and fires. Oh, okay. So yeah, we got new cams. Dr. Elephant just heard that one go out on the scanner. Yeah. Are you listening to Yakima, Dr. Elephant? And thank you for your kind donations. And I haven't been able to check PayPal, but it's been hectic. Thank you. Like button is free, though, guys. Remember to hit that thing. Oh, we got a fly on the cam. Scared me. I thought it was a spider. So I'm going to check the weather forecast for Letha or Letha. That'll tell us about the prospects of that Idaho fire, just called vegetation fire.
Suncom, engine 90 is on scene.
Engine 90, 1443.
Why doesn't it take me to that place on the map? Okay. I guess I just have to zoom in a lot.
Valley Fire 806.
Hello, Bueller?
806.
Hold on, 506 on board. Fresh light at West Lobster. Also heavy smoke in the area.
All right. Southeast Ontario.
Light at West Lobster, 1444.
210, 509. What's your location?
Just pulling into Villa.
Yeah, have your guys jump into the brush truck and head toward Osborne. Racing. Yeah, if you want to follow in my truck, that way you ever ride it back, you can.
Okay, they're responding to the new vegetation fire. They said heavy smoke in the area. We're listening to Yakima, which is in Washington. So, yeah, okay, Ontario. So, sorry, it wasn't taking me the right spot.
506.
Yeah, confirm fire matter and then notify.
Will advise.
Hold on to your butts. Jim County, Idaho, 92 degrees for a high. They're saying that wind speed is only, forecast to be 3 miles an hour, wind gusts of 13. Now, it's currently, it says it's 92 now. So yeah, it's currently the highest temperature. It's at peak. Not that surprising. Only after 10 p.m. because sunset's like 9:30. Is anything going to get better with the heat and or humidity? So hold on to your butts, guys. Special wind section. Okay, I was on that. No chance of precipitation.
Valley Fire 806.
806.
On scene, about 2 acres, light flashing fuel, spreading fast, multiple homeless camp split. You going direct, off request station 3.
1446. Also, fire management's been advised and en route.
All right, they're calling in more help for the new fire in the Yakima area, 151 Osborne Road. So they said flashy fuels. I can't remember what we said about high rate of spread. It was either medium or high. Calling station 3 basically for help.
Station 3, respond to a brush fire 151 Osborne Road. Station 3, respond for brush fire 151 Osborne Road, 1447.
Okay, I can see chat again. Hopefully that situation will be okay. Looking back at the chat, yeah, we're going to check out the Ironwood. What's that new one? That's Virginia Peak Cam, just south of Pyramid Lake, northeast of Reno. Whoa. Hold on to your butts. I don't want to make new tabs. I just may have to. Yikes. Looks like we have multicam views. Fort Sage just looks like it has some smoke. Go back to Virginia Peak Cam. Oh, thanks for being on top of it, guys. So the extra fires don't usually break out during these events. Just that every county in the West has 1 to 2 multiple fires kind of break out every day. When it's not like wet, rainy, it's just kind of a normal thing. Everything from traffic to car accidents, lawn mowing things, sparks, whatnot, backyard barbecues, unattended campfires, you name it. But usually, unless it's a red flag or a fire weather watch or high wind condition, people can kind of self-extinguish. And a lot of times you can pull over the side of the road. If there's higher humidity and the vegetation's not as dry, it won't, your muffler and catalytic converter won't start a fire, like start grass on fire. But when you get the dry conditions, wind or heat, they tend to race out of control extremely quickly. So it gives the appearance of like, oh my God, why do extra fires happen? But generally, it's just the normal ones that this time take off before anybody can respond, before fire trucks can get there. It takes a few minutes. Although, in these conditions, they also excite the firebugs. We must know that they do come out of the woodwork sometimes, especially when fire crews are busy doing other things. So if you see something, say something, and do take photographs of any suspicious vehicles, behavior, individuals, you can always delete it later, but you can't go back in time and take a picture to help law enforcement. It's a time to be vigilant in general. because that's just the way it is. So unofficial says it's now a watch duty, the one on Osborne Road. Yeah, light flashy fuels. Yeah, fast rate of spread. That's what I missed, but I assume so. It says multiple encampments are threatened. Now, is that like homeless encampments or what? Unofficial. So looking back up there, if we can get to Arizona, we will. We'll keep monitoring the situation near Letha, Idaho, which is by Ontario. But this is a new beast. This one northeast of Reno. This one's called the Ironwood, correct? Yes. And so you already, that's the cam link. Where's the watch duty? Here it is. All right. New cam for Ironwood. Ironwood blue. Running out of colors. Uh-oh, I minimized it. Where'd it go? Where's my window?
Valley Fire 206.
Eh?
206.
In and out Osborne, give me the light, West Bosco.
Oh, seriously, where'd it go? Hang on, Prince. There.
Yeah, the light at West Bosco.
Alright, got my window back. It's estimated to be 10 acres. That was a report 3 minutes ago.
Valley Fire 205.
205.
Sorry.
205 has been released and you can be a route to Osborne.
Refresh. Now, in
1451.
eastern Washington, we've got humidity.
Valley Fire is them too.
Hang on.
Engine 72.
We remain at the scene. The homeowner will be clear the scene. We're going to stay out of service until we fill up with water. We'll let you know.
1452.
The 13% humidity, relative, of course, is not helping things in eastern Washington. So Yakima is dealing with around 18% humidity. Not that that's a lot better. So the Ironwood fire is spreading fast. We can see that on the cams. So they said it's this is by Reno, sort of Washoe County. Zoom out. Oh yeah, deja vu. Haven't we? One of the biggest, one of the first big fires that we covered were two basically in the same day.
Valley Fire 206.
206.
Approaching, do we have attack?
1453.
So you can see if you take the Reno Sparks area and
206, 806. Go ahead. Yeah, keep going to the west side of the fire, switch to orange. There's going to be a structure threatened over there shortly. Also, I've got a DIA unit with me.
a what with him? We have structure threat now on the Osborne Road fire.
Valley Fire 613.
613.
The 613 is clear, returning.
1453.
Valley Fire 618 will be en route to Osborne. From station 10.
1454.
Valley Fire vehicle 509 will be en route with 2.
1454.
Okay. All right. So they need more help. They got a structure threat on the Osborne Road fire, 151 Osborne Road, which is in the Yakima area. I thought they created a new watch duty for it. Yeah, here it is. It's still called vegetation fire. Yeah, and it says multiple encampments threatened. Encampment. I'm not real clear what that means. It just looks like a farming residential area. I don't understand what they mean by encampments. But then again, it's by a freeway. Who knows what's going on there? If a local knows, you can let me know. So they have structure threat right now, so we got to watch that very, very closely. Now, the Bellevue is the one in Tuolumne County, wasn't it, friends? That one is contained. Gonna get confused with the one that was in Kern County, which is done deal as well, it seems. Yeah, Devour, it's probably a reference to homeless encampments. It's just a little bit of an odd area. It's not exactly by river bunch or something. It's like orchards and housing, but I don't know. So, oh, yep, 5.7. Thank you for being here. It says, is the Osborne in the LA County?
Valley Fire. Flight 97 was welcome.
That's actually Yakima, Washington. We're listening to it. The one in Anaheim is forward progress stop, thank goodness. But we expect serious situations to be popping up all over California. But the only two that were bad that we saw that were new in Southern California today were taken care of. All right, so this Ironwood fire, this switching gears, Washoe County, Nevada. You can see how it's northeast of Sparks. If you took the Sparks
Valley Fire 186.
Road
186.
northeast,
Clear of the East Valley incident.
Pyramid Highway.
1456.
Wind appears to be out of the northeast. It could push it straight up into the hill and get it into this just really hard to deal with area. It looks like there's almost no roads. Who knows how old the satellite imagery is, but you just don't want it up here in these hills. Spill down the other side at some point, throw embers all over. I don't know what this is, some sort of a resort or
Valley Fire 813.
ranch?
813.
Like,
Fire's out. Injuries pop the owner. Showing clear and turning. 1457.
okay, that may be when they said fire's out, that may be the backyard fire where somebody was fighting it with a hose, sounded like a barbecue situation. I wish it would tell us which fire is out. This becomes quite confusing. So, Angela, you have it on scanner. Thank you. They're asking for additional wildland rigs. Now, this is the one by pretty remote.
Orange thing going to orange.
1458.
It's halfway to Pyramid Lake, northeast of Reno. So, but we know how big these things can get. Let's check first check the cameras and then check the weather. It's probably some seriously super low humidity as well. And we're not going to have any lower temperatures until after 10 p.m. tonight because 9:30 is sunset for most places. So thank you for giving us the scanner link. We'll continue to listen to Yakima. It's more populated. They still have a lot of situations there. Angela says there's a good breeze up in Reno right now.
Valley Fire 187.
I can imagine.
187.
Clear the scene on Keys Road, and I'll be around Osborne.
Last 1 hour.
1459.
You can see it break out and get big. Yep, I can tell there's a good breeze. There's quite a bit more than a good breeze in this area by Pyramid Lake. That's some serious wind. What I've found and just discovered about the whole wind gusts, and wind speed, is that's totally dead absolutely wrong in many situations. Airports.
503.
I'm in service and I'm currently
1500.
Airports often are reporting like once an hour or something to
Fire 603.
603.
603 will be en route on 412.
1500.
east. No, okay, airports and such, I don't know what the problem is. You'd think correctly reporting the wind would be vital to pilots. But I've had, especially in Oregon here, Portland area, we get these storms that roll by, especially the super spring storms that it's sunny and then all of a sudden the sky's black, it hails, then it's sunny again, torrential wind, and just the wind just picks your stuff up and throws it off your deck. Your umbrellas are gone. You know, you've got like a little trash can or something, and it's sliding and across the patio, and your plants are knocked over. A bunch of your tomato plants is snap in half. The wind takes tree branches, and they start to break and swing around on the trees. The trees start bending. Seriously bad hailstorm for about half an hour. It's sunny again and move on. You know, and massive thunder. This sort of thing could just suddenly happen in, like, say, spring.
Sorry, 813. 813.
And I'm out there chasing away the things blowing on the deck.
The address is going to be 1383 Sunnyside Mountain.
E3 Sunnyside. I don't know if that vegetation fire is still going. Maybe unofficially you could tell me, or if somebody's en route to mop up or what. But they had several fires breaking out in Yakima. Okay, Angela says wildland has turned 4 structures on fire at Ironwood. There's 4 structures ablaze. Is that what you're saying, Angela? Okay, let's listen to the radio for there. We will come back to listening to Yakima. I'm going to hit stop feed on that. And let's use your link, Angela. It seems like this is a serious developing situation. And we've got structures possibly on fire right now, northeast of Reno. We've got an evacuation zone and mandatory evacuation. Thank you for being on it. So you can see here it's Pyramid Lake area. People who are familiar with this. You know, there's Reno. Let's get the broadcastify up. Thank you. You're totally on it. Got Reno and Sparks Police and Fire. Okay, I think that I had a dashboard already for that. From the last time we covered Reno, did I? Nope, I had not. I'll make one now. I had not made one because I did not have the pro version paid for again. But thanks to your kind donations, and thank you so much, friends. We're doing the laptop fund, and we're also paying for little pro versions of things. If I have a dashboard, I can instantly get feeds up and save them that way, and then go left or right channel audio. So thank you everybody who has donated. You can hit super chat, super stickers, or Cash App and PayPal links are in the pinned chat message. Even $1 really helps right now. The like button is free though, and no, you do not need a PayPal account. So I'm going to state of Nevada. Excuse me. We have mandatory evacuations for the area of this new Ironwood fire. And we can just see it spreading like crazy on the cams. Washoe County. All right. So Reno and Sparks Police and Fire. Let's turn this on. Thanks so much, Angela, for being on top of it.
70320.
Sorry, 320 or 330?
Big group, license, white yesterday. 10-5.
Down the road and in Main Street, across the street from this address.
Okay. 701 Reno radio check.
That's one, thank you.
Union 701.
Battalion 30, Reno has brush 6 and brush 8 en route. We're confirming the story now.
Okay, looking back, let's look at the
Marina, Santa Fe model, 27 years of age, 5'6", medium build. RP also stated that female had made suicidal statements, but no plan was stated. And unknown if there's anything that they...
Jeez, okay, I'm going to mute that for a second. That's some police activity. So, unfortunately, there's no way to split this audio. It's Reno and Sparks Police and Fire. We're going to be hearing about, you know, situations like that too. So I'm going to mute that for just a second for privacy reasons. This is our time lapse, and you can just see it blazing out of control. Now, I didn't hear Angela was saying that there may be 4 structures threatened or maybe even on fire right now. It's a sparsely inhabited area, but it did seem to start near, you know, an inhabitation like a little farmer homestead or something. And you can see the fierce winds whipping it.
Yeah, we got no tones, no voice, and that's it.
All right, it's going to be a mutual aid request for a brush fire with 4 structures now involved. 900 Ironwood Road in Palomino Valley. It'll be BLM Virginia Peak assignment reporting to Battalion 30.
All right, they're involved.
1032, 7440 Red Baron Court. Nora 323, Nora 326 begin responding to 7440 Red Baron Court.
That means they are ablaze.
3 from Northern Virginia. 2603 from London Waiting. I copy both Nora 340 copy, and just for 43, it looks like the suicidal subject left the residence in a white 2012.
Okay, I'm going to mute that vehicle description, but we do have 4 structures involved, meaning they are on fire. With this Ironwood fire that's southwest of Pyramid Lake, northeast of Spanish Springs. So, but just look at that wind folding the smoke down and just, it's running through the hills too. So, unfortunately, whatever structures were here were on the wrong side of the wind when the fire began. Well, let me look at the...
25, 4, 7, 1, 2, 4, 2, 2, 92.
Hang on, we're listening to...
10-4.
Copy, and then we can close that out with the information provided.
First of Aero could address on Keystone.
Copy, I'll take that 2729 and I'll right now.
Dozens of structures threatened.
And 10-3.
I'm not sure an official...
He wants to know if he's clear to come up to you. Super. 10-5.
Let's see if we got another camera image.
Date of birth 11/22 of 73 and a SOCH of 530-335707.
Actually, here a lot of police stuff. Let's see. This is our... This is our view of when it first starts. I can't zoom because it's the older Alert Wildfire cam. But you can see it was like a ranch or something here. Really sad. I wonder if it started.
Copy, thank you. Code 4, and can you put me out at the parking lot of the Sage Hair Salon? I think it's for Peckham or something like that.
Okay, that's way bigger than we thought.
Sage Hair Salon on second.
the camera had panned to the left. So remember,
I think it's 480. Now the wife is still in there. Husband requesting we go get her.
10-4.
look.
Regis Sam 205. Show me our way to 386 and the better locations could be Peckham and Bonsar.
Copy Peckham and Wildfire.
We're looking almost due west, so it seems to be racing
Wash for 3 Charles 8.
to the south. It's to the south by southwest.
Sparks 361.
I don't see another camera.
Everyone inside business code 4 will be 10-8 employee error.
They need aircraft yesterday here. So if we let the time lapse play out and rewind to the beginning, we need to see the structures that were downwind. I don't know if the original homestead by where it started has lost structures, or if, like, to the left side of the screen, if it ran into other ranches or buildings. I don't see any. That's a weird Nikola Tesla looking object. I don't.
Washington surgery out at 105 Ironwood.
What the heck is that? What the heck is that?
21,
Angela.
clear off mountain line, not passable, probable of getting trapped, heading down to 33 and 91.
10-4.
Hey, believe fire crews. See, there's some buildings in this down here.
Battalion name is Sergeant Fire, but go ahead.
Can you tell me what Reno resources that's coming? I believe you said brush 8. I didn't catch the second one.
Brush 6 and brush 8 from Reno en route.
You need a lot more than that. I can't tell if this is rocks or like little homes or something. We'll look at count.
Story sending brush 74, unknown if they're around. I'm going to landline now to double check. I'll update you.
I copy brush 74, thank you.
Okay.
Fly related.
North 334.
Oh, over here is in danger for sure. The scale is.
4 negative 61 and 91 are down on East Craig and 31 Sonati.
Spark 51, we're at Starbucks.
Calls for cow topo.
Sam 167.
Yeah, I can see scattered homes and, old. They're basically like old ranches and farmhouses.
Swerving multiple lanes, even to oncoming traffic.
And you broke, he's pulling into where?
He's pulling in Clips area.
So I think
Spark 251, I can take that. I didn't copy his traffic, it was really scratched.
Pulling into Great Cliff, Silver Suburban, driving recklessly, unable to maintain lane.
251.
all right. I'm gonna get some maps up for us. Pyramid Lake, Nevada.
See if I can figure it out.
We have 4 structures
You want me
involved.
to send her your way until it gets figured out?
Negative, I don't want to bottleneck it down here.
A road is
Copy, I'll have her hold right here.
too dangerous right now. I think they said 99 or something with the.
Okay, 278 to 2729, Washington, how about?
Oh, hang on, friends. I'm looking for some street view or something that might help us out with the orienting ourselves.
Robert Ocean George, Edward Robert Sam, first Atikon, Adam Nora Tom, Ida George Ocean, Nora Edward, date of birth 0828.
And try to mute that for privacy reasons. It's hard to stay on top of, but we do have 4 structures on fire and or burned down by now. Not clear about that. They're asking for more help. This is quite a ways northeast of Reno. They need aircraft. I don't see if they're getting any.
Myself, we're actually out at 500 Ironwood, and they are evacuating.
10-4.
Good. We have a mandatory evacuation.
730.
That should be rather easy to.
We have an animal control supervisor en route out there.
We will double check. Their animal evac location is Spanish Springs Library.
TM dispatch, Fresh 42.
Fresh 42, go ahead.
Changed our status to as seen, and we're still responding.
Okay, let's fix the cam.
Birds 3621, I'm 23.
7-4.
They're trying to evacuate animals. They've got a place to evacuate to. The sound like a.
Down with one of the residents at 500. He's here. He says he's pretty positive his wife is still at that residence.
Thank God.
She's going now.
Oh, thank God.
One of the battalion chiefs.
Now it's racing, and so it's hard to keep up with.
We're in contact for pushing team. It's wrong. Right. Sam did it.
69.
Ocean 6.
I'll be up from those two, please. You have information on paper and I'll be around the corp here.
Let me go back and chat.
Awesome. Could be staging at Ironwood and Mountain Lion.
Copy.
So the Ironwood and Mountain Lion is safe enough.
Hey, 76 is doing a transport. RTS will be around me.
725.
For firefighters to assemble there. It's one clue about where exactly this is. It's 500 block of Ironwood.
Negative contact at 100 Ironwood.
They're desperately getting people out and trying to do that for animals.
Frequency assignment, medical emergency. Respond Neil Road and Neil Lane. District 6. Engine 3. Respond Neil Road and Neil Lane.
The Thunderbird available.
Very nice.
They need aircraft. Right now. Yesterday. Let's look. Gotta be.
It sounds like he's not going to comply with it, so probably going to have to come back.
10-4.
All right, we got a plane overhead. Looking. A tanker's coming, I think. An air tractor. It's a tiny thing.
Actually 12 feet off the roadway down a ravine. Male in his late 20s, and party party's yelling to him, and he's not responding.
Okay, that was super loud for me. Jeez.
21 copies. We'll advise if we need any additional help after we get there.
A tiny crop duster is coming. I assume it's carrying
I
water.
apologize. You have a lot of background, Sergeant.
Okay.
Load a little bit more central and remain available.
Copy that. Will do.
Thank you.
So Ironwood Road leaves Pyramid Lake Road.
26 dispatch.
Hooks southeast,
Honey?
and the plane is circling Rattlesnake Canyon neighborhood, Mount Zion Road,
Reno 533.
Grass Valley
33.
Road. Let's look at the camera direction.
Copy.
Camera direction, looking west by northwest.
One people is at Lazy 5.
So we've got a
53569.
spread to the southwest, south by southwest. So I'm going to find the map off screen, see if that Google car ever went.
Before that is clear, expired on the 04 Chevy corridor. Thank you. Can we please get a tow? It is a tan Chevy's Laser. All tires are good.
Hey, guys.
I'm going to work on that now.
Okay.
Spoke with the wife. Sounds like we have a better chance with her. So, AC today.
That's better. Okay.
3.
Same as your name, David.
We have quite an unfolding situation here, so I want to show the evacuation.
Somewhere, I'm not seeing a 1050. It'll be 10 a.m. once we get further.
So for motor 3, you can send 22.
Motor 3.
There's the evac map.
Great. 331, you can send 22. I'll show 41 en route to Shields for transport.
Right there.
41 copy.
31 copy.
Pretty large zone.
Put me on follow-up and restart with GTA.
So follow for GTA at the central sub, you have some background.
Thank you, Angela.
I'm going to be 1111.
Evacuation point.
48 Cook Drive, cross of a named street and Eaton Road.
26 and abandoned the vehicle.
Spanish Springs Library. That's the evacuation point. Yep, they ordered air resources. There's a crop duster that's probably going to show up first. I don't know what else.
And just to confirm, that was 802 or 802.
Man, this took off like crazy. So let's look at what we've got for
24 last will be getting.
for the weather. It's the last 1 hour.
236, Reno, your VIN is clear, surrendered to that plate as a 2020 1999 Dodge four-door wagon with an address in Sun Valley.
Man, the fire's a bit bigger than it looks because the camera's panned to the left.
TF dispatch, Reno at brush 8.
Reno, brush 8.
Yeah, I was unable to reach anybody on BLM Virginia Peak. Probably just not getting out there yet, but we are en route to the Ironwood incident.
I copy. Reno, brush 8 en route, unable to get a hold of BLM. Thank you.
So if it crosses these hills, it'll go into more neighborhoods on the other side. I don't know that it's trying to cross right now.
Can you log on most 50 and most 54, please? And they'll be with me today.
It's hard to get an exact feed. We're looking west by northwest on the cam. You see the smoke going to the left. Just exactly where it's headed. It seems to mostly be going along with the slope to the south. But if the wind changes a bit west, blows it west, then we're in trouble for it crossing the hills.
9 back.
You can see the other neighborhoods on the other side. See? Here.
Available in the town, don't we?
That's affirmed.
I'll take 19.
10-4.
So, right at the moment, it's mostly spreading south. We just don't want the wind to push it over the west, and it'll try to climb because that's just what fires do. If the winds, ironically, if they die down a little bit, it'll be more likely to be free to climb. So Angela says the Wildfire is heading south. Yeah.
buses sideways across 2 lanes and RFD is 23.
But just over the hills to the west, we've got quite a lot of habitation, which...
Clear Warriors, 9 valid. We're going to be patrolling to Windlass.
Delayed. Respond 900 Ironwood Road. District 46. Brush 19. Respond 900 Ironwood Road.
900. It was 500 before. We have the staging area that seems to be safe. Ironwood and Mountain. That's where the firefighters are converging. But now we're getting the 900 block.
I'm cut 4, 43. The RP's landline with the female now.
Is having issues.
Nora 323, I copy code 4 Red Baron and landline with the female half. Around vehicles. 4,000 Ketsuki Lane will get you covered.
8-6, and just to confirm, she's a passerby, right?
That's what she said, but she did advise that she saw PD drive by, so I don't know if she's still on scene.
380, copy. Let me call back the RP before we dispatch.
First and 3, especially 2.
Getting some smoke in Reno.
Thank you, Serge.
Yeah, hi, don't step. How you doing?
76, 23, ending 8.9.
You were Wotho, right? Wotho was your name before, right?
495. Can you 24 or last and show us around to 638? We'll follow up.
Engine 10. Red frequency assignment. Medical emergency. Respond 552 Backworth Drive. District 10. Engine 10. Respond 552 Backworth Drive.
Yeah. Good job, little air tractor.
Engine 3 copies, returning.
I believe that's an air tractor. Let's see. Let's see who's flying over it. Aircraft is here. Crop dusters dumping retardant on it. Good. They could do a lot of work. You'd be surprised. Second air tractors en route. We have a good, if I were, the king.
Type 3s, so I will stand down brush 19.
Copy, thank you.
Of the United States. I'd definitely hire like mercenary forces of tiny crop dusters.
9. And brush you a second.
They could do a lot of work. They can respond.
Copy, let's go direct to Battalion 30. This is Battalion 32.
They can respond so quickly. That's what matters. It takes a long time.
Boy, Edward, Nora, John, Adam, Mary, Ida, Nora. All I have for him is that.
It takes a long time. Each time the VLATs, the very large aerial tankers land, it takes a long time for them to refill. Whoa, camera view just changed. But these little crop duster types just zip and go, and they can quickly fly real low to the ground, do their thing, and they're very experienced too. Not a whole lot of training involved because, well, they're used to flying extremely low, dumping a load and pulling up. So I would like to see the United States just utilize crop duster pilots. If they're like a ready-made auxiliary force. All right, so we've got a southward and slightly southwest spread as it may be trying to climb the hills. All right, I'm going to put the radio back on. It's hopefully the police stuff is over. Yikes. Yikes.
They're both clear valid. I found Ben, born in 78, 27.
So we could see where that happened because there's a squiggle. There's a squiggle road going up that way. That doesn't appear to be on the map. Up into the hills.
HMA selection and possible concealment.
I'm going to find that on the map, guys. 1 sec, I'm off camera. Let me find it. Okay.
Reference that you was saying, Paul, sounds like this happened over an hour ago, so you can cancel our response, please.
stack layers, topo.
Good morning, 1041 en route to Ironwood fire evacuation.
10-4.
Okay.
The Hispanic female adult, 57125, black and brown.
That's Mount Zion. Mount Zion Road goes up in the hills and stops.
Please pay place engine 11 out of service, and we're going to send brush 11 to the TM fire.
Copy that. G, may I page them out, or they already know?
You can go ahead and page them out.
That seems to be Mount Zion Road right there. As far as I can tell.
Brush 11 for mutually request 900 Ironwood Road in Palomino Valley. It's going to be a truck to meadow assignment, 900 Ironwood, Palomino Valley.
Getting spammed on my phone. Jeez. Hang on, I gotta
Hey,
check
Stevie,
that.
can we get that description one more time?
Okay, from 2 HMAs, one with a dark blue long sleeve over black, and a light blue hat. The second one has a light blue shirt, also over black jeans.
It seems to have crossed that road. That one there, if the fire spotted over, maybe they can pounce on it. Roads are the best blocks.
70 Valley Road.
Hey, firm, 1270 Valley Road.
Copy, thank you.
It does not seem to have a name.
Parking lot of McDonald's.
I copy the parking lot of McDonald's.
But these little roads mostly terminate. Looks like they once went to old mines. So let me show you one from seeing
That area is full of a lot of rodeo traffic and parking.
Right, so you see the squiggle. This is Zion Road. Right here, we see this squiggle. This is our LiDAR kind of shade of relief image put on TF Outdoors. It says Mount Zion Road. I know it's too small to see, but we saw a splash right here of retardant on ironwood with the red. And with that squiggly look to it, that's my interpretation, at least. And so you could see that these once went off into the hills. It's big flat areas, what may have once been mines or something. But they dead end, and that might be too dangerous to go up onto.
885.
But that's my interpretation of where it is, and the fire is.
And 334, you show me always 334.
It's coming down this way, paralleling to the south, paralleling the hills, but it's going to start trying to climb. They don't have a lot of good fire access roads, so none of them seem to cross the hills, except maybe dirt bike kind of esque trails, looking at satellite. So that could be really difficult to A, get up there and try to stop it at a ridge, or B, like if you have to drive all the way around that, if the fire tries to go over the hills into this valley right here, especially, imagine this big drive all the way around, right? So unfortunately, they've got a wind tunnel canyon without a road that goes through this canyon. This would have helped the situation.
Last of Ferrer, Frank, Edward, Robert.
Right, there's some police running a place and muting it, but these places I would be evacuating just in case on the other side of the hills, getting ready, especially if there's livestock involved. And these places should be on alert down here. Because if the wind changed, and of course fire likes to climb, it'll try to go over the hills. Right now it's running south. So it looks like the fire has crossed this road. This has no name.
Mostly controlled.
It is still working up and over ridges to our south. So we are holding where we are right now.
Okay.
Roger, copy.
So it went further
Happy
south.
and Washington Side 30 at 23 staging. Switching red.
Good for.
Star 31, same.
Star 31.
Well, I was trying to say here.
All right, HMAs are heading to self-checkout, and we'll watch them now.
They just said that the fire was mostly under control where on Ironwood.
These Pokemon cards, oddly.
All right, I muted it, but police break into this, emergency situation. I wish the ham radio operators would separate police and fire. They said, well, they're over there, suspicious behavior by the self-checkout, and it looks like they're trying to skim Pokemon cards. All right, so just south of this Mount Zion Road, the fire has gone to the left side here and is past this road. Hopefully they could catch it. Maybe the crop dusters can do it. It has no name now. But if they could stop the southward spread, that would be good. They said that the northern part that was by Ironwood is looking good, but they said it's trying to climb into the hills.
BC, we can open green.
10-4, correct, Washoe Green is open, green is on Ironwood, Washoe Green is open.
Right, they opened Washoe Green Road.
46 for Dozer 31, Wildland Fire at 900 Ironwood Road, cross of Mount Zion Road and in Main Street, across the street from this address.
You can see
10-4.
the challenge if it gets in those hills. So this is where they really could use a road, but they don't have one. And there's homes right over here. It could get in this pass. So there's Zion where it crossed before. Here's the second unnamed road. We see on the cams it's down in here. That's where they gotta hopefully stop it. They've got another speed bump in this driveway situation, but it looks like there's housing right there. Yeah, there is. A farm, a big farm.
He's going to call back on Monday when they're back in town.
Perhaps two.
10-4, thank you.
And houses up there, so we'll listen, see what's going on, and if the Pokemon cards are going to be recovered, man. Yeah, Angela says it's
Clear system around the valley.
exactly right. Hey, Z-Pro, did you just try to message me?
For me at Life Home for possible battery between residences occurred at 1500 hours. RP was very hard to understand, advising one subject was bleeding from the hand. Male in background advising he attempted to pull away but then disconnected. Siren rims are responding. 10515 Canine Drive.
960. Please don't do that.
God save the Pokemon cards, man. The national
PS Event 1, if you can open our rodeo stack for me, please.
10-4.
Start 713, 1063 on 2.
they might be able to button us up to have their rodeo. If they do it fast.
California, last phonetically Sam Charles Henry, Union, Lincoln Tom Zebra, first of Patrick, Common, date of birth 5/19 of 90. Oh.
I guess they're running. The info on the Pokemon theft. Thief. Hi Terry, welcome back. We've got a fire in between Pyramid Lake and Spanish Springs, which is just northeast of Reno. That's pretty serious. At least 4 structures were involved. We don't know how damaged and or destroyed they are. No word on that, but they're trying to chase.
And still getting further. Walgreens at 2299 Audi Boulevard.
5123, do we have a race, direction of travel?
It's a car chase now or something.
Ask them up further.
Copy that.
Bad guys with the Pokemon cards are trying to get away from the scene of their crime.
Towards Paradise Park.
But we can't tune out the police.
Copy. Description, please.
Okay. I fear that we've lost some homes, or at least some outbuildings.
Westbound, Wells Avenue, exit 14 westbound, District 1, Engine 1, respond 1 Wells Avenue, exit 14 westbound, Wells Avenue, exit 14 westbound.
6-2 copy.
We're on copy, thanks.
1XA20.
Yeah, for 43, the IMT trailer is at the corner of Ironwood and Pyramid.
Okay, so they're trying to protect trailers at the corner of Ironwood.
Can you go ahead and check them for prior FTAs and larceny, please?
And fire just broke in. At the corner, protecting trailers at the corner of Ironwood.
Area of Leon and 2nd, 2 subjects on a 4-wheeler doing donuts. Last seen going up Gepford. Reference stack 893 for further. Flash up clear.
Pyramid in Ironwood.
23, connect.
Just for good.
871, connect.
Just for good night.
Terry says, I hope.
RP was referred to most. Most forwards advised, and I'll be connected.
Sorry.
Alarm that's going off for McQueen.
What, Husky?
440.
Westbound I-80 near the Wells exit.
Never mind, it just told me.
Just due to this call as well, we're going to have to try through your district to get to it if it's that as well.
Engine 2, ready to prepare to copy.
Go for engine 2.
It's a report of unknown injury, crash, 2 vehicles involved. It's on I-80 westbound near the Wells exit. I don't know which side, whether it's...
Okay, news flash, breaking news, new fire, Maria Fire, Contra Costa County, California, 2200 block of Santa Maria Drive, Pittsburgh. They are conducting evacuations now. Contra Costa County, 2200 block of Santa Maria Drive in Pittsburgh. We've got this serious situation that's still going on in Reno, where at least some buildings were on fire, at least 4. We do have structures still threatened. It's still a fluid situation. We will return to it. I've muted it for a second. If you could please, Angela. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, we just got here.
They're asking for what maps you want and such. So we're going to have to look at Contra Costa County. I have a million tabs open. You can't really see behind the scenes, but every single one of the tabs at the top has more tabs. They're grouped tabs. There's a lot. There's a lot going on, friends. I'm making another one. Hopefully we don't crash the browser. Oh, dear God. Okay, I'm getting at Contra Costa County.
I'm going to jump on an Audi and jump down, capture the eastbound side. We'll hop on at Wells and head west.
Okay, we're actually going to move farther. We're going to outrange it. We'll cover a little more ground.
Page 1.
Repeat, we've got Contra Costa County, California, evacuations in progress. New fire.
42 and quarters.
Bay Area, west of Antioch, East of Martinez.
Good.
Right next to the hills.
Staging location for media. Set.
Did I not say hold on to your butts today? This is an awkward spot. Deja vu, I swear we've covered.
So we'll go ahead and call it at Pyramid and Ironwood for now.
10-4.
I swear we've had other fires break out right here.
6 negative. Green is open.
About a year ago.
I copy also screen for disposal.
So
1050 on I-80 westbound. It's actually going to be underneath the I-580 overpass. Looks like possibly 3 vehicles involved, fluid, and probably injuries.
that's car accident. We're still listening to Reno. We may have to switch to this. It's a 2-acre fire, wind driven in grass. Despite Pittsburgh / Antioch area in the Bay Area, northeast of Concord.
12. Engine 1 Reno.
It's in the dry grass. Additional structure protection response. So this is the watch duty link.
Just your still code 4 on Sinclair. 10-4.
Watch duty has the other links.
21 is UTC. Left the message. Leave it up. I'll try to call back in a bit.
Same space.
All right. The Ivor Road camera. Okay. I don't know if it's running towards the neighborhood or up the hills. We're about to find out. Ivora Road camera. The smooth transitions and millions of tabs open.
Until I get Tom or a motor. It's going to be Stead and Lear at the intersection. For an unknown injury, 1052 vehicles involved. One's a gray Jeep Grand Cherokee, the other's a gray Honda CRV. They're both blocking. One driver's advising possibly injuries, the other one's advising possibly 1055. It's going to be Stead and Lear.
Right. I'm going to mute Reno for a second. There's still a situation southwest of Pyramid Lake that we're going to keep monitoring. And yeah, Angela, yeah, if you would love it, I would love it if you could monitor that one, because we may need to switch. Ouch, scanner radio. Okay. For this situation, I still have Reno in my ear. Let's just take a look. Okay, once again, the Maria fire. They are evacuating Santa Maria Drive. Aircraft are requested with imminent danger to approximately 12 homes on Santa Maria Drive, it appears. Yeah. Full CAL fire response en route.
Is charged from these same guys on the tag switch.
Never mind, that's police. All right, let's see if we do have a different scanner radio to listen to. Okay, like I said, breaking news, Maria fire.
How big it is, but we're getting several 911 calls near Motel 6.
Is that a new fire in Reno?
What does fire need us to do?
I mean, on the Reno channel? Did they just say fire by a Motel 6? Angela?
Affirm, they have video, the transaction, and then the items listed here.
Okay, that could have been them saying brush fire, and then the police talked.
We'll just pull a second case number if they have.
The police may have talked over them and talked about a Motel 6 suspects. That was really confusing. I don't know what they just said.
Near Battleborn, District 1, Method Road Frank 06 Southeast, TAC assignment, area Victoria and Battleborn for brush 3, 12, and 41.
Nope, sounds like a new brush.
Battalion 3, we're going to send Engine 12 and Engine 12, Battalion 3, and get Engine 21 rolling that way as well. No other brush trucks.
It's another one. Okay. It's another one.
Engine 12, start Engine 21, and yourself.
Okay, friends.
Correct, cancel brush 41.
10-4 brush 41, stand up.
Chaotic day. We knew it would be.
Sky Vista from the Walmart 250 Vista, NOLA 1540 vehicles, white Jeep Cherokee 4220, Adam 3 Meta was unable to maintain lanes almost 1050 into the curb. Reno unit simply at 1055, stock 97.
The micro machine, man. Yeah, it's in the Sparks area. Okay, that's what we didn't want when there's a desperate fire situation. A second one to break out.
North South Valley, east of Wonderlust.
So, sorry, let's see the last 15 minutes of what's going on in Contra Costa County.
North of, south of Big.
That's looking better.
4123.
I really hope so. They're evacuating this neighborhood. If you know of anybody who could make use of the stream, guys, please share it. Share the link.
You guys on mic?
Try to cover all California, Oregon, much of Washington, some of Nevada during any season. Hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell to know when we go live. And find us again.
3, I'll take a look.
Yeah, that guy was the micro machines, dude, Terry. That was.
There's still active physical altercation.
Okay, so we have a neighborhood evacuation here. The smoke's looking better, way better.
The address and the poll information as well.
On the cams for Contra Costa County, the Maria fire.
RP was unaware. RP states someone was threatening the lady that got punched. Victim is a heavy-set lady with a ponytail. Unknown if they're still actively fighting.
God, Reno is always so violent. Anymore. It used to be a small town. It's different now.
Battle born under the railroad underpass.
Okay.
Time 3 copies.
Yeah, the Maria fire is contained in Contra Costa County.
Adam, Robert,
Awesome. Please share to social media. The links to the channel. That's how most people find us. It's word of mouth. We try to stay donation based. If you could drop $1 in or any super chat, super sticker. I need a laptop. Take the shot on the road. Please thank my mods and everybody else contributing today.
Next time for truck 11, 2244 group rate, number 140.
Okay, so Angela is saying that they think that it's a small homeless encampment that has lit on fire in Sparks, a secondary one.
We have just for information, sounds like PD's on scene because there's a small homeless encampment on fire.
Yep. Your feed must be 30 seconds ahead of mine, but yes, thank you.
3 copies.
God, people don't be stupid with fire today. Okay, so
The street name, please.
situation is stabilized in Contra Costa County. We are leaving that.
Friends of police plate, I believe.
Let's go back to.
Affirm, that comes back clear. Current on a 2006 Ford registered to Ryan Souza.
Go back to Nevada.
Is that car from the village, Zach?
Affirm, I was just going to call you.
Park 711 Power 1J3.
711.
Don't see much on cams about the news situation.
Bumper to bumper, I'm not even moving, so it could be a while on my end.
Virginia Peak.
Copy that, good luck.
This is where they had the crisis. We're still listening to the
MC3 tonight.
Reno. They're dealing with 2 fires now. The Reno region, excuse me.
That's 2 copies.
So this is our 1 hour time lapse. That's Mount Zion Road right there. So we're looking west. We don't want the fire to go over the hill and up the other side. Hopefully.
I'm just pulling up. Where do you want me?
Are you at Ironwood and Mountain Lion or Ironwood and Pyramid?
Ironwood and Pyramid.
Just go and hold there.
Oh, really, Angela? A sketchy area near a low-budget hotel? No way. You don't say. Oh, I'm kidding. But yeah, that's a good observation.
Thank you.
I drove through Reno.
Pull a second case from a previous one as well.
2022.
Or 2 cases. Southeast Parks.
Did not recognize
two
it.
Cases.
Did not recognize it. Second Reno area.
10-9, please.
Fire is.
Zero cell service right where we're at and staging.
Copy.
Let's go and see if we got a second fire on watch duty.
42, how's tonight? Let's have it tonight.
Does not look like it. Maybe watch duty doesn't cover the Reno area that well. Should. They should. It's got cams, it's got radio, so I don't get it. But let me find out where the Motel 6 is. Please hit the like, subscribe with the ring bell to know whenever we go live. Crisis.
6768.
Yeah, Smitty, that one's under control. We just heard it. It's not great.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's under control already? Okay, it probably won't be on watch duty.
671, Frank 51 about it.
Okay.
Smith, 410-8.
Alright, that would have been Highway 80 in Reno, Motel 6.
7, 3, 3%. X-ray 845, about it.
Sorry, Edward over 4509.
Right, switch channel, 8-9.
I just want to make sure I copy. It's exempt 84509.
Alright, just looking at the map, the Motel 6 was right next to big freeways, and that makes sense why there'd be encampments there.
Any of your new MiFis work there?
Let me look.
William 310.
I'm missing an event in Portland today. Duty calls, though. If anybody could please spare it.
Engine 11 on Virginia Beach.
Which one, Husky? There were two. There were two, Husky.
815, Paul Robert George.
The Ironwood does not look under control.
Great name.
We have two shelters now.
Edward 553, I'm 23.
And we'll go
Edward 553.
to the Equestrian Center. 1290
Command, Park, Rush 11 on Virginia Beach.
Valley Road, Reno. It's not looking under control on the cams at all. Only the homeless encampment one.
12 Mobile, go ahead and shut it down one more time.
Evacuations have not changed.
Command over there. Easier.
So we see that the fire's trying to climb up over the hills this way. It was spreading south along Ironwood Road, but now we're looking almost due west. It's trying to go up and over those hills. On the other side, there's homes.
Very nice. Have a good day.
Now let's do a 1 hour time lapse. It's the Ironwood Fire friends. We're listening to Chaos in Reno. Also, the firefight at the same time. We can't separate the law enforcement from the fire channel, so.
Looks like it'd be a good stop.
Southwest
Are
Pyramid
you
Lake.
on Evans or like on Lake? Was that you?
They were not the same fire,
That
though.
one actually just still invisible.
There's a homeless encampment at a Motel 6.
The RP, last person Earl, Mary, Edward, Robert, Robert, Ida, Lincoln, Lincoln, first step Brianna, Boy, Robert, Ida, Adam, Nora, Nora, Adam, date of birth 12/11/94, social 601-472888.
10-4.
Yeah, let's go back and look at Keys Road Fire. We stopped getting updates and couldn't hear anything. So let's go look back what's going on in Yakima. Thanks for the reminder. There was a secondary and a third fire in the region that they pounced on. We do not
1041, good afternoon.
have any evacuations lifted yet.
Good morning.
They're opening an evacuation center. The Red Cross is at 4 p.m.
Like east of.
I'm not sure why, unless there's residential neighborhoods I'm unaware of that were evacuated. It could be for the homeless, maybe. I don't know. River bottoms like this and camp, tend to have the camps. Maybe it's for those.
I'm on the way. Traffic is stupid thick. I'm going to start lane splitting here, but I'm at the spaghetti bowl. I think best case scenario, I'm 20 minutes out.
Crazy. She's still talking to Remza. Very minor injuries for her, or to her vehicle. The other vehicle, we already have a towing route. She said that she will do the 1050 and I'll do the site. But I appreciate you having it.
Okay, a 1050 is a vehicle collision. So we're hearing all kinds of police. Reno's a big city now, so.
We got it. Alright, well I appreciate that. I hate when a crash comes out dead for this exact reason. Alright, I will go 10-8 for the next one. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you, sir. Will do. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, the Keys Road has been going on for more than 3 hours. So I was late to the party when I began my broadcast. It had been going on for just about 1 hour, so it's been going on for 5. So I guess the people who were staying at it, that's a significant campground. That looks like for RVs and tents, that they would need a place to go. And the evacuation map that we had, there's some other, it looks warehouses, but there's some people that need a shelter. It's just surprising they're opening one, because the evacuation zone is a park, in River Bottoms area. So the Red Cross, this is the only information we have, not how the fire is going, or not just that they have a shelter. Terrace Heights Elementary School in Yakima opens at 4. This
Dump your tank, help with overhaul, and then get you back in the city for calls.
So one copies, Crossway, dump tank, assist with overhaul, back to city.
Okay, I think they may have been talking about the Ironwood fire. There's got to be people in Yakima listening to the tactical channels. I wish more people would volunteer with Watch Duty, and they're a crowdfunded source of information too. People can take a picture out their backyard. It's part of Watch Duty. You may not realize there's a camera button in Watch Duty. So if you don't have to be a volunteer or registered to be anonymous. Just take a picture of the fire, submit it, say you're anonymous. Anybody can submit fire info, and it's so valuable if anybody does. What is that?
Robert Ida Charles King Yellow, DOB 10/16/1991, no social. He's a Indian male from India.
Okay.
You got any more coming in, Andrew?
Yeah, we got 2 left.
Okay.
Now, they may be holding it at the unnamed road just south of Mount Zion.
Can I get a 27.91?
But look at the hills. We don't want it going up and over the hills. We're looking west.
They're going to dump their tank on the fire.
12 operator, copy. Thank you. Disregard.
Yeah, but that was dispatch, Angela. Like somebody in critical pain, like people trying to control their breathing. Can be just on the edge of howling in pain. That could be from one of the car accidents, but I thought it was dispatch.
Hey, Nevada ID for driver's license. Lots of Mary Edward David, Ida Nora Adam, space, Adam Lincoln David, Adam Nora Adam. First of Jordy, John Ocean Robert, David Yellow. DOB 1 of 95, and DOB.
Alright, try to mute stuff like that. There's a lot of police chatter that's really angering me. But, I mean, we are lucky to have anybody broadcasting at all. These ham radio guys are awesome. Or we would be so much in the dark about what's occurring. Imagine if we could just look at the cams and didn't hear anything else. I mean, we're deaf, dumb, and blind for the Yakima one, and it's awful when that happens. So, Angela says you'd be amazed at the things you see and hear at the encampments. Oh, yeah. That'd be one reality show now, wouldn't it? Not that I would want to exploit the homeless, but I mean, if they were like fly on the wall, you know what I mean? Like, you see it and you don't, but you're not in danger. I bet the most insane, wild stuff happens. It's just a pitiful state that our country is that everywhere right now, especially now that the drug flocka is taken over and it's supposed to be rabies in a bottle. Schizophrenia, rabies, and paranoia in a bottle. What a trifecta. Yeah. So, okay, here's fire again. It's on the radio. Let's listen. Watch.
Yeah, I'm disconnecting the line and going to refill. Can you please repeat what my assignment is after that?
Yeah, come back, lay some cones out for a parking area for you so you can park in the same area. Just load up, come back to the same spot.
Copy, sounds good. I'm shutting down.
We did have another retardant drop. We'll look at the cams. We'll look at the light radar.
21 at the top. Can we get the film?
That was. That was 327 though. I haven't seen another one. Hit the like button and if you could, you're on social media, you're on Facebook, you're on Twitter.
Just want to check CP by 123 at McQueen.
Help people find us.
Negative, not yet. 72 is just a couple minutes away.
Yeah, Terry, there's rain.
I'll continue till we get someone seen.
And thunderstorms in New Mexico, and so there's like mudslides that could be occurring where insult to injury, where the horrible devastation has happened in the South Fork fire and the Salt fire at Rebozo. But friends, yeah, do help people. SB Kathy, welcome back. Yeah, it did sound like a peacock, didn't it? I just hope if that's a human that they're okay, they're going to be better, that they get morphine or something. I'm muting that for your pleasure. I'm still listening. I don't know what the heck that is. Hey, welcome. I'm going to call you Sweet Panda. I think it's a panda, but I can't read your name in Chinese, so. Yeah, and SB Kathy, I think you got off just before I greeted you last night. But to catch people up to speed, this is not an over and done deal. At least 4 structures were on fire earlier. And I'm sorry if I pause. I'm still listening to the Reno radio. There's just so much police mixed in here. I can't get a word in unless I mute it. So what had happened is we have the 1 hour time lapse. I had just been playing unknown origin of the fire, but it seemed to be near a ranch or homestead in a little valley that's southwest of Pyramid Lake. northeast of Spanish Springs, which is further northeast of Reno. So it took off like a rocket. At least 4 structures were involved. That may mean heavily drawn, unclear. And then it raced towards other homesteads. They did a level 3 evacuation. Go now for the Ironwood Drive area. This camera is looking west by, almost due west. I think it's west by northwest. So we saw the smoke going to the left and probably to the southwest. So what the fire did is it paralleled the hills going south and kind of southeast. See you on the map. So this is where it currently is. And with our shade of relief cranked up a little bit, you can see the difficulty with the terrain there. If it climbs
is harassing passersby if they're throwing trash in the street. So right now, authorities have set Reno wearing a black baseball cap, black vest, black shirt, black pants, and a backpack. And South Virginia.
All right. Every once in a while, this stuff is funny. So there's a disturbance at a piercing facility in Reno, and there's somebody harassing, screaming, yelling, and throwing trash into the street, acting like a gorilla, basically. They've gone ape. Oh, now he's trashing a store with makeup products. That's on mute. Okay, Reno, I'm canceling my plans to move there. Okay, so this is the kind of danger right here. We don't have a road connecting this place. So if the fire, which is currently on this part of the hill, will try to climb and go leap, up and down like a dolphin over these mountains, mini hills, whatever they are. There's a lot more habitations on the other side here, where there's, I think they should be on notice. I don't know that they are on notice. Doesn't sound like it, but they probably should be. We're seeing the fire going over this particular hill. So I identified the Squiggle Road, which is where we saw a retardant drop right here, probably trying to protect this homestead. Last one was at 3:30. It's 4:13 p.m. right now. So this is called Mount Zion Road, Squiggle. This has no name. It's more like a big driveway. They may have been able to stop it right here on this road, but we did see a little bit of smoke on the other side. It's just could be smoke from the north side of the road or the south. So what we're seeing on the cams though is right here. The fire went over to the west, over the side here. It's in this little gully wash ravine thing. Probably has a dry seasonal monsoon creek, right? So we just don't want it climbing over. There's no real road access up there because they'd have to split their forces. And it's a long drive. Be here where they're fighting the fire, go all the way up and around. Like all the way up and around. But you can see how this little mountain pass thing would be like a little wind tunnel for the fire to go through if the wind changed directions at all. Or if it picked up. So I'm gonna turn it back on. Let's look at I don't believe we have a watch duty update.
Bravo 3, podium, District 90, red frequency. Gate Bravo 3, podium for engine 90.
Okay, friends.
Washington. Stand by, we'll walk 25 with you and we'll clear it together.
Okay, there's a Twitter. Okay, Angela's dropping Twitter links. I haven't even been able to get on social media yet. I forgot to tweet I was live. Oh, okay. I'll get the hang of this one day, friends. One day.
Sure, copy that.
So, all right. Stream health is good. We're no longer buffering. Great. If you can hit the like, sub, if you ever want to find us again, please share the link with anybody you feel might have use of this information. And $1 in the laptop fund by 20% of viewers, we'd have a laptop for taking this show on the road in no time. 2,200 viewers so far. So thank you all that have donated, especially on the.
One mobile, 21 of the pump. We're down to about a quarter tank.
PayPal. I have not been. It's been too hectic to check. So welcome back, Panda. I'm sorry. I'm quickly. Yeah. I wish I could drop your name in a translator. Is Sweet Panda okay? Is that a good nickname for you? Because you're so sweet and you've got a panda icon thing. But tell me what you'd like to be called, of course. I just fell asleep listening to History Channel.
Mountain Community Center, code 4.
And the 5 Sacred Mountains. That was pretty cool. I don't remember anything because I fell asleep to it, but.
Are you with BC, Sam?
Alright, friends are still listening?
He left me a couple minutes ago to go up that canyon to check it out, and he hasn't gotten back to me. We've been in touch by text.
I believe this is looking south.
Copy, resident at 4355 Wilcox Ranch Road advised they have a large pond that they are willing to let helicopters draw from.
Whoa.
Can you repeat the numerics on Wilcox Ranch? 4355 Wilcox Ranch Road has a large pond that the helicopter can draw water from.
Awesome.
Copy, I'll pass it on. Thank you. And the gate code, if needed, is the same. Copy.
Okay, guys. I'm serious when I said. That's so cool. This is courtesy of Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue. That's the air tractor. That must have been the drop next to Zion Mountain Road at 3:30.
Okay.
You can tell that the fuels, wherever the fire's been, it's just done. It's toast. These are just bushes. Thank goodness. But boy, as it moved fast, they have to get in front of it in order to stop it, and there's no roads that go up in the hills, so just a couple of dirt affairs.
No problem. You just had an open mic. We were worried.
That appear to dead end. So that might make this quite. Oopsie. I don't know why it unmutes it. I'm sorry. That might make this quite difficult. I'm gonna retweet. Oh, I gotta sign in now for a lot of cars. But that's copyright free at least. Let me sign in on Twitter on this.
HFJs, because it's like we have video of the battery where she threw the shaving cream at them, and then we're trying to figure out if they took the makeup product.
Two just looked like they sprinted down the aisleway going south. Are they already out of the building?
It's possible. One had a black tank top and like gray longish leggings, and the other had, I think, just black shorts.
Yeah, they're heading south. They might be as far south as near Lagos if you're on that side.
Okay, the person
I haven't seen anything, but they're doing some
who threw the fit in the piercing salon began throwing trash into the street, throwing around the trash bin, threatening people, yelling.
Did we have a victim from the shaving cream thing?
Assaulted somebody with shaving cream. What? It took off.
I don't think we're gonna catch them in time if they're already gone.
Oh, okay.
99's on it.
All right. So there's Mount Zion Road. Okay. Sorry.
Good morning.
Reno. Yeah, I'm definitely not moving there.
703.
So it used to be a small, lovely town. So this.
And that might be them.
Fires in the gully. What we don't want to.
1675 Sky Mountain Drive, number 138 at the Vintage Ridge Apartments for a physical 1016 between roommates. It's going to be 1675 Sky Mountain, number 1.
Okay, roommates are now fist fighting each other. Whatever a 1016 is, but as long as we don't see the fire climbing up the other side, we should be pretty good. There's a dry creek bed. This is the gully wash here. Now we're looking northwest, west-northwest. So maybe it looks like there's a little road. Maybe fire trucks or somebody's been able to get up in there. And maybe the dry creek bed, which looks like a bunch of rocks, may be enough. Oh, it just zoomed out. to stop the fire right there. And the best thing about this situation in their favor is these little bushes burn up and then it's out. This fire has to move to survive. All they got to do is prevent it from moving. Thank God there's no super thick brush, big trees. Maybe this burned recently, like last year or year before, maybe. It could be a lot worse. Some of the California fires, we've seen it come a lot worse. Target is checking their inventory to see how many Pokemon cards got horked today. It's another day in Reno. I could have a whole show about Reno. Yeah, Mark says I miss Reno, the biggest little city in the world. Yeah, the way it used to be. It used to have one street, basically.
Try to locate her.
It was possible down in the valley to make it like after work, after 5 p.m. Drive to Reno, gamble all night, show up to work the next day, pretend like you slept. Bring your business suit with you to Reno. There's all kinds of tales of that. Course 51 is still out on the fire. Okay, so this is the current view that we have.
919.
Let's see if we got a heat detection.
Definitely, thank you.
Thanks for trying to figure that out now.
So SP Kathy, I was going to give you a little going away party. I mean, you're not you're going away, but retirement party.
I got a visual of them. They're somewhere around the Cafe Bistro, but I don't know which business they went into.
Yeah, that's Reno. I blame
Search 711, 23 months.
Twitter's not allowing you
Go
to
ahead
share
and
it.
reset, guys. Kyle's not even in here, so I think we can just let that one go. Thank you.
Gonna go and reset.
Maybe I can breathe a minute. Woo! It's been last 4 hours, guys.
On scene total, including the RP. RP is advising that they locked the door. The other subjects are outside. No associated vehicle. RP believes they're leaving and we're no longer landline.
Still working on this. Want us to continue to hold, but their worry is it jumping or getting carried by wind, so they don't want to release us yet. Don't have a firm timeline either, so just continue to hold what you got. If the county cooperates, we'll keep holding.
Yes, it's holding for now.
In District 46 for Engine 44 medical emergency, fall at the 711 1515 Eagle Canyon Drive.
That's sad.
Dispatch Engine 44.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to mute that. We don't need to hear about somebody's fall. Whew, we got 138 likes, guys, but we've had 2,200 views plus. So please, please, please hit that like button. Yeah. I haven't even been able to look at the sites in Aero today because I went live during the emergency in Yakima, which no news is good news, I guess.
They're a City of Reno property, and since it's public property, they are allowed to issue parking sites, but only for that one specific violation.
Oh.
And what was the...
Okay, I thought that was about an evacuation center.
Failure to obey sign. So she said what they normally do is they watch video to see where people go, and if they leave property, like go to UNR or the rodeo, then they write them a ticket.
Well, and was he in an ER or something?
No, he is a patron of Evelyn Mount. He plays, I think, basketball, but she has his parking pass, she has his receipts. Hold on a second. She has his receipts and everything else to show that he was supposed to be there, and he actually had his schedule to show that he was supposed to be there, too.
Oh, nice. So they'll squash it?
Yeah, one way or another, it's done. So, good job, us.
Good job.
Good job. Let's upgrade a park enforcement.
Vehicle prior to leaving Reno, unit 1028, 1057, suspect 951, Reno clear.
All right. It's parking furor going on. All right.
Copy, thanks.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi, copy. I'm seeing a Hirewood.
Okay. What's the hashtag for the Ironwood fire? Is it Wow. Yeah, it is Ironwood fire, one word. Okay, I finally tweeted them live about 5 hours later. 4.5.
Engine 51 at 711 Eagle Canyon.
Guys, somebody was assaulted with shaving cream after a guy went ape at a piercing salon. Threw trash cans and trash at the patrons, went amok, picked up shaving cream, assaulted someone with shaving cream.
528 Yellow 64, clear, active, 2011 Hyundai 4-door sedan with an address on Wessex, break.
And fled the scene. So, this,
205
right?
X-ray 40, clear, surrendered, 2008 Ford wagon. And Warius, clear, active, 2016 Honda Coupe.
Okay, I'm eating that. This, we are seeing the camera from the east, looking to the west. So this is the squiggle road called Mount Zion. The fire went over this mountain, and this is the dry creek bed right here. Little rocks, basically. And some bushes, presumably. So if they can just stop it right here, they say that it is holding for the moment. That's great. But if they said they are worried that the wind, rational, might kind of hop this point, go above their heads, hit the other part of the hills, and go the other side. So that's why they're not releasing a lot of units right now, and they're saying, please, we need to still have a lot of people at scene in case that happens, and that's very wise. Now, like I said, guys, earlier, if you put a pond on your property, especially a pretty large one, the chances of firefighters going to your property and saving your building increase in a huge amount. And even if the fire breaks out on somebody else's property adjacent, if you can help out, that saves your property too. We just heard somebody say, I have a big pond. Go ahead and use it for helicopter drops. A helicopter working in the canyon might do excellent work right there. But if it just holds for a little bit, these bushes are going to burn up pretty quickly. It's just a little bit of time they need. Then they can either let them burn up and then have full ground here, or they could go direct, which means, it's just little pocket of fire left. The other stuff is burned, but there's just a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. Splash, right? So, okay. Listening. Yeah, Husky. Hey, Mystery. We have evacuation orders in Arizona. Oh dear, what's happening? Let's look.
Engine 90.
What's going on in Arizona? The ghost fire by Goldfield, Arizona.
Morning, 1041. Seeing around the main station.
Oh dear. Lost it.
Vehicle and then 1050 into building number 1. This is a vehicle from a gray Kia Soul 911 X-ray Charles, Mary, Nevada. No actual damage to the building. Vehicle is an ignition and there's a screwdriver on the driver's seat. A non-suspect at this time is looking further. 3285 Clover Way.
Oh, wow. You know, it's an old car and somebody stole a car with a screwdriver. It got abandoned, still running, nobody there with a screwdriver in the seat. That's just makes me angry. The Goldfield Ghost Town is here. This is a world famous preserved historical mine. Oh, oh no. Oh no, this is why I wanted to go film eventually. Oh no. Okay. They must be calling it the Ghost Fire because it must be like Ghost Town Road or something. Oh, okay. They must, yeah, they've got some pretty significant winds. Looks like they're coming out of southeast if this is anything to go by. You can't see it, but I can faintly see it. That's Bluebird Mine and the Goldfield Ghost Town. Look, it's like preserved like a museum. Probably reconstructed a little bit. No, 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 no. There's an old train station. No. No, we can't lose this. This is a gem of the United States. No. What? Sacramento? Okay. I don't see evacuation orders on the Ghost Fire, though. Was I confused? We're still listening. We're still listening.
You're heading where for fuel?
We're still listening to the station. Reno.
10-3 is a significant train route with Tom 59 to 3285 Clover Way.
Okay, police is just talking over the fire, so I'm just gonna mute that for a second. We'll keep an eye on this. Sacramento is on fire again, or the region. Oh, let's go look. Not again. I love cars. Okay. Zooming back to California. Zooming back to California. It's by Mather again? What is going on? It's by Mather, right? Southeast Sacramento? It is! Still a bit further west. What in the name of... Okay. Jackson Road. Ground zero for mysterious fast-moving crazy fires. Is that a mine? Looks like a mine. That... Is that an old dredger? Oh. It's like a giant gold dredger, but it's stationary. Whoa. That's a... Whoa. More mining history at work, at threatened. So sink 2 acres. Second alarm requested, but this time we have a south wind. It was a north wind the other days where everything went crazy. They've got a parking lot in a little corporate area, corporate building area. It's in a mall, something. It's Jackson Road and Florin Perkins Road, not too far from Mesa, near a big old mine thing. The Sacramento River has a lot of gold in it, so dredging is and working the dry diggings where the course of the river used to be is a great way, most economical way to get a lot of gold. That's where the majority of the Sacramento County, Yuba County, Feather County gold is coming from. It never stopped. They have old machines and dredgers from the 1800s. It could be a quarry, but they've got more sophistication in a quarry. I believe those are leaching ponds. So they'll process spit the rocks out, get to the soil and the loam and the silt, and they'll use the cyanide mercury vats and other methods to leach it out. As long as they collect the cyanide and mercury, it's not polluting anymore. Just in the old days, they used to just throw it into the river, done with it, and let it leak. And that's why there's so much pollution. But let's get a cam. These days, it's pretty harmless. All right. It's like Sacramento was jealous of the attention of the other fires. Hold my beer. We can't see anything on this cam. This is the same cam we were watching the other two crises. Kansas fire, San Luis Obispo, look out. We don't have any good cams on this. It's just a little side of the road fire. Maybe they can catch it. Let's move on to the new Kansas fire. Ah, that only made a sound. I'm still listening to Reno, and I'll turn it back on if we hear anything more. Okay, new fire. San Luis Obispo. Let's go. Let's go. San Luis Obispo County, excuse me. What? Oh, and there's a small willow fire next to where the Maria fire was. Guys, that's on the freeway west of Antioch. Oh, where did it go? What was its name? We're gonna need some more blood sugar here. Donate to my cookie and donut fund, guys. Please. Remember to like. Remember, there's a share button, and that'll bring up a link. You can text anybody that you think can use, benefit, or be amused by this information. Because, okay, San Luis Obispo County, just east of Morro Bay, a little bit inland, and just northwest of San Luis Obispo. 10-acre fire. They are counseling dozers, but the fire is running along the southbound Highway 1 from Kansas, but Tanker 107 is on the way. So if we go follow the coast, there. And that's two.
The Jim and Dieter just hold it so we don't get else coming in. We're not able to lock it, but I got a call into the Dean. He's telling me where the keys are.
Anyway, that's Reno Police. I thought it was the firefighter. So they may close Highway 1. So they said it's running along Highway 1. Got a cam. The tanker might be able to just handle it. Okay. God, what a cool looking mountain. Okay, there's no news about the fire in Ironwood by Pyramid Lake. It's mostly just Reno PD chaos. They're trying to sting operate. There's some shoplifters or something, and they're trying to get them coming out the exit doors. So, no, that's very exciting. So I think we'll do a smaller time lapse. This is pretty new fire. So the 15-minute is supposed to be by Highway 1, racing along the highway. So, yeah, a couple of airplanes on the way there. They're saying potential for 15 acres. This is west of the town of San Luis Obispo.
And quarters.
Engine, what is it?
Robert,
Anyway?
436.
I'll show you in quarters. That's what she just said. That's a crazy pyramid mountain right there. I didn't know that existed. Okay, once again, a fire starting by a road. Morro Bay is where my Indian tribe lives. Oh, wow.
Why don't you give that, if you have cell service, give that RP a call. But I'm with you. I thought we were in contact with him.
Which tribe?
Or 323, 325, 345. I can show you all 10 names.
2378, next Sergeant. 2578, thanks.
Got it. Forward progress stopped. I was hoping we'd see a drop or something. Did the tanker... Did the tanker do anything?
Should I leave it up or clear it? You can leave it up if you think.
Now that's a good pound. That's a good pounce. Yay! Alright, phew.
10-8 warning.
Anyone?
Okay, awesome. So that situation's taken care of. What fire was that called? That was the Kansas. Okay, forward progress stopped. Cool. I wasn't track of how many we've had. So Kansas fire of San Luis Obispo. Forward progress stopped. Okay, let's round up our fire info. Which fire do you want to know about, friends? It's been hot and heavy. I am exhausted. My heart goes. Whoops. I've been talking over them. Sorry, I thought they were muted. My heart goes every time something breaks out. It's like I've been on a treadmill. You guys feel that way sometimes? So as far as we know about the Ironwood, it's holding steady. We got aircraft like Tanker 910.
Monte Ranch Parkway, District 12, Engine 12. Response southbound to Interstate 580 and the Monte Ranch Parkway.
That's a vehicle fire in Reno. Or
Engine 3, red frequency assignment, lift assist. Respond 1890 Rolling Brook Lane, District 3.
okay, I'm muting that. Vehicle fires today could get really bad depending on where they occur. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. We're listening to Reno PD and the region's fire and whatnot. So where is Tanker 910 going? The sites has got some helicopters. So 3 hours ago, the sites had an update. Remaining around 19,195 acres. Still 25% containment.
Go ahead and stay where you're at. We're going to finish clearing this hall, and then we'll be done with 200.
200 hall, 200 winds coming out.
Okay, that's different. The police just said, all right, where are you at? We don't want to put you in the crossfire. That's ominous. I'm thinking about the sting operation going violent, I guess. Well. So we got choppers. For the sites fire. The focus Friday is on the north end of the fire and holding it there. by conducting heavy mop-up operations in advance of the heat advisory and the south winds forecasted this weekend. The link to a full Facebook post there. Just gonna, you guys can explore that. This is the watch duty link for the Sites fire, which is COLUSA County. Now let's zoom out and see if that thing at Sacramento amounted to anything. Still says 2 acres. There's a copter overhead doing water drops with 3 additional wildland engines requested per radio traffic. Maybe we've got I don't think we could. We still can't see anything. All right. Okay. There we go. A little easier on the eyes. Let's look back at sorry, I'm still listening to Reno, so every once in a while I'm just making sure it's not fire. So this is the ghost fire is concerning to me. This is in the middle of our richest gold mining history, Goldfield, Arizona. Serious tourist attraction, preserved ghost town and mining town. People come from all over the world there. And there's not much other kinds of tourism in Arizona, you know, unless you're extremely physically fit and like to hike in the desert. So it's at 87 acres. When it said Lost Dutchman State Park, I'm like, wait, the Lost Dutchman mine? The Lost Dutchman mine? So that's Goldfield, Arizona. We'll continue to look back. We have no updates. It just says it's 87 acres. So let me look back. Chat. No new questions. Yeah, they renamed the Sacramento fire to Florin Perkins Fire. There's a couple of helicopter drops on it. You know what? CalDOT. Caltrans.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, they just said that there was a resident evacuated by a female in advance, so they're trying to account for everybody at the Ironwood fire. Let's see if we've got an update. It's holding. And look at this drop, guys. Hopefully it won't be loud. It's loud. But check it out. I mute it. Imagine if we had like 20 of these. 20 air tractors from crop dusters. Back-to-back drops. Some of these little brush fires would not stand a chance. Sagey stuff. Man. I'm still listening to the Reno scanner. We cannot see what's going on in Sacramento unless we find some traffic cam. All right. More chaos in Reno. Oh. Okay, you don't want to be hearing what I'm hearing in Reno. Ooh. They're hunting a child predator. You just got a report. That's all I can say. I don't want to say anything more. I don't want to. I'm in. Ow. It makes me mad even here. Oh. Okay. All right. But this is what it's like in cities. The police get calls like that all the time. So which fire was this? This was the Maria. We can shut that down. But I'm reaching about maximum tabs before we risk crashing again. So, all right, that was the one we were trying to monitor. Sacramento. How is the smoke situation in the valley? I wonder, friends. I think I need to get some ice water in a second. Let's see what the temperature is in Portland. It's pretty balmy. I've never adjusted to the Portland humidity. All right, guys. It's still super hot and it's going to be bright, and all of the heat wave is still lasting till 10 p.m. I could go to sleep right now with the level of exhaustion I got. It's 90 degrees. And my little computer is becoming an oven. Making this room an oven. Boy, does it crank out heat. I could just put my hand on the blowhole super vents I got at the top. I've got a radiator like that of a car. Water cooling the CPU. The Ryzen 9 5600X. It'll heat your room. You don't need to turn the heater on in winter. So your donations mean more than you can know, because this cranks up my energy bills. Okay, they're just talking about regular topics on Reno. I'll continue listening to it so you don't have to. But man, Reno PD, I have respect for what they do. That city is chaos. Chaos. All right, let's check. No new information about what's going on in Sacramento. That's right. We're going to do a Caltrans. We're going to do Caltrans. Let's see if we can find Caltrans. Sacramento, Paris. Caltrans CCTV map. Okay, that's fire related.
The custodial closet. We got it.
Nora, first Robert, Ocean, Boy, Edward, Robert, Tom, date of birth of 06-29-96, and a DL of 080500544.
Okay, I'm muting that. That's no longer. They said brush 39. Talk. So I don't see any smoke or anything. I think it's looking west. That freeway sucks, man. Now the fire is right here. Hopefully it won't get into this bog marsh thing, because if it does, that's where there's plenty of fuel. They were struggling with that the last two crazy fires. We don't have a traffic cam. Was worth a shot. Alright, looking back at the chat. Hey, Terry, thank you for being here. And thank you for being an awesome PayPal supporter. Let's see what kind of donations we've gotten today, friends. You've been so generous last few days. As soon as things calm down, we're doing a tally of where the donations came in, what time, how much, which days. And then we will look and see what we can get for the money for a laptop, And because I have partly muted the phone, I needed to know about fire updates. And PayPal is usually not on the list there. Hey, we just got an update on this one. Forward progress stopped. Because Sacramento doesn't need more chaos. Yay. Yay, friends. What should we check on now? I was kind of looking at the site's fire. Excuse me, I'm listening. Upper app, okay. No new information, but when you have a VLAT, you got a Hercules. In these narrow canyons, that's got to be insane. We haven't gotten a PayPal donation today. Unless the app is screwing up. I don't think we've gotten any donations today. Unless, is this broken? Oh dear. I guess there's days like this. Awkward. I was just gonna thank the people on PayPal who have been donating, but I don't believe we've gotten a donation yet today. Well, we want to remain advertisement free. This is not brought to you by HelloFresh or anything else. Not to single them out, but you know what I'm saying. We never want to have to put ads on a live stream with emergencies. A, it's distasteful, and B, what if it plays over critical information? And that'll depend on you, friends. Even $1 helps right now. The pin, not only is there a link in the description video and the About Me page, but Cash App and PayPal links are up in the pin chat message. Okay, more chaos in Reno. I don't know how much more I can. Yeah, I did. Is it not there? Is it not visible? There's gotta be something wrong here. Usually when we have 2,400 viewers, at least a couple people donate. We've had a good trend of it happening the last few days. Yeah, it's a little odd. I'm wondering if something was wrong with the links or something. You don't have to have PayPal to use PayPal. Just, by the way, yeah, is the pin post? Yeah, it seems to be functional. We're working on a couple other ways to make it easy to donate. Zelle is what most banks are doing these days, and people can log into their bank app. I'm trying to figure that out for one of my accounts. It's a little bit involved. So we've got PayPal, Cash App. Yes, there's still chaos in Reno. I may have to shut that down. That's really distracting how the police are just constantly chattering about crimes. All right. In fact, I'm doing it. I have to have a break from that. Angela, you're doing an awesome job. If you continue monitoring that, I've got to turn off Reno for myself. Whew. Listening to Reno's crime problems. I don't think you can hear Alexa behind me, but she goes, "It's 5 o'clock on Friday. Celebrate the weekend." And she just played a cheering sound. That was cute. Did they rename the Ghost Fire to the Mammoth Fire? That's strange. Okay. I am sadly curious about the situation in New Mexico. The fires turned deadly. There's more than 1,400 structures lost. The Salt and the South Fork fires. We just haven't had an update since I last looked at this, closer to the start of the stream. They have a flash flood warning because now, that's right, we were going to look at my radar. They have a flash flood warning because the fire just destabilized the soil. There's a lot of ash. So when water hits the ash, it's like a weird liquid slurry that really flows like crazy on top of other soil. And there's so much of it that can be produced, it can just bury houses up to their rafters in certain circumstances. So it's no joke. Can you imagine if maybe your house survived or was mildly damaged? Come home and it's full of mud? That happens sometimes. So they have a flash flood warning for several of the burn scars around here. And there's thunderstorms ripping through the middle of the country. Eastern Idaho, Montana proper, the Midwest, Tornado Alley, crazy thunderstorms. Let's check the weather. Okay, oh, peace and quiet, finally. So, yeah, we were checking on Idaho. Oh, the Idaho vegetation fire. How's that one doing? Let me quickly check on that, guys. I hid it behind a tab. There's no recent updates. Maybe they pounced on it and got it. All right. It never had a name. It was just in Van Dusen Road, Emmett, Gem County, Idaho. Vegetation fire. That looked crazy though for a bit on the cams. It was one of those where you couldn't hear it, couldn't see it particularly well. So okay, we'll look back. All right. Looking at our weather again. You can see this moisture and the crazy amounts of lightning ripping through the plains, Great Falls, Montana. Some of it just on the border with Idaho earlier, and we were worried that that might generate a lot of strong winds and get that vegetation fire cooking. Dodged a bullet. Salt Lake City has some thunderstorms forming over it. Los Alamos, Albuquerque. Massive continual lightning, strong winds kind of coming out of the Gulf and meeting some crazy erratic winds coming in and spilling over all directions in the Rockies. Denver's windy, looks dry. Thankfully, most of this lightning is accompanied by wet. Significant rain. Excuse me. If it wasn't, can you imagine the insanity we'd be having with new fires breaking out? A lot of these are raining out some of, or at least hurting some of the prior fires, but the rain didn't come soon enough to save towns like Reno. The downtown looks fairly all right, but not neighborhoods. And there have been fatalities. So I hope the landscapers don't come this way. They did yesterday. I'll be upset. I may have to mute things for a bit if they do, but hopefully this will be all right. So craziness. They say we're in La Nina El Nino neutrality, that we're at normalcy right now, but potentially shifting to La Nina. Having a La Nina winter would be pretty nuts. So it'll be extreme weather either which way. Our best chance for more normal weather for the summer through winter would be staying in the neutrality. That's the best chance for normal weather. Of course, we should expect it to be punctuated by a couple of weekends or weeks of, whoa, that was weird weather, you know. It's just the way it is these days. But let's pray that neutrality stays. So hopefully we got a breather. Let me check on watch duty on the phone and see if I've missed something. I'm monitoring the 3 western states. Idaho when we can, but it's rare that we really can. So there's near Boise 2 little fires. A polecat fire where air attack was released. Police requested to check trails for any hikers, so no. Wouldn't that be a nightmare? The McLokin fire, grass fire and light flashing fuel 7 minutes ago, but no structures are threatened. That's great. Easy to wrap up Idaho there. Our vegetation fire looks better on the cams. Returning to the Ironwood fire. No change in evacuations, no updates. Angela's got us listening to the radio still, because I can't handle Reno. Not anymore. Let's see, do we have an update yet on the Sites fire? 3 hours ago only. I already read that. They want, with the Sites fire in Colusa County, to focus on the north end because winds might be coming up from the south over the weekend. So, focusing on the north end where it's currently really weak, that's a great idea to put in your defensive lines right now and get ready for it to arrive. Now, I'm not sure how much of a threat south winds are compared to north winds. North winds are terrible because they contain the really dry air from eastern Oregon. South winds sometimes have a little bit of moisture from the Bay Area stuff, but don't quote me on it. We'd have to learn more. It's just in the region, people quake with fear when north winds are forecasted to be high. I just don't hear a lot of south wind terror, you know what I'm saying? But it doesn't need to be hot and dry any kind of wind because the vegetation has been baking and just baking and baking. Any kind of wind can cause some crazy running fires that just may run into neighborhoods before response can be, well, assembled. We've already seen them chase and rush after fires, even in very heavily populated and paved road flatland areas. Like they even struggle in places like Sacramento, right next to retardant bases, where aircraft could take off in 4 minutes and respond. You saw how it was so difficult to respond with the Douglas fire and the one prior. So we have a very small 2-acre canal fire northwest of Corning. They did have airplanes on it, no longer. And I'm just reading from my phone because I'd make your car sick just zooming around so much and watch duty on desktop. So back in Kern County, the water fire that we covered earlier, 3 hours ago, the forward progress was stopped. It was 20% contained. They released much of the aircraft. No new updates. Aero, we could go checking on, which we haven't done. Yep, as expected, they lifted the mandatory evacuation. And that was 4 hours ago, it looks like. But the evacuation warnings are in place now, where they prior were in the areas that were previously mandatory. So the public, though, around the Aero fire in COPPEROPOLIS region, stay alert. It's not quite a done deal. If the winds and when the winds pick up, I don't know how COPPEROPOLIS might be affected. We should probably look at its forecast. Any little fire hot coals that are hiding in the little tree stump, any little rabbit hole, the whole affair can spring back to life. So it's going to be critical that we check the forecast for COPPEROPOLIS and understand what the weekend holds in store. It's a place dear to my heart. Well, all ghost towns are, but you know, and it's a compliment. Ghost towns once had a glorious past, just shadows of their former selves. But in the Wild West, ghost town is a badge of honor. So we have 91 degrees there. It's baking, and we're not going to get any real, like anywhere else today, any real relief until after 10 p.m. because sunset is right around 9:30. It's one of the longest days of the year. And then I guess the days get shorter, eh? Weird how that happens. Just as it seems like summer starts, it's beginning to end. So for COPPEROPOLIS, what is this background? Well, that doesn't make it easier to see. Road map. Ah, my eyes. Topography. Ah, my eyes. The fire footprint is the same color as the surrounding areas. So is it perceptible? Do we want this as the background or not? Hard to say. I'm still waiting for Electric Beaver to check in. I hope he does. He should be able to have returned back home by now. Hope his donkey made it. I'm not sure on the status of some horses that were let free. We'd have to check Facebook for that. So let me check chat. 1 second. Desi, hey Desi, how have you been? It's been a kind of a crazy day, creating super tiredness. Yeah. Unofficial Washington State wildfire alert says Tinker 9110 is en route to the upper Applegate. Wow. It is incredible what passenger jets, that's a DC-10, can do in canyons. You would think that they just wouldn't go there, but we've seen them even in the Cajon Pass in years prior, just drop a huge load and then do near vertical climbs. Right as they're about to slam into canyon walls. I would give anything to be able to see that. I hope the fire department's release or other, journalist types will be there to film it there and release a video. I really wish we had a camera over there. So hey Desi, yeah, I know about your day and I'm sorry. So, all right, looking back here, really we have no donations today. I've been live doing hard work, so the mods and everybody for 5 hours. When I say your dollar donation makes a difference, it really, really does. I'd like to at least have some coffee for today's hard work. Or donuts. Donuts, yeah. Donuts. Wait, did C-Probe get me a donut? He's back home now. I put that on the shopping list. Ooh, I would run over there and grab it. Did you get donut? Yeah. Oh man, I need a donut right now. I don't know about you guys. I don't have that many chocolate treats still around. Okay. COPPEROPOLIS weather. Let's go. 90-ish degrees right now. Skies are clear. we're at the high of the day. Winds are 9 miles per hour from the west. That's because it actually really isn't windy, but what's happening is the heat of the day causes something towards the mountains where that heat rises, so it causes the wind to just go up into the mountains. And as everything cools after sunset, so after 10, at some point, cold air sinks, hot air rises, so the winds will reverse direction and go out of the mountains to the valley. When they're lazy like this, that's generally what's happening. It's called the upslope or up canyon winds, switching to the nighttime down canyon wind. So while wind is present, it's mostly just because the hot air is doing that thing. It's like a lava lamp. The low temperature will be 70 tonight. I wish it was colder. That would make it easier to clean up this fire and put it to bed. The nights that we had 65 degrees, gifts from God in fighting this fire and preventing it from enlarging the other days, the days after. Almost all of this destruction happened on a single afternoon. Well, we were live. We got the evacuation out before the authorities because we saw it on the cameras, and then we just said to everybody listening, prepare to evacuate downwind. I'm not sure how many minutes we gave advance warning to Electric Beaver and other locals who presumably started calling each other as we called for on the channel. But whatever it was, we helped some people. This is why our channel is so important. We hear, not only do we hear firefighters say fire has changed directions or jumped a line, prepare to evacuate a neighborhood, and we get it out there in less than 1 minute to the public. But also it's sometimes painfully obvious that a fire is just going to take off running and downwind should just start moving out. So I called for it immediately the moment I saw it. That's, if you've ever been in a situation like this, moments count, minutes count. You know, can you take animals with you or can you set them free? Moments count. Is a evacuation route going to be blocked? You getting past a dead tree falling, a dead on fire tree falling on the road, a minute can count, right? Or being trapped by it. So here, what are we looking for down the line? I think I should read NOAA weather because it's the 23rd. Yep, we're going to have wind gusts 16 miles per hour, they're saying on Sunday. 13 tomorrow. Today, up to 14. But the south wind event that's going to hit the COLUSA area, maybe straight from the Bay Area, it's hard to say. That may not affect COPPEROPOLIS that much. Because everybody knows that the Napa region, the Bay Area, we don't have donuts. I just got a reply from C-Probe. There's no donuts. Okay. I'll survive. I'll survive. He did get me a bag of Hershey Kisses, though. Those are good to snack on for blood sugar. So let me read you COPPEROPOLIS' NOAA weather. And write down is at 5:22 in the stream. We're going to look at the weather forecast for these existing fires in California. And do this to, when I can, put chapters in the videos. Because it's really mean to tell people, oh, I covered that extensively yesterday. And they go, when? What time? I don't know. It was a 12-hour stream somewhere in there. That's all kinds of mean, you know? So I am looking at NOAA weather on my phone, an app by Pandemonium Software. Don't get the one with the sun. That one has the worst. It's a totally different app. It's also called NOAA weather, but that one is the worst privacy violations I've ever seen. And there's few apps that just collect everything about you and send it to the developers. Just it was awful reading their privacy policy. So the good one is NOAA Weather by Pandemonium Software. Okay, so we have a weather station somewhat nearby Angels Camp. Elevation around here is 1,155 feet. The hills. The heat advisory is still in effect. Copperopolis until 8 p.m. Saturday. But tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Expect high temperatures anywhere from 100 to 106. Limited overnight relief with low temperatures. It'll be in the mid 60s to mid 70s. This applies to the central Sacramento Valley, the Mother Lode, northern Sacramento Valley, northern San Joaquin Valley, and the eastern side of the southern Sacramento Valley. It's from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, this heat advisory. Now, even if it's not very windy, heat can fuel a fire. The three things a fire needs is oxygen, fuel, and heat. The hotter it is, just the more crazy fires get in intensity, wind or not. Once we get over 90 degrees, hold on to your butts. The ferocity of something, no matter what it is, burning in the heat versus cool of the day, tremendously different. So the impacts are that hot temperatures may cause heat stress and illnesses, of course. Hydrate. Take a siesta in the middle of the day. Do things early morning, late at night. Things don't cool off until 10 p.m. So chill. Just chill. Early morning and then chill. Right? Your activity. Additional details. Widespread moderate heat risk. Areas of major heat risk are expected. The warmest lows in the northern and central, the warmest overnight lows will be in the northern and central Sacramento Valley and foothills. So, but statistically what this means, and check on your neighbors, it says so, and it's true, several times a day. The elderly can't tell when they're becoming heat stressed like anybody else can. Sometimes their bodies just don't react accordingly, don't produce enough sweat, and don't even give them the same kind of feedback to the nerves. You or I might, feel obviously, I'm tired, I'm heat exhausted, I'm going to sit down. And it's just a thing. So it's make your tea, put your iced tea in the fridge, offer it to the neighbors, kind of thing. And if you've got air conditioning, consider sharing it and having a watch party of, I don't know, classic movies or something. Invite the people who are vulnerable over. So that is our heat advisory. And tonight, like we said, it's a low around 70. As far as people dying in heat stress related injury, heat stroke, heat exhaustion, and dehydration, the toxic mix, usually this occurs when nighttime doesn't have much relief. As long as the body gets some rest, as long as people can open their windows at night, cool off their house, and then have a cool night and at least a cool morning until the sun beats on the windows, starts heating the house up. Those situations are the best, and you get in extreme danger when you just can't cool off at night. That is when you should seriously be concerned about neighbors that don't have air conditioning or have frail health. Well, that's when anybody can suffer heat stress illnesses in a serious way too. But of course, you think of the vulnerable first. Tomorrow, it's going to be a high of 102, sunny and hot, with a calm wind becoming south-southwest around 6 miles an hour in the afternoon. So tomorrow, let's look at the wind portion of NOAA weather for COPPEROPOLIS. We don't have any gust information. Things will be generally calm, 7 to 8-ish miles an hour. Probably, I would just imagine it could gust to 10 or a little bit more than that. Now the temperature, if we go into the evening, like I said, no real relief till after sunset. After 9:30, it'll be about 78. 5 in the morning, 71. It's about as cool as it's going to get. At noon, it's 94. By 3 p.m., it's about 102. So hold on to your butts. At least there's decent relief. Where after 10 p.m. tomorrow night, it goes down to 83. After midnight, 79. But man, that's a long time for the cold to finally arrive. The coolness, I mean. It's going to be about 2 in the morning before it even gets to 75. Ugh. Ugh. So we don't need to look at dew point or anything like that. That's, 50 degrees. And are we going to get near that? Heck no. Sunday, still going to be a high around 100, 102. At least Sunday night, because a little bit cooler with a low of 68. This forecast. So we get no warnings about wind, not at COPPEROPOLIS. So whatever's affecting the site's fire, the south wind, it's looking more and more like it's coming from the ocean or the Bay Area. But we'll see. Let's go see and check on COLUSA County. Okay, don't go haywire. Okay, there we go. Behave. Let me look back at chat. Oh, we just had a new beep from Watch Duty. Let me check that. So everything's looking quite good for the cleanup of the Aero fire. It's another gift from God that they're, knock on wood, not any strong winds in the forecast. They really could button this up very soon. All right, let me check on the chat. Nobody's in the chat. Everybody else is taking a nap like I am, trying to, or wanting to. Okay, well, just let me know if you want me to read out your weather or check on a fire. We'll check on the South Applegate in a second. I don't believe we have any cams. Really wish we did. In fact, let me look. If there's VLATs going in there, man, I want to watch that. We still have an eye in the sky that is hanging out. And I hope Angela's still listening to it. Up by Spanish Springs in the Reno area, general area. See if they update us. Ironwood Fire. We do have an update, do we? That looked old. No containment on it yet. But progress is being made. We have a little video. Okay, check it out. Resize this. Let me restart it. Wow. Light winds now have taken over. That is a gift. It's looking better and better at the Ironwood. If they would put more dirt roads and fire access roads, I mean, we know this started at a homestead. Unfortunately, it looked like it on the camera. But if lightning typically could cause this, happens in a grid of squares with fire access roads, they could just have these as a routine, not even newsworthy situation. Oh gosh, not watch studio. A new fire. It's hoping for a little break. So I'm glad that Truckee Fire is sharing these videos with the public. This puts us at ease, doesn't it? Nice and mild. Nice and mild. This must have burned somewhat recently because these bushes are not very big, and the more frequently it does, the better off everybody is. The desert can have some pretty heavy rain years, and then the bushes go insanely tall, and then they just die. But there's still dead on the landscape for years. It's wise. What Indians used to do is just set these fires on purpose in the low intensity kind of days to prevent the fire load buildup. And if we gridded the landscape, we could protect properties that way too. Do some control burns, low intensity, and then have a much better time at that. Okay, so that's our last update on the Ironwood. Still got a lot of resources there. Very sad that we may have lost 4 structures of unknown. I don't know what they were. But when they said 4 structures were involved, there's no mention of a knockdown on the structures, which means they really may have been lost. It's hard to say. Sometimes firefighters just text each other about that sort of thing. But if they don't say on the radio, we're done protecting that structure, ready for another assignment, it's very possible that they were lost and they just don't want to see on the radio that, that's a tough way to find out. So we'll continue to check on things. The new fire is in Lynn County, Oregon. Okay. And it is in the mountains, southwest of Sweet Home, south of Crawfordsville, northwest of Mabel, the ghost town. Not much left of Mabel or Windling. 2 old lumber ghost towns. That's in rugged terrain there. I doubt we'd have a look at it. It's at the end of a little road. That may be a property, like where somebody lives, or there's a Christmas tree farm or something. It's off of Horse Rock Ridge Road. Oh, the 15-1-18.2 fire. Okay. That's creative. We'll monitor it. Okay. Got a bit of a north wind there. Now let's see if there's any way to check on them. I'm sure there's no cams. It'd be on watch duty, but wow, the VLATs. Got C-130 and Tanker 132, another Hercules, circling around, and I think it was one of the DC-10s, wasn't it? Tanker 910 that was heading there. Check it out. Let's check it out. I don't think I made a specific tab for that one. All right, Upper Applegate. You can see Tanker 130. God, at low altitude, those mountains are pretty tall. The peak of Mount Baldy right there is 4,600 feet. And he's at 4,700. That is bite your fingernails off. Scary low elevation. Excuse me, altitude for pilots. So presumably the fire is racing up the hill, and this seems to be where dead trees are from perhaps the 2020 fires. It makes it dead and living. Gonna make it nightmarish. So there are some logging roads and fire access roads. Yeah, he even disappeared off radar. He's so low. He's got to be making a drop right now north of Star Gulch Road. It's a narrow canyon mountain pass where the fire raced up into dead trees. It's a race against time to salvage log the trees off the landscape before they cause another horrifying event. Hey, Squirrel, how you doing? You're in Ole, Washington? Where's Ole, Washington at? Husky says I'm out to get spaghetti. You are approved, Husky, for spaghetti. L Vector, you in? Are you ready to come back and land? Dr. Elephant is here. Hey, welcome. Man, I was hoping to get like a little nap or something. John Sater says, hey, Cat, you and your spanners do a bang-up job. You're a godsend when the monster fires had us surrounded. Which one surrounded you again, Sater? I can't recall. That was Dixie? Or are you talking about us in general? Because I gotta get some blood sugar in me. It's time for more food. Yeah, hey, good to see you, A-Scroll and everybody. Yeah, oh, Olympia, right. I was like, that sounds like Olympia, but you had a little fire there today by the road. But thank you. We have made 0 donations today. That's because most of the people watching, many donated yesterday too. But this is it's a little hard to swallow. It's okay. Some days will be like that. We've had 26,000 views though, so I think what we need to do as people come in and out is average view duration of 10 minutes. Some people stay for hours, of course. Some go, what did I click on? You know, mostly people come in and out as they go about their day, and especially it's Friday. You know, a lot of people are still at work and can't just totally tune in. But we'll do a tally if once we're done with the weather and looking at the Applegate. This one worries me greatly. Yakima was first because it had proximity to people, but this one has the potential to become a huge monster. The terrain, the dead fuels, difficulty accessing, proximity to Medford, and Buncombe. I still think there may be ruins there of the old ghost town. I don't know. It's in old ghost town books. Not sure. It may have been more of like almost like I think it was like a Wild West theme town rather than a true ghost town, or like turned into almost like a theme park. I really am not sure, but we've seen a lot of history threatened today. Okay, Watch Duty just updated on something. Let's see what that was. I'm thinking we don't have any cams here. How do I change my color on Watch Duty? I'm tired of white and yellow. Okay, it's my browser. It's my browser extension called Dark Reader. And so you got sliders. You make sepia tone happen for like reading pages. So you toggle it on and off. You can go to grayscale mode and all kinds of things. I'd have to probably set that one up, but it's Chrome browser extension, so of course it works on not just Chrome Edge. It also works on Opera. Dark Reader. It's got the Darth Vader. Look, I'll link it to you if you wish. I can't live without it. So I would beg Watch Duty to please have a dark mode. Not only is it just so hard on the eyes at night, but it drains your battery the most. White on screens. People don't know the screen usage drains the battery the most on a phone. It's lighting up all the pixels, and to make white color 3 pixels, all 3 of them in one spot, have to be lit at the same time. It's color blending, you know. Don't ask me how that works. Usually little red, green, and blue pixels. So if it's just a green theme, then only the greens are primarily lit. Blues take the least amount of energy, but black and gray, black means pixels are turned off, like the deep glossy black. Dark reader attention. I have no relief for watch duty on my phone. I'll just stick it in my face. It's, you know, it's darkreader.org. Here it is. It's this bright and annoying, you know. So you can have an occasional problem with watch duty in dark mode with color distortion, especially for evacuation zones. I have to flip out of it, but it's a easy toggle switch. You can see. So the red flag warnings and the evacuation zones blur together, especially if you go into the terrain layers over the desert. It's all orange. Their topo maps are just not good at all. There's no shade of relief, but yeah, watch duty has a ways to go. In an evacuation, people need every ounce of the battery they possibly can get because their power's been cut off, right? There's not a lot of opportunities to recharge, so they need to go into battery saving mode, and all their apps need to be in dark mode. So watch duty, it would behoove them to not only fix the crazy bug I was infuriated by yesterday, where you can't have more than 24 notifications on Samsungs. That's deadly, but dark mode would be beneficial for the actual fire affected people. Yeah, you're welcome. It's quite easy to use. You'll find a toggle switch for the actual website is on the left under the word dark, and I can't show it to you because that window is just not being captured. It's open right now. You can't see it. Don't know how to make you see it. So what's confusing is there's an on-off button. Off means off for every single tab, the entire browser, everywhere. If you want to toggle it off just for the individual website, you click next to it under the word dark. It has the title of the website. And it will remember. It's very wonderful. If you are reading, say, an ebook and it has white pages, I use the sepia tone to make it a brown background. And sometimes you can play with it, invert colors, and make it easier on your eyes. But white, it gives me migraines, so I can't deal with it. I don't know what it is, but OLED screens cause migraines for light colors for those of us who suffer from it. There are competing products, like bulb or some other thing. I think I've tried all of them back in the day. I've stuck with Dark Reader for several years. I definitely donate to their thing. So I don't see aircraft anymore. Did I turn it off? Yeah, I don't see aircraft anymore at the upper Applegate fire. They must have to go a long way for retardant. Yeah, Medford. So yeah, one of the C-130s is refilling at Medford, so they might come back. But we need to figure out the what the weather will have in store. This is a super race against time. They did great with the other fire that broke out almost exactly the same time, the Highway 62 fire. Super strange. Both of them were reported. Different cams, different areas. Northeast of Medford, southwest of Medford. Cannot possibly have been like the same vehicle or same people involved. Just kind of funny, huh? Huh. But when conditions are right for fire spread, you know, there could be multiples at a time. Two happening at the same time, that's definitely possible. Okay, so we're gonna look at the NOAA weather. Oh, first I was going to do the sites. Let's rewind. I was seeing if there were cameras here. That was the goal. And then we're going to go back to the sites fire in COLUSA County. But so far, looking back at what's going on in Nevada, no news is good news. Still definitely on fire over there. Oh, there are new retardant drops. This is our last hour of what's going on in Nevada with the ironwood, and it's in that dry gulch riverbed thing. If they just hold on to it there, look at there's a heart. There's a rainbow heart. I gotta screenshot that. The rainbow heart prism on the cam. Oh, that's amazing. Perfect trick of the light right there. Okay. Amazing. So today, June 21st, got the ironwood fire heart prism rainbow. There are many different lenses stacked back to back in a camera, and so you get direct sunlight or angled sunlight just at the correct things, and you got your prism effects. It's got violet, indigo, violet, green, and deep greens. Tops of the heart. You got your gold in the center. Splashes of orange at the bottom, with more indigo down there. That's interesting. Wow. It's like a rising heart sun. Here it goes. Okay. Sites fire. Check on it. Do we have a correct cam? COLUSA County. The south winds, we got to figure out how bad they're going to be, where they come from. Will they have any moisture? Because COPPEROPOLIS Aero fire will not particularly be affected by them according to the forecast. It's a huge blessing. We could have had such different scenarios, friends. We could have had, remember how active the sites fire was? It made a pyrocumulus cloud at night. That's wind. If the wind didn't die down and it didn't get cold, relatively cold for winter, at the Aero fire, it would have burned through the night and traveled. Angels Camp might have been evacuated. We could have had a serious situation. The high wind would have thrown the embers off the hills, all towards the lake, towards Angels Camp, and maybe on the rooftops of the buildings in downtown COPPEROPOLIS. If too many were on fire at the same time, there would have been no saving the town, because Sacramento was no help dealing with the crisis over there. It just wouldn't have been enough help. Then we could have had high winds pick up the next day, triple-digit temperatures, 10% humidity. We could have had a smoking crater. Super lucky. That's all that firefighters need, is the chance to save towns. Weather is that chance, and the availability of crews. They did an incredible job without much help. I don't know if they got any at all from the Sacramento area, which usually would have been a huge boost. Some of the aircraft were busy with Sacramento. That's just astounding job. All they needed was that opportunity that weather gives them, and they can work miracles. They are really on point. CAL FIRE, the locals, the even citizens putting out some fires around sometimes. I've heard about that a little bit in California. People reporting things. Everything has come together to gel pretty dang well. Hey, Basic J, welcome back. Welcome back. We're about to we just checked on the situation at the Ironwood fire in Reno. It's still tentatively holding. We're going to check on the sites, COLUSA County. Let's see if we got it on some cams. Wow. Look, clear day. 0 degrees is north, right? Yikes, a lot of dead trees and stuff, but oh, but how did I have that view back? Okay, show compass. Where is this? And by the way, yeah, it's looking due north. That's Elk Creek 2, looking north. Okay. All right, to the north, we got some clarity. That's a far cry from the horrible, gigantic smoke clouds, nuclear bomb-esque situations on the cams. But frustratingly, not much is even looking at the site's fire area. Sites 2, it's got too much haze. Rotating around. All right. That is what's so weird. Now, they did report that the whole fast-moving and grass aspect of it seems to be over for now. And it's, quote, hung up, meaning where the main pockets of heat are, like down there in the thick clusters of trees in between the hills and such. And that would give you a deceptive sense of calm, like a casual observer. That's why we have to read the reports. A wind event changed that in a hot second. Husky says there's a new unnamed fire on that cam. How are you doing, Basic J, by the way? And how is Olympia's, A Squirrel? You gonna come back and see us? Time to time, A Squirrel? We miss you. Okay, wait, a new unnamed fire on a cam? Well, okay. Verdugo Peak, north of Burbank. It's got a super zoom though, really far away. This could be east of Santa Clarita. Let's check it out. Yeah, this is an extreme zoom. So the fire's not at Burbank, it's way to the north. Okay, 1 hour time lapse. Yeah. Okay, so the value of that showing before the fire starts is where was the camera looking before it did. So smoke appears on the cam 1739 to 539. Or is it called vegetation fire? Anybody familiar with the area know what we're looking at? Like how far away is the cam seeing? A Squirrel says Brian and I are happy to hit see to your chat. Come on and talk about it. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the biochar. Oh, I was thinking about that the other day. Yes, right after this crazy hot weekend, let's set that up. I have a follow-up dental appointment and make sure my tooth is okay. They left part of my tooth sharp. I've been chewing my lip and I apparently tooth grinding, so they're gonna round that off. Monday I may not be able to speak very well. We also have we'll have to check the weather and see what sorry. It's not a watch duty. Okay. That's definitely a fire though. So this happened at 17:45 means 5:45. So that was 10 minutes ago. Okay. Oh my God, it's at the base of a high It's at the base of the mountains. Oh God. Okay. Looking at the bushes, I don't see any high winds or anything, but that's not good. All right. Okay. So the Burbank Hill cam, we're looking to the northwest. Any locals? It must be looking at Sunland. It must be in the foreground. It must be north of Sunland, just as the cliffs tower over right there. I have never been here, so it looks like it's in the mountain pass going north of Sunland, right up against the cliffs. Okay, there's got to be aircraft headed there. Let's flip on over. See where's Sunland Burbank. Got a new situation, guys. Really hope they pounce on it. If it's not windy, they got a chance. But man, that's slow. Okay, there's Simi Valley. I don't know how to orient myself. Wait, there's Mount Baldy. Yeah, it's not nearby. Okay, Burbank. Yeah, I have no idea how to orient myself. Gotta close some windows. Back up. Okay. LA, just east of Thousand Oaks. You take Thousand Oaks, go due east. Stop where you see Pasadena. Okay. Thousand Oaks, go east, stop when you see Pasadena. There's Burbank. Got it. And up on the hill at the Verdugo Mountains. Yes, it's the Verdugo cam. Oh, this could be quite nasty. There's Sunland right there. So it'd be off of Big Tahunga Canyon Road. Presumably, have I seen that right? Big Tahunga? What does a Big Tahunga mean? That sounds dirty. Mount Gleason Avenue, Alpine Way area. Tahunga Little League Archery Range. Atkins Canyon. Yeah, got it. Thanks. I just found it. Thank you so much for the help, Christopher. Oh my God. S is not sure if that's where I'm talking about. Oh, you live in the Tri-Cities area, about 45 from Yakima? Oh, hi, welcome back. Do you know the situation? We haven't had a moment really to ourselves. We're still trying to assess other existing wildfires. This one just broke out. So I haven't had the time to check social media or local news about what's going on in Yakima. And last time we checked, the situation seemed okay. Down here in the Pasadena, LA, Burbank, Sunland area, we've got a new situation. It's not on watch duty yet. And it's on the diverted. All right, we have a community meeting for the Sites fire. That's what that beep was. Hey, Redman 11, how you doing? You're in Portland too. It's 300 plus, a lot for June 21st. 300 plus what? We got a new fire. We have to figure this out. I don't see aircraft heading towards it, so I'm worried. I lost the cam. How did I lose the cam? I am worried. So we've been live without a single donation today. You guys can become instant elite status. I'll hand you a special virtual trophy for being the first donation of the day, a second one for being the only one. I can't believe it. Yeah. But I know it's because people have already given so generously. So many people who have seen the channel before, but hey, newbies, new friends, help. I covered the Bobcat fire. Remember me? That's where we went viral in the southern part of the state. For a while, my biggest audience was the LA area. Yes, that was me. I want to believe in the moon. Remember that? That was me. Where's Burbank? Okay, I gotta put on a different. Got it. Loud. Wait, San Bernardino, I lost Burbank. Thousand Oaks. Wait, that's San Diego? Too low. LA. Santa Clarita. Nope. I'm gonna do a little bit more elaborate time lapses, but it's not on watch duty, but maybe it needs to be. We'll try to find some radio, but I am worried that there is no aircraft headed towards it. It's at Sunland, and it could climb right up. Wait, Thousand Oaks. Malibu. Pasadena. Burbank, got it. There's the cam. Verdugo Peak 1. Yeah. 30-minute time lapse. Yeah. Aircraft. Behind a little hill. Maybe there's a Google car thing. Okay, they just put on watch duty. It's at 0.125 acres. A lot of smoke. Where it's at, if it's a dead calm, that's God's gift right now. It might be smoke. Smoke columns don't always go vertical if there's no wind. Sometimes smoke just sort of hugs the ground. Smoke has a weight to it. There's always fallout and soot. Smoke is a product of incomplete combustion, if you remember chemistry. So it means not everything burned up. So the soot, ash, stuff that's even powdery fine or just staining your fingers black, like when you touch a candle wick, that has weight, and after the heat pushes it up in the air, it will begin to fall out. So sometimes you get smoke hugging the ground. And there's other situations and circumstance, but you get the idea. This is how sometimes little fires can hide in the woods. They hug the ground. I can't imagine that being less than half an acre, but all right, let's check out the watch duty. We're gonna leave we're gonna come back to the sites. It'll be critical to understand the days ahead by figuring out. Wow, that's a lot of onshore wind there, at least off the coast. Thank goodness it doesn't seem to be penetrating inland right now. All right, veggie fire. Eighth of an acre is slower to spread in medium light brush. No structures are threatened per arriving resources. Okay. Thank you, Husky, for being on it as usual. You typoed again. You typoed again. An official says, oh, sorry, we're going to go back up. There's a new fire near Ellensburg. That's Washington, right? Oh, helicopters just appeared. Fire 1, 3, and 5 just spontaneously appeared. LA fire. Yep. They're heading over there. Wind is light, but it's even pushing it towards that pass. So if they pounce on it with helicopters right now, it'll be good. Oh, hey, Ladybird. It's this, my Cash App handle. How you doing, Violet? It's Kathryn's World. It's in the pinned comment. It should take you right there. I figured that was clever because if I start the other channels like I wanted to, like the ones about history and animals and stuff, it would be Kathryn's World of, ghost towns, Kathryn's World of animals, or whatever, And I mean more like unusual animals, like albinos and stuff. Anyway, I got ideas. Or tragedy dark tales, or whatever, Thank you so much for inquiring. Slightly demoralizing to go at work for more than 6 hours with the, no coffee fund, but some days are like that. It's a feast and famine deal. So let's see. We'll leave that one behind for a moment. 3 helicopters. They probably got it. Oh, small one line. Thank you. Thank you for your support again. So unless Ladybird completes her transaction, you've got the prize for the you've got the prize for only donation of the day. All right, unofficial says the fire near Ellensburg appears visible on the cams, the WADOT cams. Yeah, didn't we have a link for those up a second ago? Yeah, where did I put that? You would assume evacuations will come down the pipe soon. Okay, let's look at that. Let's look at that situation. Thank you for bringing it to our awareness. You're so on top of it, unofficial. Please link your Twitter again. You're one of the shining beacons that Washington has. It's so hard to cover, but not that many cams, not that many radios. Wait, is that Idaho? Salisbury, Washington, or Idaho? Ellensburg. Rock Island Cliff Fire. Yeah, that was 4 hours ago. Okay. No new updates. Where is Ellensburg? We have a name for this one? It'll be over in the right names. I think fire should have a 2-part naming system. First, the road to get there. Makes sense. The locals already know what their own hometown is called. Secondly, like a dash, nearest town. Right? It would be called the Camp Paradise Fire. That would make more sense to people. Just calling something the Camp Fire is ridiculous. Too many fires have exactly the same name if the street name is popular. So you can have one that devastates a town, erases it, kills people in places like New Mexico, and it was called like the California Fire, for example. It was California Street. Just making this up at the top of my head. And then you could have another California Street, California Fire in California just 2 months later. That's very minor. But freaks people out, Like the Riverside Fire in Oregon, I got hate response covering it because that freaked out Riverside County. I made it very, very clear. I don't know why they called it that, but it's by Mount Hood, Oregon. It was one of the 2020 fires. People came in there and said I was clickbaiting, and I said, look at it. That's what they called it. It was Riverside Drive. I don't make the rules. But the actual Riverside fires were so devastating that it truly freaked people out. It's just the naming schemes right now are terrible. There's some fire names that should be retired for good. You just can't rename them. They're legendary. They go down in history, like Tillamook Burn. You just can't. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for. Oh, Husky. Thank you for your kind donation too. Irene Reinhardt Fire. Thank you. I still don't see it. Am I blind? There it is. Okay. Kittias County. Oh, okay. It's a 1-acre brush fire requesting response from the Department of Natural Resources and Upper Kitsap County districts per radio traffic. I don't see anything but almost a dead calm. but I'm not from this area. You think there'll? Oh, yes, there's a WASH.dot cam, a WADOT cam. Does it just look bad on the cam? Thank you for. I was just about to say, can you link me that? Okay. So there's Yakima. Wait, Kittius. Didn't the Newell fire affect Kittius County by the Columbia last year? That was pretty bad. Wait, so where are we in relation to the one affecting Yakima? Not that. North. Ew. Oh, it's where winds meet in two different directions. Oh boy, coming off the Cascade, coming up from the Columbia area. Oh, that can be turbulent. An official says I'm off right now on the switch to the left. Okay. Oh, hi, Sweet Panda. How are you doing? Thank you, Husky. Thank you, Ladybird. I don't have any notification, but I'll be able to check that in a second. If I look at the WADOT cam near Ellisburg, you can see what appears to be smoke. Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Thank you. Thank you so much, Scott, Ladybird. You are wonderful. We can eat today. Yeah. We can eat today. Some sort of a treat. Okay. I will have to get some other food. I'm on my own for dinner. It's actually dinner time. Didn't realize this. All right, so it's Ellen's. Is that a new fire? The Roth fire? We'll see. Okay, where's the cam? Am I blind? Do I not have cams toggled? Right. Helps if you do that. Okay. Okay. Now I make it bigger. Okay, you're saying you're watching it super closely because I've seen the gap winds play a huge role. Yes, we need rain. We really do, Panda. We do. How have you been? We've had craziness all day. Yeah, basic J. I just found it north. It's actually northwest of Yakima. Or is this something new? New Mexico is getting hard rain, but it's causing mudslides. Potentially mudslides. I can't make this bigger. Usually there's a button. Oops. Sorry, didn't make you sick. It refreshes every 5 minutes. Is there a way to do it time lapse? There's even a wildfire button. This map. Okay. I just see general haze. Remember, the wind is blowing to the north. This is north of the fire in Yakima. But I am only looking at one screenshot here. So smoke could be from what happened at Yakima today. It's white. White smoke is almost never a structure. White smoke is pretty pure. It's either steam from water drops hitting fire, or it's a pretty clean burning fuel, like a, I don't know, alcohol still. You know what I mean? Gray is the next level of dirty. Dark gray, then you start to get shades of black, which are extremely dirty. Black smoke has so much stuff in it that did not combust that it itself is a fuel. So black smoke, if it's contained especially in a building, if it condenses enough at the ceiling, let's say a house or something, without much escape, it'll condense, more heat comes up to the top of the ceiling, eventually these little fire snakes appear on the ceiling, and that's when firefighters jump out of the room head first, or jump out of windows head first. No matter what floor they are on, you have seconds until flashover. And that's the way that occurs. So they're being taught to recognize, look at the ceiling, and look what smoke's doing on the ceiling. That's why they cut holes in roofs and vet that stuff for really going into structures like houses, to try to prevent a scene like that, because our modern day houses are too insulated. They trap the heat and the smoke inside, and they're more deadly than they ever were because of that. The black smoke, you inhale a few breaths of that, you pass out on your feet. You would need lots of oxygen therapy and hopefully be pulled out of there immediately. The black smoke is just a huge, major killer. In the old Wild West movies, you saw people walking into burning like wooden homes with bucket chain, and they put a scarf or bandana on. That's legit. That's not Hollywood doing that. There wasn't that much insulation in homes. There's cracks in the floor, and ceilings and around windows. These gaps would allow smoke and heat out, so you could stand in the room if fires weren't too bad. What? We're getting spammed. Highway 62 fire, Crater Lake Highway in Sheedy Cove. 20% mopped up. That's okay. That's just an update. You're enjoying spaghetti? I told you, don't touch my spaghetti. Now, keep an eye on this one. It really just could be drifting smoke from the other one. But everything is something to watch today. So anyway, the black smoke, burning fiberglass causes it. So do not have that pink insulation in your attic or in your walls or in your home. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. Once black smoke gets trapped and condensed enough and hot, it instantly combusts and can be pretty explosive too, shattering windows out, and everything else in the room will heat so rapidly, everything else in the room ignites. That's called flashover. And that's when nothing in the room can survive. Nothing. So if firefighters see that, the warning signs, little ropey snakes of fire on the ceiling in the black smoke, they drop the hose and jump out windows and just, they know what's about to happen. They slap each other on the shoulder, yank each other out. But they're starting to train on that. This somewhat new information. They've reproduced these conditions and filmed them, and to get this info. But it's structure fire talks for another day. But what you should do is have insulation called rock wool or mineral wool, which is a non-name brand. That's spun slag, like a thread that's made out of waste metals from foundries, steel plants. And so it's virtually fireproof. It's about as fireproof as you can get. You can hold a blowtorch to it while that turns pink insulation into black smoke. It doesn't do much to the rock wool. I've seen demonstrations. Impressed me so much. It's very cheap. You can cut it with like a bread knife, stick it into the walls. It acts as sound and really good primitive fireproofing. So people don't realize that modern home construction is that there's two things that need to be banned. A, fiberglass insulation. B, spray-on foams. Polyurethane foam is as good as gasoline. Just, I'm absolutely shocked to see new home construction and businesses. They just spray polyurethane foam. The nightclub fires where everybody dies, spreads so fast people can't even get out the door fast enough. In small nightclubs, that's polyurethane foam, that soundproofing foam, same thing. needs to be banned immediately. There's safe alternatives, but it's convenient. Just expose some poor worker to toxic polyurethane foam, give them a mask. Sure, I'm sure that's enough protection, but you're done with your construction. But that's where a bunch of workers are trapped and they live stream their own death at a construction site because polyurethane foam had been applied, but there was no drywall yet. So construction site had a fire and trapped workers, and they were trying to live stream like we're in this part of the building, we're in that part of the building. It spreads too fast. We're not learning our lessons. It's polyurethane foam is in almost all car seats. What you're probably sitting on right now. You have a computer chair. And they say it's safe because it'll be impregnated with a bunch of chemicals, fire retardant chemicals. You know, PFAS. It's only a speed bump. Actually, if you had a cigarette on your chair or your couch, it's probably polyurethane foam too. It's just going to prevent the fire from taking for a while before the flame retardant no longer takes effect. And then it's going to go up like its own weight in oil. Basically an oil fire. Same if you've noticed black smoke at oil field fires. Yeah. Oil, crude oil is one of the dirtiest of the burning fuels. So usually black smoke is associated with structures. It's a roundabout way of getting back to the point. But natural oils, it plants. Look exactly the same. It's a similar thing. So you got the pine resins of super dead trees that shed a lot of sap before they died. You got chaparral, tumbleweed type bushes, gorse, invasive Scotch broom gorse. English broom, is that one of the plants? It's the flowers that are bright mustard yellow. They're super dangerous in landscape. Oregon and Washington is polluted with them everywhere. They really promote fires and they have the oil content. Those are a massive fire hazard, but they will look the same on a camera where you think, there's no structures out there. Why is it black smoke? Super sappy and super oily bushes. Okay, the Roth fire 2 to 4, a veggie fire and light flashy fuels, but slow to moderate rate of spread. Yeah, I got that notification. What county? What county? But just the point is, black smoke is itself a fuel for fire. When people wondered about the Twin Towers, like what keeps burning and stuff, not only was there miles of carpet that would produce black smoke, miles of who knows what kind of insulation, either probably fiberglass, maybe spray on. I don't know if they had it in the day. But all the office chairs, all the office couches, the things that line the wall, which could be anything from fake leather accents and details, the incredible amount of glue to put fake wood paneling things, basically it's just glue onto the wall. There's a greater fire load than people imagined, and when that started producing black smoke, the black smoke itself combusted, and you could tell in the September 11th videos, and any structure fire video, that black smoke is on fire. When you have that solid flame shooting out of a window, and it's just 100% like super red. The black smoke is on fire at that point. And when it gets turbulent, meaning like really it's pouring out of a structure and it's really, well, like instead of a calm lake, like a rushing rapid, turbulent, like poofing and sucking and twisting, just moving around. That's another danger sign, super one, that maybe the firefighters should not enter the building at all. And so this is when vinyl burns too, same deal. So much stuff is vinyl and linoleum, producing this oil product, producing black smoke. There's so many things in our house that we and our modern furnishings that make it way worse than a house burning in, say, the 1800s. This is why, and it all becomes toxic fallout, pollutes the land. That's Paradise had so much of that from the vinyl siding, especially, and the vehicles, of course, burning. That they, before anybody could move back, had to cart away the toxic debris, and even trees had to be cut down because their bark was impregnated with this toxic chemical stuff. And no good for sawmill, just dumped into the big, wherever they dumped it near Beale Air Force Base. And they had to dig down 3 feet deep into the topsoil, a couple places deeper, because the pollution was Love Canal style pollution that deep. Like if your children played on the lawn and they didn't do this kind of cleanup, they'd be ill. You eat something out of your garden, you'd be ill. Ross says it's a myth cigarette butts can light fires. A cigarette butt burns and smokes at 530 Celsius. Combustion can only occur at 816 Celsius or above. Wrath. Different materials have different combustion temperatures. That's, I mean, you must be quoting about a specific thing. Meatballs. Yeah, ace called Scotch broom. It's colloquially known as Scotch broom, but this crazy plant. And sometimes it's actually Spanish broom, but you'll recognize it. All over the Pacific Northwest, this crap has taken over. Parts of California too. You see this thing? You get rid of it, it'll multiply. It has a colony root system, which makes it triple dangerous. So you got a field of this, and you'll know it in the spring when it is all mustard yellow. Oh yeah, it's pretty, but oh god, it's also the worst allergies of your life. Stings your eyes, assaults you. Impregnated with oil. Colony root system means in one section of your field, one of these bushes is on fire. Psh, 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 you spray it out. Well, unknown amount of time later, days maybe, if there's a lot of holes and stuff in the field, a little bit of airflow, it can smolder in there, and then the other side of the field is on fire because it comes up from below. And in fields, you have rabbits, and you've got gophers, you've got burrowing rodents, you got holes. And nothing eats it. Deer can't do anything with it. It quickly chokes out all of the plants, destroys the environment. And it's called a noxious weed for a reason, man. The allergies believe it. It's kind of toxic. Nothing could really digest it out here. So there's no control. Spreads out of control. Takes over entire valleys and such in the Coast Range, like west of Portland and the Salmonberry River Canyon. God. Oftentimes the seeds fell out of trains back in the day. So the train between Portland and Seattle, I don't know how the seeds spelled out. Maybe it was just like open tops or something. I don't know. It used to be a feed or something. Seed. They make seed pods a lot like yeah, like they look like snow peas, but they're not. They're poison. So these things tend to drift in the wind. They got a little silvery sheen to it. Anyway, you can look up Scotch broom. Spanish broom, Scotch broom is so similar. You see one of these things, you make it your business to pull it out by the roots and pick up all the seed pods and monitor the area. Otherwise, you have a nightmare. They got some seriously deep roots, but there's a miracle invention called the weed wrench that makes it way easier to pull them out by the roots. So easy, like a kid can do it. Worth the investment, definitely. But man, we've got battles with these things, and in Portugal, where some of the craziest fires with super fatality, high death tolls, super fatality events. The Raven's Eye channel, they speak about those events. If you want to go find about that for yourself, they had Spanish broom there. Gorse looks almost exactly like the same thing, same concept. It helped fuel these crazy fires that erase towns and villages and trap people in cars. It was basically Portugal's paradise. These are serious weeds. Just one piece of the puzzle for preventing mega fires, and we can do it. These weeds are no match if we all put our minds to it, put a bounty on these weeds. And you know what? We have tons of people at the border wanting some work. We could put them to work. Incremental pay raises for good hard work done. Path to citizenship that way, or at least seasonal jobs with some sanity here, or some passes, like CCC camps. They can learn on-the-job skills, learn English too, and then youth can go learn Spanish and learn CCC style camp skills as well. That would be a beautiful new program. We need to regroom our forests back to health. Removing the invasives is a giant step forward. And the thing about Scotch broom is there's a teenage boy. He's older now because this happened years ago. Down by Tillamook, where there's a lot of this Scotch broom. He invented a way to turn it into biodiesel. That's awesome. Don't have to waste it. If people are worried about biodiesel as a CO2 thing, don't, because this stuff is going to promote crazy wildfires, which would create a lot more CO2. And every vehicle that's on biodiesel does not need to buy a gallon of gasoline. So you are cutting CO2 if you think about that by turning weeds to biodiesel. Okay, are we okay on the monitoring the new fires? Nothing became of them. We'll go back to the weather. This has been your weed education with Kathryn. Have you seen it burn before? Oh wait, no, Husky just said there's something else new. I spoke too soon. But yeah, Wrath, there is something to what you're saying. I just want to make sure you know that there's a different combustion temperature for different objects. So that's critical to know. Like, what can you safely put in the oven? Once I read some scary advice, that was if you have a house with or potential bed bugs or other kind of insects like fleas, take your books and put them in the oven. That just gave me the willies, and they were reassuring, like, oh, the combustion point of paper is X and Y degrees. Please don't put your books in the oven under any circumstance. There's just too much potential for disaster there. Somebody could lean up against the stove and accidentally with their hip turn the knob. It's just somebody else would think they're turning it off and they turned it on max. Too many things that could obviously go wrong there. You could just put your books in a tub of mothballs. They're going to kill every insect in there. God, you know what? I should do a video on the worst fire advice on the internet. Like, advice designed to get you killed. Should I do that, friends? Scotch broom and black. Oak education. I think I should have at least shorts that fire educate people on just basic stuff like that. Unofficial says, oh, you had different cam link. You can see the Pioneer fire on it, like the smoke. That's something I've not been able to cover. It's pretty big, but it didn't seem to be threatening anybody anymore. And it's crazy to see. Well, let's look. And then we got to figure out the site's fire weather and see where the College of DuPage. See what we can expect for the wind event. Oh yeah, I can't do that. So how do we work this again? I clicked on the link and official. Where's the play button? Oh yeah, you gotta choose your bands. Or is it just double red vector? Here's clouds, particle size, upper level, lower level, and level. Sorry, if I can't figure this out really quick, we just got to go to the site's fire weather forecast. Oh, okay. Noob. I'm a noob. Guys, remember to hit like button and subscribe if you ever want any help with finding us again. Okay, where is the plume? This looks like clouds. Did I hit the wrong wavelength? Oh, I see it. Wait, is it clouds or is it plume? Yeah, I done messed it up. Reopen your link. Okay. Back button. Okay. Scroll up. Got it. They could make this a little easier to use. Okay. View localized sectors, true RGB. Play. Oh yeah, that's smoke. Right here, bottom right? It does not look like the clouds. Am I looking at the right spot? The upper level clouds look a lot like smoke too, but that looks like plume. No, am I not in the right spot? Okay, where is it? Thought you tricked me. Go up with my mouse cursor. That? Oh, this. The little thing. I was expecting more. It seemed like I had a huge acreage. But that? I see. I don't think I can zoom. That's kind of tiny. Like here? Here? Oh, hey, Michael Jones. How are you doing, Batman? That might be more detailed if I turn up the number of frames. Yeah. So I forget how to use this. It's 24 frames. Let's crank it to 200. Oh, yeah. I don't use this one often enough to remember how to use it. I still just see a tiny plume there. Or I'm blind. And I'm not sure how far back in time we're going. But it's time to read the weather for the site's fire. I remember I was halfway into, I was going to set up a cam, we were going to look at it, and I was going to read the weather, but we couldn't find a cam that showed much of it. And then we had other incidences to see if they were going to get big or not. All right. But I'm getting water first. Is there a way to zoom, guys, on that point fire thing? Okay. Get my Kirkland signature water. The only safe from chemicals water these days is reverse osmosis, they say, if you want to be sure. This just seems to be filtered tap water. But at least it's not bacterially contaminated like the tap water here. So that's a bonus. Yeah, what should I do about dinner? What should I do about dinner? The Sea Probe is planning a flight tomorrow, the lucky dog. He's got to recertify something. I didn't realize pilots have to constantly recertify their credentials. That's a good thing. A very good thing. But just how involved that was, I didn't realize. They have to stay sharp and keep sharp, so that's one expensive hobby. But now I understand why he goes, let's go flying to like everybody he meets. And I've started to invite them too, because all he needs is an excuse, you know, and it's funner with more people. I wanted to return to the Dixie Fire burn scar and finally fly over it and photograph it. He had rented a plane for a week, and we were going to go out on July 5th, but July 4th, after our being in the parade, me, Sister Goldenhair, John Stoker, T-Probe, and I was going to meet others. We planned to meet at the pizza place in Chester, and I waved to some people in the crowd, recognized me, and I lost them in the crowd, and like cell phone service and stuff kind of went down. It was just overwhelmed by the huge turnout, the biggest turnouts for one of the parades I've ever remembered, which was so heartwarming because it was the local economy needed it. You know, all hotels and motels completely sold out, campgrounds. We finally were able to rent a place in Janesville. That's quite a drive. And so we were just relaxing from the hard day. I unfortunately lost the people we were going to meet up with. I was going to just tweet that, hey, let's meet at a new pizza factory, maybe Janesville or something tomorrow, guys. And just as the fireworks show began over Lake Almanor, every single one of our phones buzzed at the same time with the watch duty. And we went, oh no, somebody somewhere is done with fireworks. And we found out it was somewhat near John Stoker's home. What was it called? Electra fire. They had mandatory evacuations. I couldn't go live because I didn't have that's the moment the laptop died. And the people on the lake were trapped down there in a canyon. I don't remember what county was that, Amador or something. And they had to take shelter inside of the dam on the lake. Whoa. So John Stoker had flown in with CPRO. And he's like, I have to get home right now. There is a bedroom window that's open. And so, of course, wildfire embers could go in there and burn his house down. I mean, he had to go close it. He's calling neighbors. Some of them are preparing their own evacuations. It didn't seem like anybody could really do that. So CPROB says, I'll fly you right to the nearest airport. And that airport was closed because the firefighters and their aircraft were using it. So it became up to me to drive him all the way home. So even though we had the plane rented and everything ready to do the Dixie Fire, there's some things you just got to do for your friends. So we made a vow to come back the next year, like 2023. I was too ill. This year, there's other reasons why it's scheduled conflicts. It's just too hard. Unless if I can get a laptop, then it will allow me to be mobile at least. But there may be conflicts with getting the aircraft. He now has to rent them in Portland all the way back down there. The weather has to be perfect. Renting it locally down in California is now harder to set up. So I really wanted to go refilm that maybe this August, late August or something. Trying to make it work. But we might have to have a separate fundraiser for that. Hopefully this can all come together. But we did film the Caldor pretty comprehensively by air. Best we could. when you stick a camera on the outside of the airplane, you're kind of at the mercy of whether or not it moves in the wind. And it was a trial and error thing to set up camera settings. We had 2 GoPros, one under each wing, and a couple times the footage was utterly ruined because the wind knocked it back and not the correct angle. But we got decent enough stuff, particularly I think Grizzly Flat. But the GoPro batteries are just crap. The battery life did not last, and so by the time we take off from Placerville, we could not make it all the way to Kirkland ski resort. We could make it to Tahoe, make it south of Christmas Valley. We lost. The battery ran out by Kirkland. So Silver Lake and all that, we really don't have a lot of video of. It'd be cool to go back, try to do that. But man, I really wanted to cover and film the Dixie from the air. It may be that I can make contact with pilots that are down there and have their own planes. Ask them, can we do it? I just don't know any well, you know. So let's see what. Sorry, I'm staring at my food. What can I have for dinner? What are my options that are quick to make? Won't heat up the house too much. Turn on the air conditioning. Hot again. Did watch duty go off again? Let me check. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, teach me, senpai. Teach me more about this unofficial a bit later. I've got to recharge with the blood sugar before I can learn anything. My IQ points are dropping every minute. Hey, Supro, you're listening. Hey. Yeah. Yep. Renewal tax, you can call it like that. And thanks, Michael Jones, too. We'll try to figure out things. Watch duty made a sound on my phone. I'll figure out dinner. What do I do? Did I miss something on watch duty? Check it out. Vegetation fire in Box Canyon Road in Mecacopia Jeep Trail on the North Shore. Fires contained to a vehicle. Poses no threat to vegetation. Right. The 0271 CR fire 100% contained. No idea what that even was. Must have been tiny. Highway 62 fire. Shady Cove. Fires 20% mopped up. Prairie Lake Highway. Okay, great. The Roth fire. That's right. We're monitoring that one. Gulf Links fire. Forward progress stopped on the Gulf Links fire, wherever that was. Hey, Small World Life. Thank you so much for the kind donation. I ate pizza the other night. I can't have another of the exact same pizza. Thanks for the idea. What else do I have as options? I'm trying to at the moment. You just feed me like a baby bird. I'll just open my mouth. Somebody put food in it. I'm that tired. All right. The Riverside County Roth fire is just 2 acres still. Slow, moderate rate of spread. Retardant was dropped on its right flank. Potential for 50 acres. 50. Where have we heard that before? But it's probably accurate, being as it doesn't seem to be a lot of wind down there. They got lots of aircraft on it. Great. Pouncing on it. That's awesome. Okay, back to the dilemma. Thank you for the pizza fund, Mobile. Okay. And those of you very few donors who have donated today, you all get hearts and trophies. You're all winners. You are all winners. So Ladybird, Husky, now give me another heart. 2 hearts. Small World Life. Who else donated? Anybody else? We made $20.48. 7 hours of work. That's the revenue there. Cash App made approximately another 20 as well. So what is the hourly wage we're working here for? I don't want to think about it. But here are your awards. I need special appreciation. Okay. What else, Pro, do we have? You went to the store today. All right. Suppose I could read the site's fire winner. Finally, 6:54. Do it over there while I'm messing in the kitchen because I can take the phone over there. The clock's ticking. The heat will be over around 10 p.m. It's going to make it that far, and then fires that may start in the night have much less chance of spreading. They're working hard on the sites. We did get a view of it. We could barely see anything on the cam, and that's because they explained that the fire was hung up. Oh, yep, they had the community meeting. I'm sorry, we did not have the opportunity to watch it live because of the other 3 fires we were monitoring. Let's put that on while I try to figure out food. They'll explain some weather too. So it's 19,000 acres, 25% contained. The focus Fridays on the north end. They'll be strengthening that in preparation for the south winds forecast for the weekend. Okay, let's play this. Grant has bourbon for tea, thinking about bourbon for lunch. 1 bourbon, 1 shot, 1 beer. Yeah. Okay, let's play it. Hopefully it won't start out terribly loud. We got it muted for the start. Let me adjust volume, then I'll restart it. Let's play off of Facebook. Seems more stable. I don't know how to collapse the side thing. You want full screen? Let's just do that. Okay. Carefully messing with volume. Oh god, the white. Yeah, I won't be able to watch this directly. Go back. Unmute.
And welcome to the Point Fire and Sites Fire virtual community meeting for Friday, June 21st, 2024. My name is Jazz Shaw. I'm an information officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. Good evening and welcome to the Point Fire and Sites Fire virtual community meeting for Friday, June 21st, 2024. My name is Jazz Shaw. I'm an information officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. First, I would like to give you some updated numbers on acreage and containment. The Point Fire is currently at 1,207 acres with 80% containment. We have 400 personnel assigned to the Point Fire. For the Sites Fire, we are currently at 19,195 acres with 30% containment. We have 2,205 personnel currently assigned to the site's fire. Next you'll be hearing from our subject matter experts who will be sharing information on weather, fire behavior, and current fire suppression efforts. If our viewers have additional questions that are not answered during the presentations, please submit your questions in the comments section so that they may be addressed at the conclusion of the presentations. To provide you with the update, we will start with weather.
Good evening, I'm Mike Seaman. I'm the incident meteorologist assigned to these two incidents. I'm first going to talk about the weather over on the Point Fire. We've had onshore flow over the last couple of days that has allowed some higher humidity and somewhat lower temperatures to spread across the area. We've had this marine layer that brought some areas of stratus and fog early this morning. That kept our humidity up around 100%. This afternoon, we saw humidities get down into the 30 to 40% range, which is not very conducive for fire growth. We've also seen some fairly light winds across the area. They're mainly being driven by what we call terrain flows. Basically, as we heat the air mass, the wind kind of goes up the slopes and up the drainages and then back down at night. So that's basically what we've been seeing over here on the Point Fire. We expect that to continue through the weekend. We will be above normal in terms of temperatures, touching 90 degrees tomorrow and again on Sunday. But in terms of the elevated humidity and the light winds, that's not much of a concern from a fire weather perspective. Over on the sites incident, we have a much warmer and drier air mass in place. Today we saw temperatures in the upper 90s, even hit 101 just west of the fire area. We've seen humidity values in the teens to low 20s during the daytime.
Good
and we're
evening,
seeing the
and
overnight
welcome
recovery
to the
only
Point
get
Fire
into the
and
40
Sites
to 50%
Fire
range.
virtual community
The last couple
meeting
of days we've seen
for
some light
Friday,
southeasterly
June
flow
21st,
across the area.
2024.
Flowing up through
My
some
name
of the
is
drainages
Jazz Shaw.
across the
I'm an
fire.
information officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. First, I would like to give you some
watch duty. We had that happen yesterday. I apologize. So watch duty, if you say watch this video on Facebook, it opens up Facebook. But then a few minutes in, it'll start playing by itself. Ah. Okay. My apologies. Ahem. We shall resume. Larry, thank you so much for your kind donation. You're a super supporter. And I'll rewind it a little bit. We do have a little new fire, by the way, but it's not concerning enough to stop the press. It says no immediate structure threat, the Willow Fire. I'm looking at it on the phone. San Luis Obispo County, 4200 block Bruce Way, Paso Robles. So it's east of Paso Robles, but I'm monitoring it. I'll rewind it a little bit here. Go back to full screen. Sorry.
Lower temperatures to spread across the area. We've had this marine layer that brought some areas of stratus and fog early this morning. That kept our humidity up around 100%. This afternoon, we saw humidities get down into the 30 to 40% range, which is not very conducive for fire growth. We've also seen some fairly light winds across the area. They're mainly being driven by what we call terrain flows. Basically, as we heat the air mass, the wind kind of goes up the slopes and up the drainages and then back down at night. So that's basically what we've been seeing over here on the Point Fire. We expect that to continue through the weekend. We will be above normal in terms of temperatures, touching 90 degrees tomorrow and again on Sunday. But in terms of the elevated humidity and the light winds, that's not much of a concern from a fire weather perspective. Over on the sites incident, we have a much warmer and drier air mass in place. Today we saw temperatures in the upper 90s, even hit 101 just west of the fire area. We've seen humidity values in the teens to low 20s during the daytime, and we're seeing the overnight recovery only get into the 40 to 50% range. The last couple of days we've seen some light southeasterly flow across the area. That's mainly been flowing up through some of the drainages across the fire. As we get into tomorrow, we first off have a heat advisory in effect for the area, so we're going to see another hot day with temperatures near 100 degrees on the fire. We're going to see those humidity values drop into the upper teens to low 20s again by early afternoon. The one thing that's going to be different tomorrow is we start to lift the inversion that sets up over the fire every night. We're going to start to mix down some stronger southerly winds. They're not going to be particularly strong, just a little bit elevated. Sustained winds of 10 to 15, gusts in the 20 to 25 mile an hour range, starting about 14 to 1500 hours, so about 2 to 3 p.m. lasting into the late afternoon and early evening. So that's the biggest difference tomorrow from the weather perspective, is the increase in south winds. We'll see those winds again on Sunday with the very warm temperatures and low humidity. That's a wrap for fire weather. Please stand by for fire behavior.
Good evening, I'm Ross Dollarhide, Fire Behavior Analyst with Incident Management Team 4. I'm briefly going to start on the point fire, where the conditions for the fuels in the fire have remained fairly static over the last operational period, and we don't anticipate any fire behavior to occur on that incident in the next 24-hour period. So moving on to the sites fire, the only active portion of this fire currently is up in the northernmost area of the fire, where we continue to see some burning pockets burn out on the interior. Now, with the accelerated winds and the increased temperature, we anticipate that we'll continue to see those interior pockets burn out, but we're sitting in a really good position as the control lines immediately on the fire's edge has consumed pretty well over the last couple days when we had those advantageous weather conditions to get in there and perform suppression efforts. So it may continue to put up a little bit of smoke tomorrow, but we don't anticipate any fire activity that will threaten the line. Thank you.
Good evening, Robert Wetstein, Operations Section Chief, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. With your current situation, we'll start here with the point incident. The point incident, crews are working interior, gridding well interior, trying to get 100% mop up. They'll be continuing to work for the next 3 days. We'll come over here to the sites incident. In the northern section is the most active area. It's got the most amount of smokes and heat because it was the last area to burn. So crews are working interior, they're working on 100% mop up in there. As we come down towards the eastern side of the fire, fire suppression repair is continuous. So we have a lot of heavy equipment in there working on repairing some dozer line and hand line as well. On the southern end, PG&E was entered in today. They've turned on restored power to the whole section on the southern end of the incident. As we go to the eastern side of the incident, crews are still working interior, working towards that 100% mop up. And also to the north end of the incident, we have a completed fire suppression repair on the north side.
Good evening. I'm Mike Marcucci. I'm the unit chief here for the Sonoma Lake Napa unit of CAL FIRE. And I wanted to tell you that I was able to spend the day out on the sites fire, touring the fire itself, speaking with some of the 2,600 plus firefighters that are on the lines, working to contain that fire and working very hard. I wanted to reassure you that they are already working at least 300 feet in, looking for hot spots, and with a little bit of a wind that's coming across it, that's doing a great job of wind testing it to ensure that those hot spots are being extinguished. As you've heard, our weather is going to significantly warm up. So we did want to make sure that the community, not only in the Sonoma Lake Napa unit, but also counties, but also Yolo, Solano, and Colusa, are limiting their outdoor activity over the weekend, as it will be over 100 degrees. We are concerned about your health and make sure that you're staying hydrated. And we would also ask that you stay vigilant in your use of fire outdoors with barbecues or fire pits or anything along those lines, that you're being extra vigilant with that so we can contain or eliminate any additional fires. And have a good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andy Turner. I am the Deputy Incident Commander for CAL FIRE IMT 4. I wanted to emphasize the fact that under the direction of the CAL FIRE Sonoma Lake Napa unit, this team is deployed into the area to work for you, the communities of in Sonoma County and Colusa County. And so up to this point, I hope that you've been happy with the service we've been trying to provide. Our priority is to get your communities back to a state of normalcy. We'd like to get these 2 fires closed out. Our team is deployed from all over the state, and we really want to get them back home. Over the next 24 hours, this incident command team is going to be focused on the increase in heat with the weather and increased winds tomorrow. We're going to focus not only on these 2 fires, but we're going to remain flexible. And what that means is, with all these extra fire engines and firefighters you have in your communities working on these 2 fires, we're going to make sure that we have a bit of availability. So if any new fires start in the area, we're able to flex and divert and go jump on those as well. So in closing, I want to thank you. If you've been following along with us this week, thank you for your attendance. Thank you for engaging and thank you for your questions. And that's all I have.
Thank you to our presenters. That concludes the presentation portion of our meeting, and we do not have any questions from our viewers, so we will conclude our meeting for this evening. I did want to notify our viewers that we will not be having any additional virtual community meetings for the Point or the Sites Fire. Tonight will be our last virtual meeting. I want to assure you that we will continue to provide updates on our social media pages, so please be sure to follow us at our CAL FIRE web pages at fire.ca.gov. Again, our CAL FIRE webpage is fire.ca.gov. Also, please follow the CAL FIRE Sonoma Lake Napa units, Facebook, and Threads. This concludes our meeting, and thank you very much.
Well, they certainly seem very confident in that. That lady's a rock star. I'm just enamored with her. The sign language interpreter. Oh man, it was painful. The white screen. Insta headache. There were questions on Facebook on the side panel. I guess they just weren't looking at them. They thought there weren't last time. Hey, I don't want to watch that. Don't autoplay that. How do I stop that? Man, Facebook. Yeah, let's close it. What? Again, pardon the interruptions there. What just buzzed me on the phone? Okay, watch duty had notifications. Hang on. Where is that? Where is that? Okay. I don't know what the notifications were last update. I pressed that and there's a blank. So I guess I have to swipe down from the top. Okay. The Willow Fire, forward progress stopped. Awesome. That's the one we were just talking about at Paso Robles. Where's my webcam? It occurred to me I should have changed this to say, hey, what are we watching? But it would have disrupted what we were doing, the video one more time. So I took that off there because we're no longer listening to Reno. Because I couldn't take the violence and the chaos. One more second. The Reno police is on the same channel as fire. That's chaotic. Woo. So great. The Wildfire got good progress on that. Tweedle Fire, Seaside, Oregon. What? Now that's particularly soggy most of the time. It's once in a blue moon. And that's nowhere near Seaside. Who the hell said it was? Guess the post office did. There's almost nobody who lives out there. They did a buyout of everybody who was affected by the Tillamook burn. They were living in a wasteland. So there were more than 16 tiny towns, communities, some large towns. The Tillamook burn fire is basically this big. 1933 through 38. Repeats of it. So as the post office is closed, which used to be by trains and logging towns that no longer existed, they consolidate. I guess the nearest post office is Seaside, so even if you have remote property way out here. Yeah, Vine Maple is a ghost town, so it definitely doesn't have a post office anymore. It's truly at Vine Maple, though. But this 103, I believe, used to be an actual railroad connecting these old logging towns and things like Jewel. Jewel is the last people who used to live there. I heard mostly they had to finally leave. The crazy storm in 2007, the one that nearly killed me with a huge Widowmaker branch falling on the house above my bedroom. It was a huge gale. It was like almost like a almost like a hurricane. It just didn't have consistent winds. The torrential rain and the crazy floods destroyed most of the last homesteads and stuff, flooded them out here. There's maybe some people that rebuilt or stayed around, but there's and they were talking about complete final abandonment. That's been a long time coming. But this used to be a vibrant area back in the logging days before the fire, for sure. LZ still has an elderberry. There's a good restaurant called the Elderberry. Man, this is the main way that people get to the coast from Portland. So this looks like somebody's could be a backyard. Looks like there was a timber harvest at some point. Who knows how old that imagery is? But this looks like somebody's rural property backyard, a horse corral or something. It's like maybe a dairy, or could be the remnants of an older dairy barn. But that's the Nehalem River right there. Now, funny thing about the Nehalem River, if you go to Cochrane, which was the biggest town burned up by the Tillamook burn, I've filmed it several times. I want to redo it. Let's see where are we at? Cochrane. It's not the hamlet. Yeah. Down here. Remember, this is all the Tillamook burn. This all burned. Nothing stopped it but the rains in November in the Pacific Ocean. Where would Cochrane be? Different map layer. And Nehalem, they've strategically put Cochrane here as we're waiting for an update. I might show you something neat. Yeah, Timber. It's west of Timber. Oh, you zoom in and you can't see the little blue. Anyway, if you were to find on a proper map, the river, they strategically put Cochrane at the middle, the exact middle. It's west of Timber here. The Coast Range. So that steam trains usually had to build up steam power to go uphill. Well, they would be downhill both ways, so they didn't have to do that. It was very efficient. It was in the Salmonberry River Canyon. So the funny thing is, if you stand at a certain spot at Cochrane, in the little area where it goes over the old extinct railroad tracks, this is what unfortunately destroyed the most scenic railway in the United States, arguably. We're going through a forest. The 2007 flood just wrecked everything. You stand right there, which is the actual peak of the Coast Range, but down in the canyon. Put your arms out like a scarecrow. If a raindrop lands on the top of your head, goes, and you're facing north, goes to the left side of your body, goes off your left fingertips into the water, then this river is called the Salmonberry, goes due west out to Wheeler, and it meets the Pacific Ocean. A raindrop on the top of your head hits top and goes off your right arm and to the other side of the road, the other side of the ditch. That flow is the headwaters of the Nehalem. And the Nehalem takes the most roundabout way ever to get to the ocean. It does a huge loop like this. And then it finally does. It goes east to go north, to go west, to go southwest, to go west. But this doesn't do a good job with rivers and watch duty cars. But the whole area, all these little places were connected by the old steam train railroads of the day. Before the fires kind of universally erased most of them. Some of them survived, just barely, by firefighters making a stand. But this is the legacy of fire, where sometimes it erases towns, they never come back. They never really do. And they can kind of struggle, survive for a bit, but no jobs out there anymore. So what do you do? Almost all of the tracks were pulled up in the World War I, World War II scrap drives. Gone are the days of the railroads, but there used to be thousands of miles of railroad tracks out here. Almost every single road, which are now great fire access roads and logging roads, were once trains. And in a couple of places, they had train wrecks, and some of the cars are still out there in the woods, half salvaged. They don't look exactly like a train car, but you know where to look and you know what you're looking at. The ghost trains are out there, but they're deep under bush now. But this is interesting. Will there ever be another Tillamook burn? Possibly. I was worried for a few years. The Tillamook burn is what traumatized the nation. It was the first big fire that got out of control with no way to stop it, and had multiple starts, not just a lumber fire at Gales Creek. It's the thing where I read all the books about it. Just because I was interested in ghost towns, it gave me a huge fire education. And we learned critical lessons, like get the thing under control by noon the next day. So I will be looking at this Tweedle fire. I don't think it'll amount to anything, even though it's a hot day and whatnot. But we had some pretty, the freak weather that led to the Tillamook burn. The last time it occurred was Red Monday, Labor Day fires of 2020. That's when I finally really did my stream for real and decided to commit to it. I had no idea it would last as long as it did and go on for multiple years, but that's like a once in a lifetime event, like once every 75 to 120 years. It's like a hot, dry Santa Ana wind, hurricane force winds, or 75 miles an hour at least, come spilling out of the deserts of the east, eastern Oregon, Nevada, from the jet stream doing some crazy stuff. And so I was terrified every Tillamook burn could happen, because the hot, dry winds go down the Columbia River and they go straight due west. Some winds still follow the river going north, but you see how the Tillamook Forest is just due west of Portland. And so it baked it out like a hairdryer in 1933, and then there was a lightning storm. A couple of lightning strikes happened, and as ironically, nobody wants fire in the lumber business. They tried to shut down as humidity dropped below 40%. It was a dry tinderbox thing. Gales Creek Lumber Company. Gales Creek is now a ghost town, barely surviving right here. They were trying to put their last log safely in the pond in the water so they could shut down. And then they were going to go off and fight the lightning strike fire. So somewhat by timber. And the last log got stuck. And so they're just trying to move it. It had a chain on it. And I don't know if it was crane or however they were doing it, steam donkey or whatnot. Come to think of it, it may have been a cable. You know how, iron cable, if they're moving too fast, it can make friction fire. That's a candidate. They're not that specific, but the steam donkey is a giant steam engine. It winches cables. Either a chain slipped and a spark goes into dry grass, or a cable around the log, finally was unstuck and then, created heat. Either way it happened, they couldn't save their own lumber mill, and crazy high winds came up and humidity dropped down to crazy low levels. I think it was 18% or something. And legend has it, and the guy testified about the start of the fire. It was like Oregon's worst fire for a very long time. Yeah, one of the worst the country ever had. Legendary fire. The one that inspired the Bambi scene, right? A ranger had just arrived, like by muleback from the ranger station, and said, "Stop doing everything." And as he did that, they looked at him, and then the spark. So he blamed them like squarely 100%. But if you look into deeper records, even if the fire at Gales Creek had not occurred, the lightning strike fire, I don't think they had enough time to basically every lumberjack's an off-duty firefighter. They go on duty the moment they drop everything and they go on duty and volunteer anytime a fire breaks out, help each other. A huge percentage of wildland firefighters typically have been historically loggers. Even if they had dropped everything and gotten to the remote area where the lightning strike fire was, the super wind gusts came down the Columbia River Gorge. 75 plus miles an hour. There's probably this was inevitable. It's still a very good lesson, and to this day, the humidity drops below a certain percent. I had no idea it was that important. Logging just shuts down. It just does. And they figured out that if you don't surround a fire by noon the next day and really, really have great lines in the direction the wind is going to blow the next day, you will probably lose control. And serious fire potential. So, bringing us back to how's that relevant? The Applegate fire, Upper Applegate fire. I keep saying south because it's south of the other fire. My bad. This is weird. A weird name. It wasn't like South Applegate Road or it's Upper Applegate Road, but the South Applegate Trail is nearby, so that's messing with my head. Sorry, correct me when I do that. They just have not told us any new information. I was hoping Watch Duty volunteers, I mean, anybody can be a volunteer. You just take the Watch Duty app, take pictures of fires that you see. You can submit them. It can be with credit or anonymous. I was hoping more people would do that. We see that tankers are coming and going. But we can't watch it. That would have been cool. So looking at this back situation in Reno, excuse me, not Reno, but northeast of it. We're listening to the Reno channel for so long. I keep saying that. That is looking so much better. I'm feeling way better about that situation. It's sad we lost 4 structures, probably, or heavily damaged. It's unknown. In nighttime infrared will give us a much better view of what's going on about the situation at the Ironwood here. This old alert wildfire cam is all we got for the system, and that's the heart, that rainbow heart from earlier. This system covers the old way of less sophistication here. Oregon just doesn't have a lot of cams. So like this is looking the correct direction, but it's smoky. Near Medford. So this has got to do with the price of tea in China when I was talking about. Can they get this ringed tonight? This is a really big question. I need more updates. Can they really get a handle on it tonight or the next wind event, like before noon the next day? We're having a hot spell. Right now, we're lucky there's no super high winds. But this is steep, rugged terrain in a wind tunnel. We saw what 2020 did, which is, well, freak conditions, much like Tillamook burn. But there's all kinds of dead trees from the 2020 fires. Oh, we can see smoke, that's it. And a bunch of carrion birds ready to eat the dead animals. This kind of terrain, I don't even know if it would be possible or feasible to salvage log and get the dead trees off the landscape. And now 2020 has been so long ago, they're probably worth $0 as lumber, just something you would chip. Even that would be better than nothing to try to prevent more crazy fires. So as I was prioritizing my levels of concern for which fires bother me the most, which ones am I most concerned about, the first one was what was going on in Yakima because proximity to people. Later, of course, when we were losing structures, that with what broke out by Pyramid Lake in Nevada, the Ironwood, that of course became highest level of concern. Goes aside now, which what is going on in Yakima, by the way? We've been deaf, dumb, and blind. They have not updated much. See, our last one was 4 hours ago. We were not able to hear much. Just dispatch saying more units are coming or not. Saw aircraft working it, but we didn't have any camera. We could just see aircraft on the radar. It's the wrong one, excuse me. Yakima. He's right. There we go. Wondering that looked weird. Sorry. Yeah, but still, just 4 hours ago, they just said there's an evacuation shelter. Okay, and how's it going? We would have to dig up local news. I asked a couple of locals to check on it for me, but I didn't see anybody updating me in the chat, so we've had our hands full. So I'm going to assume everything's all right. They're wrapping it up. This is not the first level of concern now. It is that upper Applegate fire. That is my highest concern level right now. And it was earlier what was going on in Tuolumne County because of the nature of, well, fires in the California mountains by the foothills, right? They buttoned that up. That's great. So my next level of concern was what the heck's going on by Sun Valley. Seems to be all right as well. So once again, my biggest concern now is the South Applegate. There's a reason they're slamming it with the biggest airplanes they got. Just need a lot more update. It's Tanker 910 is still there. DC-10. I can only imagine the peril. I want to see out of the cockpit with like a GoPro, man. Man, I want to see that. If you wonder if a DC-10 can operate in a narrow, steep canyon, drop a huge load of water and then do a vertical climb to not run smack into the wall of a canyon, they do that. They do that. They had a couple C-130 Hercules doing it too. They need everything they can get for the next wind event. And kind of scary looking at the area with all the dead trees. I don't think the Google car's ever driven here. Let me check. See if we can get an idea, like what it looks like down there. All right, so let's go to Buncombe, Oregon, actually. See if the Google car ever made it. It did. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so there's Buncombe, and that's the valley over. We go to the west here. So here's where the Applegate fire is at. Well, Google car came at one point. Let's see how long ago that was. See, it's a steep, rugged, dry forest. That's the way it is in Southern Oregon. Look at all the brush. It's May from this year. Oh, God. Oh, God. This highway is not even a good line because of the brush here. They needed masticators. Brush hogs. Yeah, the little trees have to go down. I mean, that one will never make it being that close to the road anyway. But the point is, you save oaks like that. They're fire resistant. But the point is that each of the little trees and the bushes are the assassins of the big mature trees, which are more likely to survive the fire. They can't survive very well, though, if there's so much brush stacked at their base. The ironic thing is they still don't really burn being alive, living trees with hundreds of gallons of water in the trunk. The sticks and leaves burn off, right? But the tree would come back and be alive. But it'll die because of the amount of heat that rose from the bushes on fire and the smaller trees. That's what we saw so much, that it killed a great amount of the Caldor, El Dorado National Forest in the Caldor. Hey, speak of the devil, they just updated the upper Applegate fire. Keep doing that. All right. Hey, somebody heard my request. Oregon Department of Forestry evening update. Hot off the press, the upper Applegate fire. Let's see, what time is this? 7:33. The upper Applegate fire located south of Root. What the heck is that? That place. Don't know how to pronounce it. RUCH remains an estimated 500 acres on a mix of private BLM, Bureau of Land Management, and U.S. Forest Service land in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. The fire's holding. This fire is holding as the district's top priority. Well, yeah, it's pretty much the only fire burning in the district now, but okay. Firefighters have been able to build indirect line around 70% of it, and 10% direct line at the fire's edge. However, steep, rocky terrain and hazardous snag trees are creating challenges. Challenges for the resources, and it's slowing down progress. Portions of these areas are affected by conifer mortality, and there are significant patches of dead Douglas fir trees. Both of them promote fire even when alive, because they're super sap. It's like kerosene. And a constant shedding of pine needles. But when they're completely dead, they're a super hazard on the landscape. They are just a mega fire ready to happen. This is why it is my main concern. I've been through this region. It's a nightmare to have a fire here. So, like I said, it would have been good if they got these dead trees off the landscape, or at least wood chipper down. When a dead tree is on fire, it's very different than a living one. The living one's branches burn off. It dies, but the thing's standing up intact. Usually. A dead tree, the fire will eat it from the inside out. It'll eventually weaken and fall down, collapse, and flaming debris goes everywhere. Splashes everywhere. And on slopes, these dead trees will shatter on the ground, and then the trunk will roll all the way down the mountain. It'll start a fire at the base, like down in the creeks. The fire will then race up the other side of a mountain. This is called a rollout fire spread. Like literally, stuff rolls to the bottom of the hill. The other nightmare for standing at trees, especially on ridge tops, is the little bits of the tree that burn and fly off in the wind. Little sticks and pine cones and stuff, especially if it makes its own weather, like has high winds. Oh boy, look out. Long distance spotting, as it takes the higher it is, the longer it takes for something on fire to fall down out of the sky. And we do have, like Mount Baldy there, 46,000 feet. Or, excuse me, 4,600 feet, 4,600. The other adjacent mountain, 4,700 feet. Yeah, hold on to your butts. So this is a race against time. This is a super challenge. So, let's see here. Yeah, It's top priority for a reason. And all I gotta do is salute these brave pilots who are taking passenger jets to drop retardant there with these clutch. Drop the retardant near vertical climbs out so they don't smack in the mountains in challenging smoky weather. This would be such an amazing documentary if only I could line their cockpits with GoPros. So the dead trees are the result of a variety of factors: climate change, decades of fire suppression, meaning too many trees are growing next to each other and compete for light and water. Decades of fire suppression where the smaller fires, that if they had been small and yearly, that's what usually wipes out the brush. The strongest will survive. But you suppress all fires, you get too much of a thick forest. And so wherever the limbs are under shade of another tree, they just die. And every limb that's not doing photosynthesis, tree's very weak. Tree's basically starving. You know, sunlight is its food. So the conifer mortality and the significant patches of dead Douglas firs are a combination and a result of climate change, decades of fire suppression, prolonged droughts, and periods of high temperatures. I'm going to take a wild guess and say the fungus as well. There are many fungal outbreaks in the West, in our forest, that had occurred before, but the fungus is taking over and exploding because all you need are two things: weakened trees. Trees already stressed by things like drought, right? And overcrowding. And fungus loves darkness. So when the forest is very, very thick down there and there's not much light, all those lower limbs die on the trees, right? It's just green on the top, but the lower ones are dead. Fungus immediately attack. And the tree does a thing by trying to make the limb fall off. That takes a very long time. It tries to cut off all of its nutrients to these limbs on purpose to try to heal a little bit so the fungus doesn't come in through the dead limb to its heart. And when the limb falls off, and maybe it's windstorm, right? Then the fungus infected limbs drop down into the forest floor. And once they're there, this is why occasional fire is great. You know, it would burn up the fungus. But if that doesn't happen, it's down there in perfect darkness in the thick, half-dead forest. It will attack the root system of trees. It's a different kind of attack. And so you got a really sick forest. And if you wonder why loggers scrape together all of the limbs after harvesting logs and woods into a middle of clear cut and they burn, it's because they're trying to maintain the forest health and fight the tree diseases of the fungus and burn it up. Not just fungus, but a fungal attack opens up the trees for virus attack too. There are tree viruses, tree fungus, just like everything that affects us, it affects the plants. You know, the plants have been around a long time before humans, so it's opportunistic. Tree viruses and all kinds of other nasties will do the attack, and then the bugs go, oh boy, perfect. A drought-stressed tree can't kill me with sap and stuff, and its immune system is down. Great. And couple this with invasive weeds, and just take over, and like the Scotch broom and stuff in some areas. They're not mentioning it here, but we spoke about that earlier. Scotch broom bushes going up are like oil drums going up in fire. They're not native. They kill the native plants. Many of the native plants evolved to be pretty fire resistant or burn at a low intensity, but not the invaders. The invaders, they burn with high intensity and kill the low intensity burning native stuff. So you got a combo of many more factors. They're summarizing here. Otherwise, this would be a novel, giving you a tip of the iceberg explanation that this is a very sketchy situation. The health of this region of the forest is not good, and in many parts of the West, it's not good. And we got to do something about it. In the meantime, fires are here. So how are they going to deal with this situation? Because that's a long-term project to restore our forest to health. Meanwhile, what do? Hit it with everything they got. Yep, just like a war, like World War II, you basically win with air superiority. You have air attack, planes, but you can't just win a war from the air. You got to have the ground troopers. Sometimes the ground troopers can't win if there's no air attack. You need both. Very happy to see, even though it's extremely dangerous, the VLATs, the very large aerial tankers here, the big passenger jets. So they are saying for Friday's overnight. Oh, sorry, I think I scrolled down too much. Today, tree fellers are working to safely remove some of the dead trees, which will allow firefighters to work closer to the fire's perimeter. Because the number one killer of firefighters is a tree on fire next to them. And do you think it's hazardous to chop down a tree that could shatter on you because it's half rotten? Imagine when it's on fire too. We almost lost 5 firefighters with a tree on fire. Nearly killed them in the Dixie Fire. And the air lifted out. It was really stressful here. So it's much better to remove the standing dead trees. They're called snags. Before they get too rotten, after firefighters and stuff. It's not ideal to do it when the fire's already here. But like I said, loggers are crucial to fighting fires. Absolutely. So this is a horrible kind of situation, and we have favorable weather right now, but for how long? The race against time is up. It's on, I mean. So for Friday's overnight shift tonight, 47 personnel are assigned. That includes 6 20-person crews, 2 engines, 2 water tenders, and 2 bulldozers. That's it. Oh dear. Eyes open for more. Numerous aircraft remain assigned to the incident as well, and will fly as long as they are needed until the sun goes down. That might be 9:30, but actually no. It's now. It's about now. Because I forgot they're in a canyon, so the sun sets behind the mountain. That may have been it. Let's see, there's a helicopter still going around, but the VLATs may just land in Medford and stay there. Yeah, that's probably right about now. Today, 3 federal large aerial tankers. That must be the C-130s, the Hercules. Federal, does that mean the ones converted from military use? I'd imagine that's what that means. Today, 3 federal large aerial tankers and 1 very large aerial tanker were used on the fire out of the Medford Air Tanker Base. They're used to create temporary fire lines using retardant. Like I said, that's a speed bump. It just buys you time. As the retardant dries out, it just becomes a pink powder, and it gets less and less effective. But it's good they drop it towards the end of the day. Nighttime's coolness and more damp situation, and there'll be less drying out at night. Just buy some time. What will really be helpful is the dozer crews and the others making lines, which is basically roads. but putting the retardant there, that's good. So tonight, the drops today of retardant largely helped to keep the fire within its footprint, despite hot and windy conditions today. Yes, that's the update I was hoping for. We've been waiting for this for hours. Like, what happened today? How is it going? Couldn't hear it, couldn't see it. So tonight, resources will be focused on creating as much direct line as possible on the eastern border, where there is currently no line or control, aside from, well, the retardant perimeters. That's, like I said, a speed bump. It's temporary. Safety remains top priority, with potential for falling trees and rocks and steep terrain. Structure protection will also continue on the homes nearby. Resources from across Oregon have been mobilized to this fire, including overhead members of Oregon Department of Forestry's Incident Management Team 2. These individuals work out of Oregon Department of Forestry districts across the state and dispatch to incidents where additional help is needed, allowing for surge capacity on local districts. Man, I haven't heard that since Gulf War II. Remember the surge thing? Is that General Petraeus' thing? Military terms are apt, though, aren't they? This has been pretty effective. I think Oregon State Fire Marshal doing that has been pretty good. Additional resources that have been working on this fire since it was first reported include the BLM, U.S. Forest Service, Applegate Valley Fire District, probably has a lot of mostly volunteer guys, and firefighters and resources from the adjacent agencies across Jackson and Josephine counties. On this upper Applegate fire, level 1B ready, evacuation notices were issued by Jackson County Emergency Management and Jackson County Sheriff's Office for Zone JAC 436, Little Applegate Road, west of Upper Applegate Road, eastern portions of Sterling Creek Road, Jacksonville, and Zone JAC 434, East Side Road of Little Applegate Road, north to the McKee Bridge, Jacksonville. Both remain in place this morning. More information about the zones are located there at the evacuation map. There's an actual Facebook article. I don't think it's anything more than what we just read. Oh, we have a video. Hopefully this is not very loud. Sure, I tone it down before we play this. They start at maximum volume. I'm sorry. Vertical video. Gee, it's gonna be tiny the way we have it. Oh well. All right, let's see. Oh, wow, it's wait, I'm trying to make it large. It didn't do that. It's helicopter footage of a VLAT dropping a drop. That's the DC-10. That's Tinker 910, guys. Oh, okay, I was pressing the wrong button. Okay, let me fix it. May not have sound. I hope not. Awesome. All right, let's play. 16-second video clip. Wow, that looks like dry land down there. I just painted a mountaintop red. And don't you guys miss the last fire and the 747? If California had its head on straight, it would have not only renewed the contract, that huge, massive drops that used to paint mountainsides red. They're ideal for conditions like this. Pretty much single-handedly saved the town of Calistoga and an adjacent one. But they would have ordered a lot more. I don't think there's more than one or two 747s on Earth that do this, and I don't even know if they still function. California budget cuts. Oh, nothing is going to be as bad as 2020, they said. Oh, yeah, 2021 said, hold my beer. But man, are they right about the amount of dead trees. Man. I'll pause it right there. You can see the dead trees. Let me get the notepad out of the way. Excuse me. Wait, yeah, go back to full screen. Full screen. Make it this. Show y'all. Look at the dead trees. They're gray. They're interspersed with some living green ones. That's a lot. That's a lot. When they're talking about, like, specifically, what do they mean? Climate change caused some dead trees. Probably a reduced snowfall, reduced snowpack. If, and here's the ironic thing, one mismanagement thing has a domino effect on something else. So the foolish, let's suppress all fires, that kind of was the predominant sentiment for kind of the last 75 years, actually. Trust me, the locals and local ranchers and Indians are like, no, you don't do this. Let us have some control burns, man. Oh no, Forest Service knows best. Well, if you don't have a lot of yearly fires, then that means that all the bushes, and baby trees make the forest too thick, compete for light, and just kind of harm each other. And then they have most of their limbs die because they're the ones that get harmed the most. Being pretty young, the ones that are already mature, they got the light up there. They got the light at the top. So these baby trees grow up half dead with a lot of dead limbs everywhere. And it's choked thick with the half dead baby trees. They're still partly alive. So when you have some years like the 3-year mega droughts in the West, the 3 years of La Nina, reduced snowpack, extremely long summers, and extremely hot summers. Snowpack provides most of the water, most of it, and it melts off eventually and refills springs and things. But when you have reduced amount, there's not enough to go around. So there's a huge die-off. However, if we didn't suppress all the fires and maybe did a lot more control burns and had been doing that for 75 years, then you wouldn't have had the forest this thick. Native Americans have noticed for about 17,000 or so years, at least. Shaking their heads. They'll figure it out one day. More and more power is being returned to them to just do their thing. Especially around climate preservation, I think. Who would have thought they knew what they're talking about? Like, it doesn't take rocket scientists to observe that small, frequent, low-key fires fertilize, renew, and burn away the diseased, dead, half-dead stuff. Prevents the huge outbreaks of the fungus and whatnot. Oh, there's something else they're not mentioning. Monoculture. That whether or not it be a fire or logging, they pretty much replanted one species. So that if fungus is the right one or a tree virus is the right one, it hits the jackpot because all of the trees around it are so similar and the same species. There's maybe just 3 main species. They'll all be vulnerable to the same disease. So there's our old style of replanting has been terribly flawed as well. But eventually, when we get our heads screwed on straight, we'll replant with diverse. We'll we'll be putting some of the more fire-resistant species back on the landscape. The ones that were never really replanted, cedars and such. I'm not sure if cedars belong here, but you get the idea. They were prevalent in the Oregon Coast Range at least. But pretty much the only thing that was ever replanted was Douglas firs because they grow so fast. You can harvest them so quickly. But my God, Douglas firs are called weed trees for a reason. They grow faster than others in order to hog the light for themselves and kill other species of trees. They constantly drop sap. They constantly drop flammable sap and pine needles everywhere. And they're pretty vulnerable to fire. It's like they commit suicide. Whereas cedar has iron bark, super fire resistant bark, that and oak, a couple other species, redwoods type. If you have at least a mix and fire roars through, you get a lot more survivors. And the topsoil will stay more intact. We'll learn eventually. We can fix this. And take some time and some love and care. That's a pretty awesome video. Courtesy of Oregon Department of Forestry. Do they have more video for us to see? That one? Sorry, oh my god. Oh my goddess. Sorry, I couldn't see. I had full screen there for your viewing pleasure. Back looking at chat. That's southwest of Medford. Strangely, yesterday, at the same time, 2 fires broke out in Jackson County. One northeast of Medford, one southwest. One northwest, one southwest. Simultaneously, pretty far distances away. The other one was the Highway 62 fire. This is the Upper Applegate fire, which I keep saying wrong is the South Applegate fire. The South Applegate Trail, the Pioneer Trail, is in the area, so it's just dominating my thoughts. Sorry. And it's a race against time. This is a nightmare place to have a fire. 6 hours ago, update. This one was about the other one, right? No, Highway 62 fire, I believe. Now this is Cave Junction. That's much further away. It's different. That's a way different area. That's Southwest Oregon. So this is just a general regional Oregon Department of Forestry thing. Yeah, the Highway 62 fire update. They pounced on that. They've got a wet line around it. Lots of hoses. They're good. Watch Duty doesn't even update it anymore. It's such a relief. Because both of them have something in common. They're these steep canyons that function as wind tunnels. Race against time before the wind picks up. This is what the Upper Applegate fire was looking like last night. It's almost beautiful. Oh man, there's somebody exasperating the comments. All I ask for is one summer for no fire and no smoke. Why can't we enjoy our summer? And why do we have to light everything on fire or put something on fire? It's getting old, really. It's like every summer it's always smoking. There's something on fire. Let me pour you a drink, son. Milk, right? I don't drink. But yeah. Oh, yep, this is Medford is, if you take I-5 out of California, it's the first big city that you come to. It's steep, rugged, dry hills. Because it's east of, it's far enough east on the coast. So it's more like California's dryness than Western Oregon's wetness. It's particularly brittle, and wind tunneling. And it was devastating in the 2020 year. Medford was surrounded by fires on all sides. And I do believe we do have a fire footprint there. They didn't mention it, but some of these trees could be killed by the 2020 fires. Because I remember specifically, I was worried for Medford. It became impossible to evacuate it once the 3 main roads out were blocked by fire. I-5 to the south, Talent and Phoenix were on fire, burning down downtowns. You saw that on the traffic cams as when they went out. It was horrible. I hope those videos got saved. They were incredible. We were watching the traffic cams on I-5. Fire comes closer. It's looking south of Medford. And then I'm like, wait, is Phoenix okay? Is Talent okay? Then we started getting reports. No, the downtown is burning down. Both of these towns. I drove and filmed some of the devastation. They're still cleaning up the debris. And after those fires, August of 2022, Sue Probe and I drove up. I had my kidney problem begin. I left the Tahoe area filming, and we drove back to Oregon. I thought just for a few weeks and then go back to California, but man, my kidneys just about failed. That's right. Yeah, you're in the Tri-Cities, Washington area. Do you know what's going on with the fire in Yakima? They're not telling us, and I don't have the time to look at local news for all these different fires, and I'm really tired. I have not eaten anything but a cup of macaroni and cheese today. I realized I didn't finish all of it. Okay, turned off the AC. But yeah, this Michael's sentiment in the chat. He was saying every summer it's always smoking, something's on fire. Can we have at least one summer that none of the beep happens? Did people lost their brain cells? Brain cells. Somebody was voice typing. There's no grammar, punctuation. Brain cells. Their brain. People have. This is now a quote from the ages. Have people lost their brain cells? Sorry. The answer, my friend, is yes. Unequivocally yes. I blame the new drug Flocka. It's rabies, paranoia, and hallucinations in a bottle. Okay. So, has everyone lost their brain cells? Excellent. Excuse me while I take a screenshot. We have to have some humor here. We are all gonna go gibbering mad. I now understand the dark humor that ambulance driver types have. So this is the upper Applegate little brain cells screenshot. Woo! Next to the prism heart thing. Okay. They definitely lost the light. It's still light here. It's 8:03. We have sunset at what, 9:30 tonight. It's gonna be So I really need some blood sugar and something to eat. This is my number one fire concern. This could become a monster. This is the biggest prospect of becoming a monster. I wish Brokefish would come back. He lives not too far away, just like general southern Oregon region, and he's fought fires here before. That's right. We're gonna check it out on have there been any late historical fires. And some of these dead trees be from the 2020. Dixies. See, people don't realize all this brown is wildfire damage. That's Lake Shasta. But that's wildfire burn scar, all that. Zog, Carr, a couple others. Dixie. The deforestation of California is severe. This will change the climate of the rest of the United States and California's climate. Deforestation does that. It's proven. Forests create moisture. It's part of the thing they do at night is they switch into oxygen production mode at night and they emit moisture. It's kind of like gross, but it's like, you know, we drink some things we have to pee. Well, trees drink water out of the roots, but they release it off their leaves and stuff. That's why tropical rainforest is steamy all the time, super humid. Yeah, amount of plants. The tropical rainforests make their own rain in a weird way. It's perpetuating. And then some is delivered by oceans, of course. But once you get desertification, people think, oh, we can just replant. No, that's not going to be the same. A lot of the reason the soil stays moist and plants survive after some days without rain is the shade. When you lose that canopy, you could have the replants to struggle to survive. Not to mention these mega fires that just obliterate. They're not the low-key rejuvenating fires. The mega fires that obliterate, turn everything to white ash. As soon as you get any rain, ironically, it just takes topsoil and what should fertilize, it just washes it away in mudslides, leaving you with some very poor bare dirt mineral soils. Bit of fire history. So if we go to Buncombe, Oregon, which is the nearest place, we got all kinds of heat detections from this fire. This is a very recent one. I gotta turn it on to just goes. The satellite passed 3 minutes ago, approximately. A red color is a new flare-up of heat detection within the last 10 to 15 minutes. So they didn't mention firing ops. It's just probably the fire having activity. Yep, old forest is irreplaceable. It's really hard to get that back. That's why I was so upset about the Dixie Fire. In my childhood, my parents were saying, within your lifetime, this will become old growth. A lot of it was just qualified. Like the last couple of years, it just become certified old growth, and that was coming true. The Dixie Fire, around 52% Lewis National Forest dead in the summer. Won't be old growth in my lifetime anymore. So, what we can do is educate and prevent the rest from happening. At least there's a bright side to a blank slate. Tabula rasa. You can replant right with a healthy mix of species. And a lot of the invasives got turned into powder with their seeds dead too. So if we're vigilant, we could prevent the invasive species from taking over again. That's about the only thing positive about that. And the weird thing is that PG&E put cloud seeders up in the mountains. So, wow. That's a topic for another day, but wow. I don't know if they're doing anything, but wow. And there's things to do. Butt Lake, don't laugh. And Almanor is a huge bodies of water. You could theoretically, in places like where Seneca was at, in Caribou, and Feather River Canyon, run pipes, and in some areas do a drip irrigation for when it's mega drought. But you need the replants to survive, especially in the Feather River Canyon, to prevent new rock slides. Otherwise, it's going to crush cars below and destroy the road again. It was out of commission for like half a year, a massive slide after the Dixie. It's open now, but so this fire is very active. Godspeed. So I guess I was incorrect. We do not have a fire history right here. Now, Medford God, there's the Alameda fire, the one that chewed up Talent Phoenix. There's Medford. So as I think Medford needed to have been evacuated in 2020. They never called for it, probably because it was way too late. That's a large amount of people. There's if we change our view, sorry, that gets bright. You can see that it's in a little valley, and there's 3 ways out: south on I-5, west on I-5 because it goes like so, and then you can take the highways northeast. Well, here's the Obachan, so it closed down the roads to the northeast, burning at the exact same time as the Alameda was racing up I-5. The 4 towns of Talent right here, you can see they got largely obliterated, giant chunks of them. We watched this live on the traffic cams. I guess we could go back to my archives. Back then I didn't know in 2020 that if your stream goes over 12 hours, YouTube doesn't save it. All we have to do is figure out the day that Talent and Phoenix burned down. It was nighttime actually. And we might be able to relive the moment that we were live covering this, trying to help people. But Talent first burns in Phoenix, and they barely stopped it. We were really nervous. One by one, the I-5 traffic cams go down, but we just kept seeing this orange glow coming closer and closer to Medford. So can't go to the northeast, can't go south. That left 2 basic ways out. And then there was a small fire here, west on I-5 near Grants Pass. And it's not listed here. Maybe it's too small to have a name or something, but it was by I-5 and not, this area was not doable either. So this was the only way out. And I was saying, oh man, southwest down here in the Applegate River, steep rugged terrain and not a very wide highway. And then it had a fire, and I realized there was no way to evacuate Medford, period, unless the airport was utilized, and that'd take forever. So they did a pretty incredible job to stop the Alameda fire, but it was just crazy 75, 80 mile an hour winds funneled through these mountain passes and intensifying to higher wind speeds. I call that Red Monday for a reason. Almost every single major population center in Oregon was threatened by fire in the western half of the state. Medford was in danger. Grants Pass, of course, in danger. Everything red, by the way, as you zoom out this last couple of years. And you go up here, the Holiday Farm fire. Wait, that one. Here's the RG Creek, also 2020, spilled out of the mountain passes in the west. There's a once-in-a-lifetime event. It only happens 75 to 120 years. Last time it was 1933's Tillamook burn. Hadn't seen anything like it since. Yeah, Eugene here. Yeah, this one is hard to read. I don't know if that's the. It's hard to know where they. Oh, 2022's Cedar Creek, excuse me, by Oak Ridge. We were covering that live. Yeah, 2020's Holiday Farm fire was spilling out the mountain pass going west, threatens Eugene. This is the one where I put the headset down and says, I have to evacuate my mother. Be right back. I left the stream running with chaos on the radio, drove down to Salem, and as I evacuated my mother on the east side of Salem area, hot ash falling on my head and the sky as I recorded my drive was turning different colors progressively as I went south. And you could see in the sky these black streaks. First the sky was a bit greenish, yellow tinge later, like a sulfur. Then it started to get brown, light brown. then a red, and a beer bottle brown, and then you saw black streaks, and that was where the multiple towns were disappearing. The Beachy Creek had people trapped here on Detroit Lake on the dock. They couldn't evacuate the town. They called for the National Guard to airlift them out. They said, we can't. There's too much smoke. The wind is crazy. They should have stayed on the dock, but they had a harrowing escape. Loggers led them around on through the north on logging roads. There were two different fires here. The Lion's Head was the one east of Detroit. The Beachy Creek was the one left, and this was mostly power lines that caused this. There was one lightning strike fire up in this canyon up here. But the main road out, the reason they got trapped at Detroit Lake was Pacific Power here, Pacific Core, I think it's about the same thing. Kept the power lines on, even though people were calling 911 saying live power lines keep falling on houses and fences and stuff. They're falling down on the streets. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We saw this crazy video of a camera burnover. Just insanity. Fire got so big, starts making wind gusts faster than that, 120 miles an hour. Gates was right here, this old town. The words get smaller as I zoom in, whatever. This is where the firefighting headquarters was at. People ran to the firehouse. They're trying to coordinate this. They're wondering, why is it spreading so fast? Wait, isn't the fire east of us? Why are there calls of towns to the west of us on fire? What's going on? People ran up and said, the power lines are going down everywhere. Just as somebody ran up and said that, power line falls down onto the chain link fence around the gates. Huge firehouse. It's the center for coordinating all of the firefighting of the Cascade Range. Wait, do we have a new fire? So they had to abandon their own firehouse as they drive west. They're evacuating people. More and more power lines are going down, pushing the fire west at extreme speeds. So Detroit burned down. Pretty sizable town. Idaho there burned down. There's one too. There's up there the museum town of Jawbone Flats burned down. 3. Gates was 4th. Mill City devastated, not completely lost though. 5th town lost though and abandoned. They kept trying to go to the next town and set up shop, but the power lines were still live. They kept calling. The fire crews are going, for the love of God, turn off the power. There was a big trial. They're found guilty of not only not doing that stupidly, ridiculous excuses like we gotta wake up a supervisor to approve that. Like, no, just do the right thing and live with yourself the rest of your life. People died here. Several fatalities and many survival stories. So just as fire crews moved one town away, I kept playing the video where the fire chief explains this. They had to keep abandoning every town because they just wouldn't turn off the power. You can't put water in a fire, you get electrocuted. So the chain link fence around the firehouse, it was this brand new, awesome firehouse. It's metal, and it had some bushes by it. And what it did is it lit all the bushes on fire, 360 degrees around that firehouse. It's a firehouse. They have water. They have hoses. They can't put it out because it's electrified. They'll electrocute themselves. So Pacific Power or Pacific Core, I can't remember which one it was there was a trial. Not only were they found guilty of basically being single-handedly the biggest spreaders of this crazy Beach Creek fire, the ones by the living towns. And huge amounts of buildings lost. Oh, and then Lyons was devastated too, and Mahima. And the smaller town that's up here, it's really tiny. I mean, it's more like a firehouse and a couple of homes. I can't remember what it's called. They finally ended up at Staten and eventually abandoned Staten too. But Staten was saved by heroic. They came back to it. But Silverton, we almost lost. Well, we almost lost. And the Riverside, which I kept getting hate People came in and said, clickbait, Riverside County is not on fire, girl. You're dumb. You're a dumb blonde girl. Guys, I don't name the fires. The Riverside almost merged with it. We lost Bagby, we kept Bagby Hot Springs, all just by the grace of God, but Brighton burned down. So I got my mom out, comes back, and the only funny thing about this, at the same time, the unusually wet, usually very, very wet Echo Mountain Complex fire happened, and this was power lines too. I interviewed a couple victims there when I went to the coast trying to get fresh air. Meanwhile, I'm like, my health is failing because of smoke. I had to just leave the stream on and spend a couple of days at the coast. I had kind of forgotten that this one happened. I couldn't cover it live. There was no cams or anything, but power lines too, of course. Just that one's more devastating than I expected. Now, the only funny thing about having my mom back interviewed with me and in the same room was she goes, "Are you going to stop your stream anytime soon?" And I go, "Stop? No, the people need me. And how could I just like chill with you on the couch and watch a movie?" She goes, "Didn't you rent a movie or DVD?" I said, "No, I own it. That's okay. You could play it." I said, "Keep it down, please." That tiny place. Does she obey? No, she doesn't. So, funny thing was, we were watching the drops of the tankers. How the meme started. She was watching Sully. You know, the Captain Sullenberger, the hero captain that landed in the Hudson after bird strike. And what is our new fire? What's going on? I wish we would just have on the right that it would say new fires, so I don't have to dig for them. As we're watching scoopers and stuff go down to drop water, the sound effects from the movie were bleeding into the microphone. I didn't realize. Whoop whoop, pull up. Whoop whoop, pull up. Terrain. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. And it matched perfectly with the aircraft getting really low to the ground. I hope some of that footage got saved, but I ran a stream for days at a time. And there's this little button that says, "Do you want to save the footage after you're done?" And I pressed it. That's how I found it the hard way after incredible stuff happened. Incredible stuff happened, including the lightning storm that finally ended all of these fires. It was amazing. It was like God took a storm from the coast. And all these mega fires who were about to burn down Medford, Grants Pass, Eugene, Salem, and even Southeast Portland was on evacuation notice. And Warm Springs, Indian Reservation, and so many other countless communities. This wet storm came in October from the Pacific, and some of the wildfires were on the west side, some of them were a bit more on the east side. And the storm split itself in half, and it was one of the craziest lightning and torrential rainstorms. My phone kept blowing up as I went out to get donuts in the middle of the night. I was trying to race the storm. One of my mods said, "Wow, there's more lightning than I've ever seen before in my life outside." Well, lightning just struck my neighbor's car. I was like, whoa. And one by one, all of my viewers that were checking in with me and all the mods from south to north lost power because the storm was that crazy. So I ran out to get donuts. Very long story there. I met some scam artists that were probably trying to rob the gas station. That was weird. My phone starts blowing up with "take shelter" because lightning can kill. I see a guy walking his dog. I said, "Dude, take shelter right now." And then the lightning just started coming across the sky. Huge horizon to horizon bolts. So here I'm thinking, I don't have to hit the record button. I'm running out of hard drive space because back then I didn't accept any donations. Okay, I lost it. There, finally. There's the new fire. Siskiyou County, California, 2 acres, burning grass and timber. But they have a hose layer around it. Air attack en route. I guess it's still light enough. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, like I said, incredible things happened, and only some of the footage from 2020 still exists that I have. Okay, Husky, thanks. The Joel on fire, Maury County. A fire has started and the median has jumped southbound shoulder down to an acre and a half. Okay, we'll look at that right next. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat, kind of deep in my storytelling here. But, you know, you just can't make this stuff up. It's the most incredible event. Well, it's just one of the biggest events of our lives, and the media didn't treat it like anything special. I called it Red Monday. It needs a name. It's a serious disaster. You don't see that kind of thing every day. It's a once-in-a-lifetime disaster. California at the same time on fire, Washington too. And they couldn't be everywhere at once. They started letting some of the fires go, like Cave Junction area. They just pulled all crews out. Cave Junction's too small of a community to worry about it. So people like Carney Shill, some of the original gangsters of Stream, are like, they all left us. Yeah, Northwest California got abandoned too. So I went out for donuts. The lightning storm came. I was afraid of being hit by lightning just getting out of my car, getting back up to my place. I come in, I settle down. I realize I don't have the donuts. Run back out to the car. I look up at the sky and I go, oh, phew, lightning's not quite here yet. And that's when some of the loudest thunder crack in my life happened and more lightning. I went, eep! Just ran from the car. The door's open. Ran back, kicked the car door shut, nearly fell over. Rushed the donuts up to my place. Sat down, put the headset back on. Here, you know, car. And I put on the headset and I go, guys, yeah. I put my cell phone on my porch to film the lightning. I'm so glad I just didn't get struck by it. This is great. I began just talking, going back to Firestream. Isn't this great? We're looking at the radar. The rain split in two. The rain out the east side fires and the west. Miracle. We're all celebrating. There were Indian shamans who were doing the rain dance. We're like, you did it. I'm dead serious. I didn't know he was an Indian elder. I didn't know that. So many people came in the chat. Keeping track of everybody is hard, but it's not like he announced himself as a shaman. But he would say every once in a while, I'm doing the dance. And I would go, cool. We need all the help we can get. Dang, I'd like to know who that was now and give him the proper respect due because it's just chaos. So here we are celebrating, and then it was like a nuclear flash hit, and I felt the shockwave underneath my feet. I screamed into the microphone as lightning basically either struck my building or struck outside right next to the car. I'm really unclear about that. Look at this new camera thing that Husky's showing. Okay. Check it out on my own here first. I don't see a lot on that cam. Really not familiar with this area. Soledad, Coburn, San Lucas, San Bardo, Bradley, San Miguel. Okay, so it's down that way on 101. Don't believe I've ever been that direction. Haven't really been south of Monterey in my lifetime on the coast. Not that I can remember. Except just kind of Ventura, but we took I-5 to get to Ventura eventually. All right, where did my water go? So just as lightning struck outside with the loudest thunderclap I've ever heard in my entire life, everybody in the Portland metro was just jolted awake. Otherwise, they were dead, or deaf. But it was like a nuclear bomb flash. Every single car alarm, literally 25-mile radius around Portland, not 25, more like 15, went off because of the massive thunderclap that shook the ground everywhere. And it wasn't just one bolt. It's like something I'd never seen before. And all I could do is, in my terror, scream into the microphone, deafen my viewers. They were deafened by the sound. It was sonic boom levels loud. Like if you had a cracked window, it was shattered now loud. Caught it on my cell phone. I was streaming live, did not have a webcam. But the screen was present, right? And then I panted and I was like, oh my God, I look outside and everybody's waking up and turning off car alarms and stuff. Like that, I actually looked in the parking lot for where the pavement might have melted and made a spiderweb look on the ground. It does that, lightning does that. Couldn't find the part where it did that. It may have actually just struck a car or a building. So maybe mine, not sure. So I sat back down and said, guys, that'll never happen again. I'm glad this video will be saved, but the problem with it that I didn't know is that YouTube doesn't save videos that go over 12 hours. So we had been live for 3 days. And I just wasn't recording at the time. I was trying to save hard drive space. So lesson learned. I now, number one priority, buy more hard drives so we can archive everything. I sat down and said, lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. That'll never happen again, right? And that's what happened again. Struck the same damn place twice. I'm screaming again. Caught it again on my cell phone camera. And I went, oh my God. And it just would have been viral. That's just that sort of thing where God goes, ha ha ha. She just said it won't happen again. So imagine my crying disappointment when I did end the stream and I started a new one and expected that video to be saved. All the incredible, like the day the rain came and rained out the 2020 fires. And nothing was saved. So we lost 3 days of incredible footage, including the 2 lightning strikes. That would have just been viral, That would have really launched the channel. Got my cell phone video up, but that's not that great. But we do remember. I have bits and pieces. Bits and pieces of 2020 are saved. We can go back and see what was saved. Let's see. Do we have a new update? It's called the Juniper Fire. Just still saying it's 2 acres. I can't really see anything on a camera that has key linked. I mean, look-see. Dusk. Sunset should be officially occurring in 1 hour for most places. Yeah, I need some water. I still have no idea what to eat. Oh, I think I have some white breast meat chicken nuggets. And onion-free barbecue sauce. Yeah. Sorry, ignore chat for a bit. I get caught up in stories. We seem to have been talking to each other, and I glanced at it too. So, Wrath was saying, no beaver here. All the Sheilas shave them off these days. Wrath, It's family friendly until after midnight. Oh my god. Have you ever seen the Molson beer commercial about the beaver contest? That's a pretty funny one. Oregon's the beaver state. People don't realize the beaver is on the flag. People say, no, it isn't. It looks like this. And that's when I win the bet. Free drinks or free dinner, right? There's a couple of things you can get. You know, free dinner or free lunch. You win a bet. And that is there a beaver on Oregon state flag? Everybody goes, no. That's you say, flip it over. Oregon is one of the few states that has two different images on each side of the flag. Sucker. It's got a little beaver on the other side. Husky says the South Fork fire is now at 26% containment. Well, it rained on it pretty good in New Mexico. I can't cover that comprehensively because if we start watching, I've got a policy to really try to avoid scenes of devastation and homes burning down. Yeah, careful, Nai. The situation there was deadly, and there's just destroyed neighborhoods. So this is a family comfort zone, you know, like a family oriented thing. Wow, we've had more than 3,386 views today. Only 176 likes. Come on, guys, let's boost that. Trying to rebuild the channel. When people sub and unsub after the fire season ends, it just destroys the algorithm thing. It thinks that I offended people because the algorithm just thinks everything is the entertainment channel on YouTube. What else explains, you know, gaining 3,000 subscribers for a summer and then losing them? It keeps happening, repeat year after year. There's very few categories for YouTube, and none of them match what we do. It says stuff like comedy, you know, action adventure type stuff, news and politics, teaching, kids content, art, you know, and public good, charity, emergency info. That stuff is not there, and I don't understand why. Because I mean, that's what the tornado trackers are doing. Wrath says it was not your time to go, Husky, but you felt the thunder on your bones that day. Wait, what did I miss? Husky says back in 2013, I was about 200 meters from losing my life because a bolt of lightning struck across the field when I was in it. Yikes! Yeah, did it? Did your hair? It did. Your hair stood up for 2 minutes. Felt like the electric gum toys. That's what people say. Right before you get struck by lightning or one strikes near you, your hair stands up. Whoa. Yeah, you beat me to describing that. Whoa. Barack Obama says, I just realized what your name is saying out loud. The Yakima fire was 125% preventable and occurred on the state park, quote, managed land. Yeah, we'll see what happened there. We've got, even though we were listening to Yakima fire, they switched tactical channels. We didn't hear the firefight. We heard more units coming, you know, and we couldn't see anything. There were no cams. I would say a lot of these fires were very preventable. I was really disappointed and just dismayed when I drove around, especially the Tahoe region, like Placerville to Tahoe to Jacksonville region and to Copperopolis, like those areas. And there's so many fires that are started by people pulling over the hot car, and there's dry grass there. Well, duh, Caltrans, how about you mow down the grass where there's turnouts? Rocket science, right? Most of these roadside fires could be prevented with a weed whacker. Seriously. goats. Something. The Jolon Fire, US 101 north of Jolon Road in Bradley. Fire controlled. Releasing all the units, but the water tender. Size 1.5 acres. Oh, cool. We can close this down. That's what we were looking at. And this is the steep, rugged, crazy terrain by the one I'm going to be worried about tonight. This is where the South Applegate fire is burning. You can't really see the rugged canyonness area of it. Let's see if clearing where you kind of get a view of the mountains. What? Juniper fire. It's Shasta forward progress stop at 2 acres. Cool. I've driven here before. This is oddly familiar. I don't recall being here before, but oh, no, I was doing research on history here. This is an old stagecoach road. Yeah, so the Applegates were a pioneer family in this region, and they pioneered the Applegate Trail, also known as the South Oregon Trail, the one that everybody forgot about. So everything is named after them. The Applegate Dam, the Little Applegate Road, the Upper Applegate Road, you know. So yeah, it's a big Oregon history thing. Oh my God. Look at the invasive weeds growing up under the power line. We wonder why we lose power in a fire. The huge, oh man. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. This waterway is ruined by invasive weeds, mostly Himalayan blackberry. Man, when it dries out in the wind, blackberry vines, they create an insane fire. The flames will be, if you look at the blackberry vines, they're oftentimes like 8 feet tall. Can be 12 sometimes. I mean, they can really swallow a house. Just a little bit of wind and they dry out to it's like a hollow stick. I mean, it's a cane, these vines, so they're kind of hollow in the middle. And when they're dead, they're worse. But the flames will reach 2 to 3 times the height of the bush, as long as the wind isn't pushing the flame down. So what really makes me tear my hair out is you see all these power companies allow the blackberries to grow up underneath the power lines. So what happens? The power lines get lit on fire. Even if the pole doesn't burn down, the insulation burns off plastic. So here comes the fire department. Can they put it out? Nope. If the lines are on fire, literally, because there's no more insulation, so now they'll get electrocuted. And once the insulation burns off, high wind, now there's a weakened pole, weakened by the fire. Now it falls down, and the lines are bare, lighting the fires on the ground. This should be absolutely illegal. If I lived here, I'd report this. State Fire Marshal's office, to the power company itself, and I just explained how this is a huge fire hazard. And as I was analyzing one of these situations, like there was a fire in the 2020 glass fire, one of the big lessons learned was over there by Napa, in the Calistoga type area. There was a house, and it had all these blackberries underneath the power line on the corner. The blackberries got on fire. That went up the poles. The fire went. See how the lines are going through trees. For the love of cars. I mean, the lower one's probably a telephone cable. It's hard to say, but the upper is power. But when this is allowed to happen, this is why you lose power and service. Just You don't run lines through branches. What do you think happens in the wind? So the fire goes up the pole, goes up onto the insulation, travels along the line, goes into the trees where the line was allowed to go through them. PG&E, you're awesome, huh? And those trees are now on fire, lit the backyard of the house on fire. And it was one of those older, elegant farmhouses, so the lines weren't buried. So the line went directly to the roof of the house where it was delivering power, and then the fire was just burning off the insulation and went into the roof of the house too. They couldn't save that house. Just listening live to the horror, you know. And that's because of the weeds at the base of one of the power poles. If it had just been shortcut grass, nothing like that would have happened. So when I toured all the damage around Paradise too, the eucalyptus, which are called gasoline trees, we're down in part of the flatland areas. The Paradise Fire went down into the flatland, tried to eat Chico. Some of the houses that were lost, the power lines running right up into the eucalyptus. It's unreal. But this is where the South Applegate fire is at. These are the live, they call them conifers. I don't know what species. They just got the tufts like lion tails, kind of long needles. They're for more dry kind of climates. California's got them too. Can't remember them. Look at them. Look at all these big trees just ready to lean over. Thick brush, invasive weeds. We're just checking all the boxes. Leaners. Okay. Leaner trees. Power lines, dead ones. Half dead ones. Brush. Dead brush. This is May 2024, so it's not like it's a lot different, guys. The invasive weeds. Out of control. Yep. Almost like I was saying, this conversation began about how preventable. So much is preventable, you have no idea. What is the media going to say? It was global warming. So everybody getting mad at like carbon emissions around the world or something, and drink and be angry. No, you could take action. Like you have to take action in this world that's changing. Can't just sit around anymore and let crap happen. That beep was an earthquake. From earthquake notification app. A 4.0-ish quake has occurred by Laytonville, California. 3 miles west-southwest of Laytonville. They may adjust that down to more like 3 or something. Dang. Okay, that's right. I was going to eat. I keep saying that. Okay, we may have a little bit of a lull in things, but yeah, so much. Yeah, Baracco, yes, the Paradise Fire is so toxic. Nearly lost my brother there. His photos on his Facebook timeline, once he checked in, a missing person for a bit. I have shown from time to time on the stream the exploring with my aunt. We went to check on his property to tell him if anything was left to salvage. Now, if you have more diversity of trees, things work out better. Like, okay, get that off the road. Big old dead tree just sitting there. If that is on fire because somebody tosses a cigarette or accidentally somehow starts that, you got the dead limbs of trees that become a ladder. It's good to have a mix of the fire-resistant ones. That's a lovely old oak. More dead debris. Yeah, maybe it eventually was removed, but this is lovely oaks. Maybe it was green. But the roadside masticators turned that into mulch. fertilizer. But see that half dead tree? This one's sick. It needs to go. Dead limbs even touching the ground. Not only is the fungus attacking, that's what it's called a ladder, for the fire to climb to the top. What you do not want is a crown fire, which is fires that reach the tops of trees. Firefighters look up there, they can't do nothing. And if you get high winds and you get a crown fire, the tops of the forest is on fire. It just races with the wind. Little branches break off the top and float to the next tree and hopscotch. But as often as I see a lot of troubling images, with this education, you're starting to understand. Everybody I'm showing starts to understand. You can make your own place safe, even if the government or county or whatever won't. You can make your place a heck of a lot defensible if you know what to be alarmed about. Leaners. Leaning trees are dead trees. Much more likely to fall down in a windstorm than anything else. So of these two trees, they're competing for light. They're touching each other. So if one is on fire, the other one is. Sacrifice one. Sacrifice the leaner. And the limbs will start regrowing on the left side of this one tree. Cut the three over here down too. That's completely dead. Remove that dead one. And this guy will thrive. He will spring back to life. He will have new branches, new growth. Is that one leaning too, or is that the Google Cars distortion? Widening the lens. And then they're not both competing for the water in this new, more dry environment. And when you remove some, you get this nice lush grass stuff, food for the animals, the deer, and a much more fire safe area. But these trees are not safe, and also just go remove, just snap off with your hand, remove and put it in a burn pile. These dead limbs on the ground. Like whoever owns this is not aware of this. Otherwise, this would have been taken care of. As lower limbs die, snap them off, put them in your campfire. You know, this is how when humans were much more nomadic. Every time we had to gather stuff for our own campfires, that we were doing that. That's easy to. We were making the little area more fire safe by doing little things like that. And once the dead limbs are removed, the tree heals a lot better. It's trying hard to not put energy into the dead limbs from the sick branches, and then it's like, oh, I'm free, and it'll put energy into the living ones. But yeah, this is exactly somewhere up in the hills where a fire is. Upper Applegate Fire. See, those are two sickos. They're really ill. In the wetness of spring, they're that ill looking. And it's a wet ditch. Just fungal attack, bugs, take a pick. Drought stress, competition for light, take a pick. 3 solid years of El Nino hammered our forest. They are very ill. A leaner and power lines. This is not legal. Leaning trees are much more likely to fall down and win, and that should have been removed a long time ago. That may just be a telephone line. Nope, power line's at the top. That's a transformer. Okay. Also, a leaner should not be next to a road because this is your one way out for most of these places. Heck, that could almost hit the house. If this falls over the road during the high winds where, well, fire crisis happens, this could completely block an entire, maybe the last way out. Down power lines and down trees do that. Did we reach the end of the little gold man? Yeah, that's north. We did. So, Godspeed and good luck. That's not my assessment is, as you can see, not good. That's super challenging. Here being back in our coal husky. All right, let me look back at the chat. Hey, Sister Golden here. Yeah, you know, anybody who's watched the channel for a while, or people who know like actual firefighters. Whew. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Barack. Sorry, I did not see your question. Oh, you mean the homeless encampment stuff? Yeah, that's one thing we're talking about, Baracco, at Yakima. Is homelessness is it's more expensive to have homeless people than to just house them. Like seriously, the most of the cities have enough money to do it. Portland made a homeless tax and used the homeless as a revenue stream. They didn't spend it on the homeless. So they found out about it. They sat on more than $9 million last couple of years. And then said, "Oh, we don't have any money to open up the planned, parking lots that are not used into tiny house villages with complete with drug counselors on site and people who would, get people into treatment, hopefully, and or mental health care. 75% of the homeless are homeless because they are mentally ill, and they don't even know how to get help. They need to be encouraged and stabilized first. Oh yeah, Baracco Tree of Heaven is, oh yeah, that's a bad fire one. I had no idea. Yeah, and you're true. It's absolutely right. Most of our western grasses are endangered and have been replaced by the invasives that are way more intense burning. You're educated a lot on this. And Ross says the heat from an intense fire can weaken the structure holding the lines and cause blackouts over great distances. Yeah, yeah. It could cause surging, you know. Yeah, what were we talking about with why was yeah, Wrath, I didn't see your very funny comment. I drove off a cliff. A death-defying act. I didn't steal the largest deposit of gold on Earth, really. And you defy death for a donut? And you question my sanity? Oh, I definitely was not sane during 2020. I was awake for like 4 or 5 days in a row almost. That was a 24/7 coverage, and even when I tried to sleep, I couldn't. It's just adrenaline charged. There was all the western states are on fire at once with multiple gigantic mega fires. With much of my family involved directly in the path. My other brother was evacuated during the 2020 fires, and I had to go get my mom. And then my mom's elderly relatives did not evacuate, even though I said, "You've got to do that. There's hot ash raining on our heads. Extremely high winds, very, very dry." They didn't really have cars. I said, "Call your caregivers and your children to get you out of here." And they said, "But we haven't been issued an evacuation warning." I said, "You should have. Marion County does not have its beep together, though. The county next door, which is a 5-minute drive east, is mandatory evacuation. There's hot ash and things recently on fire raining down on our heads and our roofs." The thing about Paradise is many of the elderly called finally when they knew that they needed to be evacuated, or well, the reverse 911 failed. They just looked and saw fire out their window, and their relatives and caregivers couldn't get into the town to rescue them, so they had no ride out. Here I am trying to prevent such a thing. How am I supposed to sleep when I know that a lot of them just didn't do it and weren't going to leave? I offered them a place in my car. A few I convinced, and I was making arrangements for other friends and stuff to get them out. Stores were closing one by one all over the town because stores were being evacuated, and it was it was amazing. Walgreens evacuated its employees. Walmart did not. I drove by and the Walmart was open, and I went, "What in the name of the sky?" It was almost pitch. It was almost like it was midnight or dusk at 4 in the afternoon. The reason I went to evacuate my mom is she took a picture outside. She goes, "Should I be worried?" I said, why are you showing me a picture from last night? She goes, it's right now. The sky was black, and on the distant horizon, you could just see a red strip. It's 4 in the afternoon. Labor Day, Monday or whatever. So I went, oh my God. I said, that looks exactly like what the sky looked like with Paradise. Oh my God. And she wasn't aware that, of course, Detroit was burning and Gates and, all the 5 towns east of her. And the power lines were still going down, 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 down. They kept going. It's a domino effect, and hopefully that answers part of the question. Their lines are connected together by strings, and so when one goes down, it pulls the other into leaning, and it may not be exactly straight. So the lines will start leaning like on other trees and start lighting them on fire, even if they're not on the ground. So I don't see your original question about power lines. I don't know if it's deleted. Um, let's see. Yeah, it depends on the situation. Like a red flag day cigarette tossed out a window is going to have a very different effect than a nighttime, cool, dewy, damp situation. Is there wind? Cigarettes roll because they're round. So the funny thing about wind is it can create a flame out of a cigarette. It takes it from being a smoldering thing. That's what smoldering is. There's no actual flame, right? You put enough wind on it, poof, it does go into a flame. It bursts into a little flame and it burns real quick along the paper edge. That's what wind does. You're taking, you see the bellows, the air on the, you have anything to look at. I can look at sites or something like that. That was earlier today in LA. That was earlier. Let's look at sites fire. They said we may see some activity tonight. They don't expect a problem with it. Colusa County. This one was taken care of. Awesome. Done that. Keep that open. Shut down that. That open for a second. Yeah, where's our sites was over here. That can't be an hour ago. I guess it's still real bright. No, I guess sunset. There we go. That makes sense. That's the sites too. Wow, the Biggs camera. Yeah, what was I saying? I think I was trying to make 2 points. Yeah, it really depends. Wind is the factor that determines whether a smoldering fire becomes a flame, because more wind is more oxygen. Yeah. So if you have coals, like in your fireplace, and you had a bellows, like a psh, 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 it was more common in 1800s homes and stuff, when people burned coal in the house, you would put the air, just like at a blacksmith. And that's the only time when you see coal have like flames and stuff in the darkness of a blacksmith shop, and when the air is being applied. Otherwise, it doesn't like to have open flame. It likes to smolder. Grasses. Here, that's a misleading statistic. Baracco. This is what's infuriating me, and they're really BSing the public. Is here the officials tell the public 85% of California fires are human caused. Wrong. Wrong. It's depending on what size of fire are you using for your metric? Wrapped up in that statistic, I found they've skewed that quite a bit, are like the backyard fires that never leave the backyard and may be controllable by the garden hose. That's not a wildfire. That's a roadside or backyard vegetation fire. So if they are not even specifying vegetation versus wildfire, you've got a clue that these statistics are too broad, they're meaningless. But let's get down to the ones that actually cause damage to the landscape, the ones that seriously matter. Because every single state has fires all the time. Every single county, pretty much, well, barring Alaska. They just tend not to get large reported. They don't become wildfires. So if you look at the town erasing fires, especially the deadly ones, 85 to or more % of those are caused by power companies. So they're loosely applying the word human to mean power company. Well, it's not nature, but it's not human either. It's corporations. Corporations are not people. Corporations are not born. They don't have a blood type. They don't get breast cancer. They don't get married. They don't have pets. Corporations are not people. They are an entity. And they are so scared of PG&E, it's unreal. Have you ever wondered why CAL FIRE and stuff just doesn't particularly mention things like that, or Forest Service? Like, they scold the public and say, be careful with fire. They are really scared of talking about PG&E. And most of the media is too. It's an extremely powerful monopoly corporation that puts politicians in power and puts a lot of money in their pockets. And a huge amount of California's politicians are taking that money, and they put a lot of money in supporting journalism, supporting journalism. They have commercials for power. Have you ever wondered why they're power company commercials? It's a monopoly. You can't choose to not have power. Oh, right. They're buying the media. They'll yank these commercials, and the media has to scramble to fill the slots. Well, it's one of the reasons that the public is so uninformed about things. When we talk about the serious ones, the ones that say burn down half of the Plumas National Forest, most of the El Dorado National Forest, that was a question mark, actually. But it only really got big because most of the firefighters in the nation were on the Dixie Fire, caused by PG&E. That they didn't have enough people to send to the El Dorado National Forest fire called the Caldor. I put it out when it was small, and it was small for a day. I love watching the sunsets on Cape. Same thing with the sequoias in the K&P complex, Sequoia National Park and the K&P in 2021. They only had 17 local firefighters to respond to it. They needed one more truck with one more reel of hose. They scrambled up a mountain where lightning struck. In typical lightning season. They struggled up the mountain, and the sequoias were on fire on the mountaintop. They put retardant ropes around it with the airplanes. They had just didn't reach the top with their hose. I think they were 300 feet short. There's nothing else to go get. Everything was around the Dixie. The Dixie was the size of Rhode Island, so we're hearing it, we're reading it, and then we're wondering, okay, how long is their luck going to run? The next big wind event it's the top of a mountain. The sequoias are at risk. Mega drought. 30 years, second year of mega drought. Sure enough, big wind event. Sequoias are on fire, and we lost like 35% of all of the sequoias on Earth. I believe in 2 years. Crazy, 32 to 38%. Just because power companies are starting wildfires, and so what do? When there's not enough firefighters to go around, they prioritize lives. A national forest doesn't have anybody living in it in general, or it could be easily evacuated. So they said there's towns and people and lives with the other fires. So the ones that the power companies that started. That's where the resources go. We've had a manpower shortage for so long, it's insane. We've had a shortage of aircraft so long, it's insane. I was just reading an article about California cutting all of its fire budget drastically right before the big 2020 events and such happened. In 2020, in his wisdom, Newsom just pretty much canceled almost the inmate firefighter program, which was a huge amount of the firefighters. Like, we lost a huge percent of them because he thought that would somehow curb COVID spread. No. Okay. Yeah, rough. At one point, I thought, well, at least there won't be that many wildfires started by cigarettes anymore. Smoking decreases in general. But shoot, I still left it outside. I don't want to go get it. I don't want to let the air conditioning out of the house, right? Still a bit warm out there. Still light out there. Now there are so many disposable vaping pens with a lithium battery inside that, oh god, people are throwing them out the windows of cars, then roll over them. It's bad enough when the big lighter is like that. At least when the big lighter is run over, it evaporates. So then it's just plastic waste, right? But these little lithium batteries are ticking time bombs, and if they are compressed, they tend to explode. So while cigarettes are very costly, the disposable vape pen thing is, I think disposable vaping pens should just seriously be illegal. And when you buy a vape pen, you should put a deposit down on it that's very expensive, say $20. So this bottle, okay, very successful program. A huge amount, I don't want to say almost all, but a huge amount of the plastic bottles, glass, and Coke cans and whatnot, soda cans, and pretty much all beer containers. A huge amount of them are recycled in Oregon because it invented, I believe Oregon invented the bottle bills before my time. Hey, Peace Dub, let's check it out. Does anybody know about the Madera County Raymond fire? Let's go check it out. Is it new? Husky is on break, and he's been telling me about new ones. On the right side, we can see fire. Let's just search. Would it be by Raymond, California? Is that Madera County? The Gulch? Yeah, Madera County. The Gulch one? The 10-acre? Yeah, 7 hours ago, evacuation warning lifted. No updates on size of the 10 acres. Yeah, I believe it was a non-factor. Forward progress stopped 11 hours ago. Is this the one? All good. We don't get bushfires in Australia. Oh, yeah. Let's see if there's any cams to check it out now. Oh, it's in panorama mode. C-probe forgot me. He was supposed to bring. I have French bread. I can make a delightful French bread Subway sandwich for myself. That'll be good. I went to the store today. Oh, that's so bright. Sorry, friends. Try to keep it more dark mode as I can at night. Is that the moon? Oops. Sorry, I fear my mouse's wheel is dying. I try to give it a thorough cleaning. That's the number one reason that you could scroll and it jumps and the wrong way. It's the move. Sweet. You know what? The HP Ren cams are stunningly beautiful. And I covered the Bobcat fire with them. Some fires have these high definition nighttime cams. You can time lapse them. It's a bit involved, but the Bobcat fire is strangely beautiful, and many of the sunsets were high def 4K or better cameras, nighttime color. That's weird. Looks like the moon is spilling some molten gold onto the where we're looking at, Pasadena area. I'm gonna screenshot that. Yeah, definitely. Now I wish they just had easy controls. Boom, time lapses would be just gorgeous. I did make some time lapses. I don't know if it was in the Bobcat Fire era. That was another 2020 horrible one. Sorry, I gotta make it darker here. Alright, try to prevent the migraines. Okay. Anytime there is a fire near Pasadena, you could, wow. You could see it like no other fire. These will auto update, I think. That explains the weird motion blur thing. It's long exposure. So all the traffic lights, just like they look like a streak of light. I was hoping to go back and time lapse sunset or something. Mount Soledad, also beautiful. And the Griffith Observatory has one of the cams, and so we saw the Bobcat fire just come right up to it. Right up to it. Hey, of course, we got your back pieced up. Have you been worried about that affair? It's been a long day, guys, but we're over the hump. We're over the hump. It's going to start cooling down. These are amazing. If I could write scripts, I'm not a programmer. I'm just a hardware girl. I can put together a computer with a screwdriver and design one for you. Yay! My food groceries are being delivered. I see probe finally. I only requested him a couple hours ago. But you know what was funny during the Bobcat fire? Yeah, look at the headlights streaking because it's a couple of seconds of an exposure. So cars traveling around 50 miles an hour to 45, they just streak like that. Sometimes you see a B on camera settings. It's called bulb. Because literally the old cameras hold the lens open. You can't hit a button. You can't do this. You can't push your hand down because you blur everything. So you have a tripod. Remember, if your lens is open for more than a second, to be absolutely still. Otherwise, it's a blurry mess. You just don't see nothing. So they invented this little thingy where you would have, it's a turkey baster kind of bulb where you squeeze, and it had a cable that goes to the shutter. So you gently squeeze, nice and easy, and the air pressure from this squeezy, or like the old perfume things, you know, the old days. that gentle pressure would push down the shutter and not shake the can. You know, Wrath, we get raging Australia-style bushfires because we adopted eucalyptus. So many of your people sold them to us as a scam. It's your fault. Okay. We were dumb enough to buy them, so it technically is our fault. But dang, it's beautiful. Let's save all these from left to right. Left. Theater district. Save. And you could put these in the Photoshop or the equivalent and make a panorama. It's beautiful. Where's the one with Griffith Observatory? But oh, the funny thing that happened. Sorry, I was just about to launch in my story. Yeah, there it is. Here's Griffith Observatory. This little funky little mini tower was there. The Bobcat fire raged all the way around it, all around those hills. I do have all of that in my archives. You just go to the date, find out the dates of the Bobcat fire. They have these old fires. I eventually got wise to it and started cutting them off at 12 hours, and they began to save. There's these radio towers. They've got red lights, but like I said, it's long exposure. So the weird flashing nature of the radio tower lights to tell aircraft to not come here was doing weird things and kind of looking like lasers on the tower. And we were remarking on that. We're like, whoa. During the Bobcat fire 2020. And of course, with the smoke drifting in too, in the long exposure, excuse me. Wow. The beauty of this. And then mist rolls in and the smoke was drifting. It made it hazy. And so the lights, the red and green on the radio tower looked like a laser beam. We were going, wow. And I said, guys, if I was a troll, I'd put this in a conspiracy. I just put this in a conspiracy Reddit and let it go. With one word, question mark, laser, with a wildfire in the foreground. But I'm not that mean. I'm not that mean. I'm not going to trick people. We joked about it for a second because it looks so eerie. Like one frame, it looked like a laser. The next one, it looked like a light or two lights. B-Stuff says, I'm in the Oakland, Arizona area. Do you have fires near you? Hey, Commander Dante, welcome back. Trying to do my wind down period. I'm so tired. I'm going to make myself a super sandwich. Sometimes after fires really calm down, we watch a non-copyrighted or out of copyright film just together to have fun and wait for any new fires to be reported. Then we could pause that and watch fires again. If that is of interest to you, let me know. California has breathtaking, unique beauty. Greece looks a lot like this, but it's not exactly the same. Oh God, it's booked. Vegetation area fire at range 408 in Camp Pendleton. The fire is burning in light pools on a slow rate of spread. Excuse me, Superb is here. All right, we'll look at it. Hang on, let me let him in. Okay, friends, we're coming back. We're coming back. Sorry. I had to unload groceries. It was loud. Splash some water in my face, refreshed. Oh, it does auto update. I was just gonna ask, did this image change over time? Because that's a great moving kind of wallpaper to have in the background. I should probably put some rain sounds on or something soothing so people don't really, don't think that the feed is down or whatnot. Rain would be nice. Oh no, don't exit stream. What are you doing, YouTube? There we go. All right, remember to like, and if you're on your way out, the subscribe button is how you find us again. You're very unlikely to even search for a fire and find us unless you are already subbed. It's just stupid the way it works. I now have a sandwich, so I was hyped up for a Subway sandwich. So you probably just made me one because I'm too weak to stand up and cut something. I was like, please take care of that. I've only eaten half a cup of macaroni today. I let it go cold and bad when I looked down at it, because of chaos. I was like, oops. And it was just kind of mush at that point. Yeah, let's get a Pepsi with real sugar. Yeah. I don't know why, but that's one of my favorite sounds in the world. I don't think I'm really truly an ASMR person. I don't tingle hearing sounds. They describe that. I don't get it. But I delight in certain sounds. I call myself a sound connoisseur. And I sound totally nuts to everybody except musicians. And they go, yeah, yeah. And they start describing their quirky sounds, and they're like, you know what I always wanted a good sample of? Because that's what you call it, it's a sample. Meaning a recording of a sound effect. They'll start explaining their quirky thing that they're always trying to capture, always wanted to. Some of them are difficult. Like volcano blowing its top. That's a difficult one. A lot of military sounds are difficult. And then they'll say, I want it in 3D and stuff. But like particular dolphin noises or whatever. I'm a simple man though. I hear cracking open of a beer or a Pepsi, and that one I like. And then I want to put my ear up to it and hear little bubbles. Yeah, I'm weird, I know. I already know that. No need to alert me. No, I'm not weird. I'm eccentric. It's just that nobody understands my art. Like here's toothpicks being shaken in a plastic dispenser cup. See, it's the little things in life that can make you happy. All right. Did any new fires start? I was on break. Let's see. Oh, I need some time. Oh man, I'm so happy to have my little sandwiches. It's French bread, but oh, he brought it sliced. How am I supposed to have my Subway sandwich now? He goes, don't worry, I'll make you sliders. Yeah. Here's generic Tylenol in a Costco thing. Rattle sounds are cool. Okay. What do we got for fires? Oh, okay. Well, the Sudafed, we're off. Bradman 11 says, I'm a guitar player. I can tell. If I like songs, I'll get goosebumps. True, it'll always be. Oh, hey, Carney, I was talking about you earlier. We were talking about Cave Junction. Something occurred there today for a moment. And we also spoke about how southwestern Oregon got abandoned during 2020 and bigger fires broke out. And how messed up that was. A little bit in 2021 as well. And Carney, that's rad. The BMT at Subway is the best, I think. The Italian BMT. That's, I get it on that. I haven't been to Subway in a year. It got expensive. And they always did it wrong when you had to remote order. I started making my own Subways. I'd put it on that cheesy bread. Whatever looks fluffy at the moment. And, oh dear, yeah, chalkboard. I guess you could caress a chalkboard, but that sounds like a terrible sound. The Italian BMT has the salami, pepperoni. I put spinach on it, white American cheese, and then tomato, dash of salt, honey mustard. Honey mustard. That's all you need. That's all you need in life. But if you're, I found out the hard way, if you have a long way to go to get home, or say a hot drive in the car, it is a terrible mistake to add anything more than the lightest smattering of honey mustard. I wish they would give you some of the packets to go. You could add that later. Because later you'll take the Subway out of your cooler. It will have soaked all the way through and squished out of the paper. Ew. This slider sandwich is French bread sliced, honey, no nitrate, no preservatives ham, Tillamook sharp white cheddar. I checked if it's part of the Tillamook cheese recall. It is not, but that was scary. Tiny tomatoes. French's honey mustard without the onions. I think they added onions now. The mayo on the other side. And sliced thin, tiny sweet pickles. Ah, C-Probe is lurking again. Glad you made it home safe. To C-Probe. I'm raising Pepsi here. Ah. Yeah, Rath, I was really wondering what the heck are you talking about? Yeah, wife was the missing word to your story. Okay. Why don't the city folk ever miss the starry sky? Out in the desert, we see all the stars. Yeah, there are always trade-offs. Okay. Sorry, guys. Allergies. Carney Hills, the Brooklyn Manhattan Transit BMT. Wait, that's something I've never heard of. As a Subway sandwich. Oh, why retract your messages, Morocco? I read people's messages out loud anyway. It's there. It's there for the historic record, but it makes chat make a lot less sense. You're exactly right, Robert Salomon, 916. This area caught fire, but it was, it does all the time, but specifically it was the Bobcat fire where we were watching these cams. In fact, let's see if any of my Bobcat stuff, whoa, it's still there. Oh God, what does YouTube think I want to watch? I do not want to watch the surgery on a bull. I don't. I just don't. YouTube, what is wrong with you? You go to my channel, Bobcat's got to be coming up. There, see? HP Rencams as one of my thumbnails. It only has 425 views. Whereas, yeah, this is before I had the proper date naming. Eventually I realized, see, I thought it would be over in a week. The crazy intense wildfires of 2020. I thought with modern technology, it just won't be like the Tillamook burn. It won't go for months. We have airplanes and stuff now they didn't have in 1933, and we have modern technology and cameras on the landscape. And I didn't realize we were worse off than we were in 1933, actually, for a variety of reasons. So I was like, there's Red Monday, and that was the first Monday, and then I didn't accept any donations. I said, give it all to fire victims, man. But since I thought it would be over a week, and I'd be following up the next week, I never thought I'd lose revenue and not be able to work for months. As I just each day I'm doing Firestream, I realized it was a terrible mistake to not accept donations. People trying to give me money, I was like, nah, bro. Send me Uber Eats gift cards. So then I realized the next Monday it was still Red Monday. Like it's still the crazy event, the once in a lifetime wind event. So I called it Red Monday 2. Then I realized to keep the stream saved, you had to cut it off at 12 hours. So I always had like Red Tuesday 2, and then 2.1 is the second part of the day. And eventually I decided that I would do the proper date, just, the way you're supposed to file things. And then here's some playlists I put together. They're not my content unless I say so. Like fire videos and first responders. There's 407 videos for your viewing pleasure. I have just started to assemble my own broadcast into playlists, like just now. Yeah, I read Thursday 3.6, so it was the third week. And I realized it would make more sense if I did decimals of 0.5. Like the first part of the day is like Red Thursday 3, week 3 of the crisis. 3.5 would be the evening. And then sometimes the stream would quit. It would just get disconnected, so I had to call it 3.6. So this is a little bit harder than I thought to go back in time. But yeah, look at that thumbnail. This is the same view that we're seeing in HP Ren cameras. And oh yeah, this is the one with the laser look to it. So mind you, we're looking at the same place. Look at the preview of the video. It was unreal. 3 years ago, this one got 1,000 views. This is the Bobcat fire, and it kept threatening to eat. I usually would start out with a nighttime time lapse in the morning. Yeah, it's my old footage here. Man, we got close to losing the Griffith Observatory so many times. Just pins and needles. And it enraged me more and more every day that there were these dead trees near the Griffith Observatory, and they had all this time to cut them down. Like, even if they cut down one per day, they would be gone in a week. And they were some of the biggest threats to the buildings. And it's not just the observatory, the outbuildings are historic. I was like, come on, what are you doing? There's this one particular dead tree on the ground. There's retardant lines, you know. I'm like, I just want to see that tree down. Just that one. Somebody get that one down. But look how insane it was. Look how insane it was. This fire, as the winds shifted. Southern California's got also the seventh circle of hell. When they finally got it off this plateau and area and saved the radio towers, they finally got it to stay down in the canyon. And but look, we almost lost the Griffith Observatory. This is the footage. Like my video. Here's a link to it. You know what? You go above and beyond the Call of Duty. If you like my old videos, that would be the biggest channel boost ever. But only if you actually like them. You will. I talk about how the insanity, incredible stuff is in a lot of my old videos. People don't believe me, but you can see. You got your 12 solid hours. That's mapping planes in a weird little pattern. I would try to sleep sometimes, and I would sit the cameras on top of flight radar. And at this point, I got really fancy. I actually have the fire's footprint on top of flight radar. I can set this up again. It's a little complicated. But I'm doing transparency slider on the windows. So behind flight radar's actual browser, I have a second browser open. You have to try to zoom just right. When you get the mountains around Pasadena lined up with each other, it's really hard. But it's CalTopo. And CalTopo had the fire footprint with the active areas being in red. No, we're watching my old stream. We're at the 10th hour of today's. This is my old stream from 3 years ago. I hate how it doesn't say what date anymore. Okay, you mouse over it. September 22nd, 2020. Sister Goldenher, hey, hi. Sent you a Gmail of Samoan firefighters here in California singing. Oh, that sounds awesome. It's copyright free. Can I show it? If I get you have to have a separate monitor completely and do a monitor capture. I only have 2 set up. I truly actually don't even own any monitors. I've just been using old TVs. I poured all the money into the actual computer hardware. But yeah, it's been 10 hours. I've barely eaten today. That's why I'm eating a sandwich. So when I went to sleep, and sometimes when I was in the middle of broadcasting, but especially when I went to sleep, you could see where exactly the pilots were dropping and where the heat spots were exactly. Because I stacked different browser windows on top of each other. They're all full screened in the monitor for the most part. And then I would slide left and right transparency, with Flight Radar being on the top, CalTopo being in the rear. And that was a much better way to monitor things. I wish I was like a programmer. I'm sure you could take flight data like they show. I must be asleep at this point because the window's not moving. But you can just see every minute that the crazy raging fire in the background with the radio towers up there. So I was explaining to people what a difference a few years makes. This is the exact same views. But some nights I use the HP Ren cams. Let's see where the radio towers are. This is like, whoa, stop the press. What's that? That's a fire. Now. Ah, that's right now. What is that? Crap? I'm not joking. What the hell is that? It's on the Buffalo bump cam. Look. What the hell's going on in Southern California? Okay. Stop the presses. Buffalo bump cam. Should be able to quickly. Was it north or south? Oh, we were trying to relax. Oh, yes, okay. Camp Pendleton. I could see all the way to Camp Pendleton? Wait. Yes, it can. Up there, look at where the wind is. Whoa. Record scratch. So here's, as I was saying, is the only, quote, good thing about fires in this area was you could see them by color at night and get a much better idea what the hell's going on. See the difference? See how the infrared, if it's not A in focus and B, they don't calibrate it. You just can't tell exactly what's going on like you can with the color. Is TikTok okay? No, because I can't show somebody else's copyrighted content no matter what platform it's on. Otherwise, they claim the rights to my entire 12-hour stream, and they put advertisements on my entire 12-hour stream, and I don't get the money, they do. And there's advertisements on my show. I have to get personal permission to show it. I'm sorry. I mean, I'll watch it myself. You could link it. We could link it here or tomorrow when I'm not tired. But whoa, this is Camp Pendleton's fire. We'll find out that some of these fires were arson. We'd find out later. Characteristically, as we started by roads, and the big suspicion about arson is usually multiple fire starts because they're trying to make sure that it happened. We're talking fireboats. Now, those are those who are just mentally ill. They get excited by fire and they just want to see it burn something. But statistically, those are rare creatures. They usually have very low IQ. The smart ones are terrifying, but they usually get caught pretty quick. But most arson statistically is for insurance fraud purposes. Business-like stuff. That's where there's repeat offenders. They get comfortable with that kind of fraud, and if you have a building worth more dead than alive, There's somebody out there who specializes in helping you out with your problem. Yeah, I know, sister. I would show the coolest things ever. But some of my videos are banned in many countries, just depending on the weird copyright thing, just for putting, it's not my fault. Like, they used to play rally music right before the briefings for the Dixie Fire and Caldor. They were playing, you know, AC/DC and stuff and Beatles. And I'm not playing the music, they are, and it's like loud, it's distant, and it's echoey, and it's not high quality. But unless I can go to war with mega corporations that are rich, I can't prove that in court that that's freaking ridiculous. I can't monetize the airshow video I did because, and it's banned in a lot of countries because of rock and roll music playing during the fireworks. So YouTube gave me an option. Why don't you just mute the video that has the copyrighted content? Oh, the fireworks will just be in silence? Great. Screw it. I don't care. But it's stacked up against the little guy. Even if you're actually correct and it's not your fault and you're not infringing on anybody's copyright, you get slammed. It's not illegal to replay music like that. It's if you look at the true legality, the true legal issue is the argument that copyright holders make is you're costing us money, right? So it's difference if you're just playing in a backyard barbecue some tunes, that don't matter. You're not costing them money, but it's the whole sharing it if it's high quality enough that maybe somebody would watch your video instead of going out and buying the song or watching it on their YouTube channel, because their YouTube channel makes profit with things like advertisements. Attorneys call that something like substitution, argument, or clause, or whatever. So obviously, when fireworks are playing over music, it's really distant in an air show. And there's also a crowd yelling. Nobody wants to hear that low quality over just watching it on YouTube on the official site. So I'd be in the right. Probably have to spend $2 million to prove that though in court. So that's why we're all really victimized. And YouTube is too gutless to take a stand to help content creators. They say we don't interfere with copyright claims. You guys go to court and you work it out. But if there's a copyright claim by the copyright holder, we'll demonetize you, punish you, strip you of your ability to make new videos, shut down your channel, hand the money over to them, and do evil stuff. It's a bad system. It's not something to whine about right now. The HP runs, they do a time lapse, but not easily. Here at least, you can see how long the hell that's an hour ago. So the weird thing about Camp Pendleton fires is they rarely threaten anywhere else. And they tend to take care of it themselves. They have their own firefighting squad. It burns up all the time. It's pretty frequent. Wow, look at how it began. I'm going to replay that. Wow. Wow. We, in general, well, it's not really the beginning. The beginning is always the beginning. Here, we play it again. Watch it. What happens at dusk? That magical moment the cans are still in color. Producing a lot of smoke. They generally don't update us on what the heck's going on with their fires. We can watch them from distant cams, but much of the base is not viewable to the public for obvious reasons. It's active military establishment. Whine about it. First for the precious grapes. I got grapes today. I'm so happy. Yeah, Husky, Camp Pendleton. Fires in the middle of nowhere? Well, like which one? Oh, Camp Pendleton is definitely in the middle of nowhere. There's like, it's expansive. It's really expansive. It's a huge chunk of ground. And so a lot of it's just not used. And when it is, it's for like testing weapons and such. They have firing ranges. I think it's pretty wise of them to sometimes just let it burn and burn frequently. That's what the California hills are supposed to do. It's a little bit worse than normal because, well, invasive weeds and stuff. But they don't care about the hilltops burning off. And they have their resources and they're building in certain spots. Their firefighters just usually protect those spots. And they prevent it from going towards civilization. Let's see, let's just go to Camp Pendleton and show you on our map. Marine Corps something Pendleton. Smitty's gone to bed, right? He know all about this place. Has McDonald's on the base. Awesome. It's quite an expansive chunk of land. So beautiful in the springtime. So it's got deep canyons and such. I was hoping it would show us the perimeter. One of my maps does that. This is just regular Google Maps. So you got Camp Pendleton North, Lake O'Neill Campground over there, a golf course, satellite again, and you see how brown some areas are. They've had lots of fires. We cover several of them at Camp Pendleton every year. It's right next to the ocean, so these ocean breezes can fan them up like crazy. I do believe this chunk of land is pretty much baseland. Yeah. Oh yeah. Range. Firing range 2118A. The boot camp training sort of thing. Yeah. Here's another firing range. Another McDonald's. Barracks. I think. So they got stuff clustered along these roads, and then when it's what? There can't be a post office out there. This has got to be the wrong pin. But there's also just empty land, not in use since the 40s or Cold War, and they may have airplanes just kind of fly over it and use it for practice. Buildings may or may not be important or even still exist. Just foundations. Like here there used to be something. Cal Topo might be able to show. Let's look back again. This is our current view. The super high quality HP Ren cams. We need to start replacing the regular wildfire cams with these. So mostly it's most important for the actual firefighters to know where the fire is, what it's doing, how intense it is, because the other cameras are just junk. We just see a big white blob. What good is that? Can't differentiate hot smoke from light, reflected off of the underside of clouds from fire, from flames. What good is that? Hey, Bugs, welcome back. Careful, don't be that funny, elephant. Could make me choke. You can make me choke. Wait a second, guys. I got a bit distracted. I wasn't looking at the chat. Yeah, we try to keep it calm. Let's keep it calm. Star Child, we can have discussions, but not. Yeah, I'll tell you about some that bother me, Star Child. I think the community needs to be alert to suspicious fire behavior so they can look out for, the nutsos out there doing it. And sometimes drugs just make people do out of their mind stuff. The flocka, don't even get me started on that. It seems to be a hallucinogen, rabies, and paranoia in a bottle. God knows. The lady who started the bonfire, allegedly, because I don't know if the trial's ongoing or what, she was found unfit to stand trial for a bit, which, my personal opinion, is just faking mental illness. This is just a personal opinion. She was found with drug paraphernalia, little CO2 canisters everywhere, and so here she explains that she starts the bonfire, which ran straight into a neighborhood. Shows if she was in her right mind, if a clear intent to kill people. People barely made it out. Firefighters ran into burning homes and lifted, this is by Lake Shasta, 2021, I believe. Yeah, when we didn't need more fires, when California was in a state of emergency. Allegedly, okay, I allege, possibly, what may have been happening is she was just another one of those people excited and taking advantage of chaos. We did have someone who was an arsonist, allegedly, because I don't know if his trial's over yet or what happened, who lit fires behind the Dixie firefighters trying to entrap them and kill them, allegedly. We found out that pretty quickly, though, and the lady who allegedly was caught red-handed, allegedly starting the bonfire at Shasta, her excuse was, I needed to purify water to drink. I think a bear peed in the puddle, so I tried to purify it to drink. She was right next to Shasta and mini marts and water fountains, civilization, and people walking by. Who would have given her a water bottle? And she had drug paraphernalia all over the place. So who knows if she was just a drug addict, allegedly, that she didn't think about the danger, couldn't think ahead. But boy, the way she started upwind of the residential area in a red flag day, when the dreaded north winds were blowing to the south, she started upwind. And she was right next to a great body of fresh water, yet she claimed she needed to purify bear urine. Who drinks bear urine, okay? The conclusion a lot of people came to is she was laughing and she was arrested and she was trolling the cops. Get that explanation. Oh, Husky says it's a firing operation. Oh, cool. Thanks for notifying us. Watch duty had it as a normal fire. Unless I read this wrong. Ooh. Yeah, it said vegetation fire at range 408, Zulu impact area, Camp Pendleton. The fire is burning in light fuels with a slow rate of spread and is approaching Roblar Road per radio traffic at 8 p.m. That was all I could see in my notifications. Camp Pendleton Fire Department is conducting a firing operation. Smoke flames visible on the camera. No. The firing operation is to contain it. This started yesterday at noon. So what you want to do with your firing operations is do it in the middle of the night to contain a fire. Is that what you meant? Because I'm not, okay, maybe you were trying to explain that this part is the firing operation to Oh yeah, sicko, allegedly. So also, um, turned out to be some arson activity, allegedly. I don't know if they got convicted or not. Even though Roseburg had real fires and the Alameda fire was burning up Taunton, Phoenix, and there were some presumably mentally ill people starting fire near Ashland during 2020. So what I do is, if I see anything that's weird, tell people, take pictures of anything suspicious. A certain percentage of fires, especially in the fire critical days, will be the people doing it on purpose. So what to look out for as well, anything weird and suspicious. That watch duty update was an hour ago. Yeah, I had just taken a break to let C-Probe in. He was going to make me a sandwich. Okay, but you know what? What we were doing is we were looking at Husky before he came back. Before he came back, we were looking at the Griffith Observatory and going back to my Bobcat fire coverage. I was showing people how useful the color cams are. And this is some of my Bobcat fire coverage 2020. And it's the same views, the beautiful views from the Griffith Observatory. And so Camp Pendleton's pretty far away. So I thought this was something near Pasadena. And I was like, oh my God. And then I had to check the cameras and I found out it was Camp Pendleton. So what you want to look for with fires is they say if it's not, okay, most serial arsonists, if they're not a firebug, those are rare people, are those who are dedicated to a life of crime and insurance fraud. Whether or not it's torching a vehicle or property or a home or something. Now, I do believe, without a doubt in my own mind, that the Thunderbird Hotel fire in Portland was insurance fraud because the eminent domain was going to happen to build the replacement for the bridge that connects Portland with Vancouver on I-5. But it would be quite interesting to see if the building was worth more dead than alive at that time. But that was like a 4 or 5 alarm fire in Portland. It was huge. It was 1960s Native American themed resort hotel that was beloved. And it had different wings. So the wing that burns down, separate from the other buildings, was the one where they were going to put the bridge. Blamed on transients, of course. It's always transients, of course. So it begs the question, did they encourage transients to do it or pay them to? Right? If 75% of people that are homeless are so because they are mentally ill, also being desperate for money, you can see how that many like me not even give a damn if they go to prison if caught. Hey, Stark Harold, I hope you'll stick around and stuff. Yeah, Shad McDaniel says a lot of questionable fires at that time, like the one in Riverside. Are you talking about Riverside, California? Because there's a Riverside fire of 2020 that was in Oregon that was stupidly named. Now, what sometimes is illegal fire setting is actually desperation by homeowners, and they're making stupid choices, but they're innocent in nature. They're not trying to destroy anything. They're trying to protect their own property. So people who don't have a fire education hear about lighting a backfire, which is weird. It should be called a front fire, but whatever. It's lighting the landscape on fire in front of the big fire, downwind. so that by the time the big fire comes, it has nothing to burn, or it's much less serious. So when red flag days occur, the burn ban comes, people who have some rural properties look around, they go, oh my God. As the wind starts blowing, pine needles by the hundreds of pounds start dumping their dry needles everywhere. There's this temptation to clean up their own little property and do some, rake that stuff together and burn it and think, okay, I can handle this. As long as I do it really, really quickly on a down low in the early morning, maybe this will be good. Or if say a person has a property where there's a lot of trees by their house, can't do anything about it, but fire's coming from the west. It's in the hills, going to the east where the house is. If there's this dry field in front of it, there's a temptation by that property owner, especially if firefighters aren't there. Exactly. Maybe nobody's looking. Maybe I will burn off that grass field to save my own place. So one of the number one things that people will do is you can't really do that with a drip torch. You can't really go out there and do it in the high winds, but they'll use fireworks. The ones that launch stuff. So they kept finding fireworks in the Molalla area and near Estacada, where people were infuriated, thinking somebody's out here setting fires too. But that can sometimes be explained by desperate landowners making panicky, stupid choices and thinking they could do this themselves. I don't think you said that, Roberts. Did you? Watch Duty didn't say cause of origin. Dr. Elephant says pyros seem to be drawn out to Kern County. Where is that big Pacific Crest Trail? Where does it go? It seems like it's the Trail of Nutcases. Sorry, a lot of people that are normal hike it, but boy, it's known for they're burned out, spacey hippies who are half hallucinating the world, and it's not even the 60s anymore, you know? But here's the thing, criminals tend to do one thing. Repeat their behavior. They have to be caught. Like I say, watch for some unusual activity, behavior, and vehicles pulling up in the middle of the night, but it could be somebody with a prostitute in the passenger seat, but you never know. Just take pictures of suspicious vehicles, observe, call the cops. They can always tap on the window. What are you doing in this neighborhood? Do you live here? You have reason to be here. Hippies are cool. Yeah, there's a whole lot of old hippies I really adore. But then there's the mentally ill runaway drug addict types that are not running around with all the cards in their deck, Like I said, 75% of people that are homeless are so because of mental illness. It's a heartbreaking statistic, and many of which are combat trauma veterans, right? A lot of homeless in California now are people who had their homes burned down in wildfires and did not get compensated. Whether or not that's insurance companies screwing them or power companies that did it. Let me go back up to the chat. I want to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. There's a lot of conversation I missed while trying to eat. Yeah, I get frustrated when real causes of fires are not told to people. Everybody's starting to hate the word global warming because it's being thrown in their face. Like the moment a fire starts, a big article will be written about it, and it'll say because of climate change and global warming. And not every fire has to do with that, especially not Paradise. And those that happen because of Santa Ana or Diablo winds are seasonal, and they're there because of geography. So I was infuriated. I'm in Paradise, there to see what's left of my brother's house, and there's this little camera crew of teenagers or 20-somethings come all the way from England, and they're asking me what I'm doing there with my own camera. So I explained, and yes, I'd like to make a documentary about Paradise too. But mostly that I was there on personal business, so they asked me a little bit about my connection. My brother lost everything, and no, there's nothing at his property that's alive except for a rose bush. And I said, exchanged like a business card thing, and I said, "What is your documentary about?" And they said, "Well, we've been interviewing a lot of people here who survived." And I said, "Oh, okay, yeah." I said, I'm not ready to do that. I was yet to get over this crippling shyness to even approach people. I just walked around Paradise with my head down, even though I had a personal connection. I'd taken horseback riding lessons there. My brother lived there. Then different relatives off and on. I was terrified of bringing it up to people, maybe trying to forget. And I'm sure they've already been hounded by the press and stuff. So I wanted to perfect my filming craft, have kind of a prototype video, and show people I could do quality before I sat them down for an interview. Because you don't want to script a video and ask people to repeat a heartbreaking story twice. You just don't want to put them through it. And I was severely affected emotionally just walking around. It was worse than I imagined going back there. And so anyway, I talked to these guys, and they said they had interviewed a bunch of victims. I said, okay. They said our film is about global warming and record scratch. So why are you here? I said, well, because Paradise happened because of CO2 emissions. What? I said, oh, wait, what? No, it's the Diablo winds. They're seasonal. They run from October to January. They're when the jet stream changes with the seasons, and every once in a while it comes from north to south, and that pushes all the hot, dry desert air from Nevada into California. You should look them up. They're related to the Santa Ana winds, which there's a Wikipedia article and some diagrams, man, about how the wind accelerates like a roller coaster over the mountains. It becomes hurricane speed on certain days of the year. You never know exactly when it's coming. They can usually forecast them okay. Every Californian with a single brain cell or more knows not to light a fire during these. These are terrifying events. And the fact is the winds are so fierce that usually open flame is blown out. It takes something else like a road flare or something like power lines down or something crazy like the wreck of a tanker truck carrying gasoline and an explosion to really get a fire started. If you take a match, it is lit, is blown out. Even barbecues topple over. That usually high winds blow the flame out. So this is seasonal. It's been going on for thousands of years because of the geography of California, and they'll still be happening thousands of years into the future because of geography. So this is the worst example you could pick. As anybody who can look up the Wikipedia article will know, not telling the truth. You seem to be really ignorant about how the unique climate of California works here. This will happen anyway. There's nothing to do with global warming. There's plenty of other examples. Mostly that's affecting the Arctic, the Canada fires. And we had just prior, before I knew this was what they were about, I told them I had recorded some of the scanner radio, and they asked me to send it to them for the documentary. So even after I explained it, sat there and blinked and said, "Nice try." I'm sorry, what? What? No, chemtrails just aren't a real thing. Those are vapor trails. People don't realize that fires emit vapor. A combustion engine emits vapor, so it's freezing temperatures at a certain altitude. So behind the engines is the vapor trail. If they weren't present, that would be weird. But if you look at combustion, light is a byproduct of combustion, CO2, smoke and/or smoke, and water vapor. So if you're burning a candle, like I had a foolish boyfriend once who always burned candles when he showered because his bathroom fan was broke. He thought he was dehumidifying the bathroom. I said, "You're adding to it. You're adding to it." Oh, you were joking about the chemtrails. Okay, I just wanted to point that out. Fires emit vapor. Internal combustion engines do, and if our vehicles were up in the high altitude, they make a vapor trail too. It's the frozen water vapor. If chemtrails were real, we would be able to swab stuff outside and figure out what it is. Like they would settle on things, right? That does in war though. You could hide potentially a chemical in a fake passenger jet, and because people are used to vapor trails, you could potentially do something. Except it would be suspiciously low altitude and making a vapor trail too low. That's when I would like run for my bunker and be like, "This is war. Run." It's not supposed to happen at low altitude. It doesn't. Only where it's high enough to be freezing. If you see something streaming behind a low altitude plane, there's something coming out of it. If it's a water tanker, yeah, okay, firefighting. But like if it was a low pass over a city, I'd be like, I remember September 11th. I'm out of here. I'm out. When we live in the age of terror, so. But you don't have to worry about this high altitude stuff. It's supposed to be like that. Anyway, these people who were in Paradise infuriated me because here, I thought they were knowledgeable, going to research what happened at Paradise. They didn't even know a power company started it. I said, "Do you even know that the PG&E started this and they kill people routinely? One of many thousands of fires they started. They killed my friend last year in the Cascade Fire of 2017. They erased 3 towns in a single night, Bangor, Loma Rica, and chunks of Santa Rosa. They caused the Santa Rosa disaster. Like, you don't know that?" And they kind of frowned and they go, "Well, we don't see that as particularly relevant." They said that they were interviewing the Paradise fire victims, and after their tearful interviews, at the very end they said, "So do you believe in global warming now?" This is why it's such... People are beginning to resent it. Can you imagine? Like, you lose your neighbors, you lose almost everything. They were taunting the victims at the end and said, they were whining to me. They had the audacity to whine to me and said, I can't believe we're not getting the right responses that we hoped for. We thought that this town would believe in global warming more than anything else ever, and that they would help us beg the world to stop their CO2 emissions. I said, okay, if somebody burned your house down, and then somebody said, do you believe in global warming now? How the hell would you feel about that? And killed your neighbors. I did, and nobody mentioned the person that set the fire. How the hell would you feel about that? He just kind of frowned at me. He goes, it's so disappointing. I said, I started backing away because I was losing my cool. I said, if your wives are going to get out before you're thrown out. And the people of Paradise are very, very, they put up with a lot. They put up with a lot. They've been absolutely exploited for other agendas. It's shooting the climate change argument in the foot. They are not helping it. They're causing the resentment. Go. I said, go to Alaska and film the melting ice and the lack of glaciers and the other parts of California in severe drought. Okay, yeah, but no fire that happens during Diablo winds or Santa Ana winds has anything to do with it because it doesn't matter. Even in wet winter time, you will have towns erased because it's hurricane force winds. You can't keep up with the Oakland firestorm. John Bruno and other firefighters that were there were describing that a house was being lit on fire at a rate of 1 every 48 seconds in the Oakland Hills. There was no way to catch it. The gender reveal disaster, that's stupidity. So that's a legitimate statistic. That was human cause. That was human stupidity. But if you look at the true statistics of what erases towns, what truly devastates the environment, I'm getting very angry at the parroted statistics that are wrong. 85% of California's fires are caused by humans. Most of the town erasing deadly ones are caused by corporations, and they're the power companies. This Bobcat fire we're revisiting, SoCal Edison. Camera even pivoted to catch it the moment it broke out. PG&E is the monopoly of the North, but South has other monopolies. And then what was the fire that killed people in 2022 in Northern California? McKinney? Wasn't that Pacific Power, Pacific Core not learning their lesson from Oregon had a trial for the Beachy Creek. The jury found them. I think Pacific Core, Pacific Power are subsidiaries of each other, or one of the other. They didn't turn the power lines down, even though they were aware that they're falling down and spreading the Beachy Creek fire, falling on the roads, trapping people, and nobody could get out of Detroit. They nearly caused a mass death event at Detroit Lake, not Michigan. And even the fire chiefs were calling them and saying, shut off the power. You just burned down our firehouse because power line fell down the chain link fence and lit the yard on fire of the firehouse. We couldn't put it out with water because the lines are energized. They still didn't do it. So jury found them guilty of, well, gross negligence or something. But then the kicker is the jury really didn't buy any of their excuses because they were convicted of covering it up, hiding evidence. That won't bring a lot of these towns back and the lives and the history back, or the forest. The Opal Creek Wilderness, the Oregon's last remaining huge chunk of old growth is gone. Yeah, Husky, the day that fire got me sick, it was awful. Yeah, this was my before I went to bed. I did a couple time lapses, but I was showing the HP Ren cams how elegant they are. And I forgot I did the wrong naming scheme. Like I told people, choose a day when the fires got bad, and you'll find them. This is my own channel page, and you can go back. This one only got 350 views. This was the Bobcat. Oh, the North Complex. The North Complex. That's the Bear Fire. That took out Brush and Berry Creek. The Great Bear Fire. God said this is traumatic to relive. Only 350 views then, but we did eventually go viral in the LA Ventura Pasadena areas. And guess what? Image courtesy of SoCal Edison, and is fire too. And is fire too. It did insane things. We are so lucky to have the Griffith Observatory still. So that's the HP Ren showing it marching towards the observatory. Once they finally got it off the plateau and saved the radio towers too, they kept the Bobcat fire down in the canyons, and it was so crazy to watch it march to the left with the winds blowing it to the left on the cameras, march all the way across the camera to the right, just with the wind. And it did insane stuff. The only reason they could really save anything is they had some roads. So they let the fire come up to the road, and they had a huge array of pumpkins and such, and trucks with water, and plus helicopters during the day ready to help out. Those roads weren't there, everything would be toast. We took great losses in the Bobcat, but this is September 24th, 2020. So this is Plymouth County National Forest, U.S. Forest Service. So it's before the Dixie. It's got to be the Bear. For this briefing. Oh, the Bear was at 70% containment, lightning strike fire up at Bucks Lake, and some people at Brush and Berry Creek who were ready to go leave, packed up, decided to not leave and spend the night because the containment percentage jumped to 70. They were doing such a great job. Yeah, Quincy, it's the Bear Fire. And then it ran faster than any fire ever has before down the slopes. So I show people the incredible time-lapse video from the camera that I was freaking out about the other day. There are a couple of cameras that captured death again and again. The Lexington, the Bald Mountain Butte. So, yeah, I didn't expect to see this here. So, do I remember the Tamarack fire where they monitored that fire for over a week and it went ballistic? Yeah, the president had to step in, pat Biden on the head. He did awesome. He said, Forest Service, are you freaking nuts, basically? Not publicly, but his actions were that. So this is why CAL FIRE and the Forest Service hate each other. The Forest Service, they have a totally different philosophy. So while it's been acknowledged that suppressing all fires for 75 plus years has been a grave mistake. The fire load in some areas of California and the West Coast still is 75 years of pine needles built up on top of each other and dead limb sticks down trees. I mean, some of it turns into mulch eventually, but the snow tends to compact it. This is the Bobcat fire again. See, I don't. Did it kill Berry Creek yet? I wasn't paying attention. It's probably had already. It's two small towns, historic towns in California. It's just south of the or near the Paradise area. I think it's south. Pretty tired. I miss his briefing again. They didn't have chapters back then, so I didn't make them. Man, where are some of my missing people like Demp Wolf and Judy and people in the old chat? I can't read what the hell that is. Their Zoom meetings were primitive. I tried. Riverside incident. Okay, it's different. It's a different meeting. But yeah, some of the cams, especially the record run of the Bear Fire, people didn't leave. And reverse 911 failed again, just like it failed 2017, the region where my friend got killed, the Cascade Fire 1 year ago. 1 year later, 2018, the Paradise Fire. This was 2020. The next year, reverse 911 fails again. People of Brush and Berry Creek don't have a warning. And fire races out of the mountains down towards the valley, driven by extremely high winds, and does record-breaking runs. I can't imagine how awful it must have felt, where they had like 70 to 78% containment, and then it jumped. Yeah, we're gonna not take it that way. This is a family-friendly thing. We don't want anybody to stop watching because they get offended by language. Occasional mistake, okay, but that wasn't. So, exactly, Don Co. California needs to spend at least 2% of its fiscal budget on innovative quick response, wildfire training, and fighting capabilities, including collaborative aviation response. Yes, ding, 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 ding. We mostly have a chaos where the organizations hate each other. That's what I was explaining. So Tamarack, as Husky was explaining, was the first big fire. It was near the Nevada border south of Tahoe. Markleyville is this tiny little forgotten, cute, quaint town in the mountains, a little resort thing. You can make it there comfortably in a day drive from Tahoe south. And so the Tamarack is on federal land. So wherever the fire begins is either Cal Fires, if it's on state land owned by California, the national forest, though, where it says national forest, federal land. So federal people, some of which might be just mostly making decisions from Washington or God knows. When the feds get a fire, I mean, the local rangers are local, but as a distant agency, they may not kind of give a damn about what happens to local landscape. They're a big picture kind of a thing. Some say they have a complacency of, yeah, sometimes devastating wildfires happen, forest fires, yeah. And they had this crazy. They have the policy of the agency. I'm not talking about individuals or rangers. Many of them are probably just as fed up as anybody else. Talk about the big, at the top, decision making. They can't even criticize their own boss or they get fired, right? They have to be silent. Tamarack became a federal fire because it started in a national forest, but California side of the Nevada border. So there's acknowledged now. It was a terrible mistake to suppress all fires. Wow. Because it built a huge fire load. So when fires finally did start, they were insano. Yeah, Big Al, you were there last night. Hey, welcome, by the way. Where you been? Taking a trip down memory lane. This is my first stream on this channel. I don't know what happened to the videos when I was streaming Paradise. I had no idea how to use YouTube. And it may not have had the features such as even save a live stream. I have brief portions of it in my archives. But my God, I did not have a supercomputer or anything during the Paradise fire. It was an aging 2012 era computer, and Paradise was late 2018. So I will try to find and upload some of those. You just got home from work? Oh yeah, we had a crazy busy day, but I'm eating my lovely slider sandwich, and we're in wind down mode. We're still on alert. We're at the 11th hour. We will have to end or at least restart the stream in less than an hour. It's a good check. Please, guys, you can help me by reminding me when we're getting towards the 12th hour. So when I was talking about Tamarack, hey Larry, thank you so much for the sticker. I've been myself, and then later those who took me under their wing, be it people like Sherlock Jones who are like, this is how you work YouTube, those who taught me how to set up Super Chat, those who convinced me to finally accept money, because I think I streamed almost 3 months in a row, daily, 16 hours a day, when 2020 happened on average, and I just didn't think it would last longer than 2, maybe 3 weeks, but after the third month, I realized I've lost 3 months of 12 months of income. Damn, that hurt me financially. I realized then what a noob and naive person I was being. And so in 2021, when the Dixie Fire and stuff broke out, I just didn't think it would last long because it was the same area as Paradise, and so they had fresh lines, you know. And I still didn't accept donations. I just never wanted to do it again. I thought that's it. I did my duty. I helped the public better than in 2018 during the Paradise. And I was consistent. Real firefighters like Cogito came out, and I said, man, teach me everything you know as fast as you can. And he said, don't listen to the detractors. Understanding the basics of fire is all you need to tell the public, and when they're not there in danger, it's kind of not rocket science. So he's the person who boosted my confidence the most. I said, you gotta listen to me though, and correct me if I ever do anything wrong, please. So that's been the best course of action. So, but Tamarack happened to be by Cogito. He lived in Nevada at the time, the first firefighter to step forth and become a mod and take me under his wing. I haven't seen him yet this year, guys. Hope he shows up. Don Co says you did fine reporting back then on YouTube during the Tragic Paradise ones, I recall. Oh, we were there. Wow, then you would be the original gangster. Really? Wow. Wow, Don. Are you sure? Are you sure you were there when I was doing Paradise? Because I had no webcam. I, for the most part, didn't say anything on the microphone either. I was chatting a lot. I was super shy. Guys, I'm a super shy person who's had to try to get over that. Nobody believes me, but trust me, this is more like being on stage or like presentational talking. This is like entertainment mode. Like, if you guys were in a room with me, I'd be like, hey, hi. Unless I'm like in a stage situation, then I could, you know, I've had acting classes, not a lot, but I'm able to perform. But like personal one-on-ones, uh, not the greatest at that. So yes, Don Cope, better integration, interagency cooperation matters, and you know what has to happen is they actually, sorry, I will now just coherently try to explain the Tamarack and why Forest Service and CAL FIRE hate each other. I'm sorry, I've been bouncing back. I had to monitor chat, got distracted. Really? I did? Okay, Don. Jeez. I was a wreck. I never thought I'd reconnect with anybody who saw me doing the Paradise because we had such a tiny audience. I was so frustrated. That's when I found out that YouTube, there's something wrong with YouTube. People were looking for help monitoring the Paradise. And I couldn't even find my own channel on my own search when I was live. It was because it was my first live. What I found out the hard way later, that YouTube only makes what's already popular more popular. So if you don't have a lot of subscribers or views, it doesn't matter how good your content is if you are the only one covering what people want to see. So sorry, I will go back. I just promised you. Why does Forest Service and CAL FIRE hate each other? Now, this is not to say that individuals don't like each other. I'm sure many individuals on each side like each other, work well with each other, but the agencies had tremendously differing opinions and strategies with forest firefighting especially, that CAL FIRE and many local residents see it as another kind of Washington's tyranny thing. Like, you people in Washington don't know what it's like out here. You don't care about the damage and destruction out here. You just, it's more like an oopsie. Okay, how much money do you need to clean up? Is oftentimes what the attitude of Washington is. Rather than let's prevent disaster. Husky, you've been here since early 2021. Yeah. Okay, Don. Wow. You're the only person I think who's come back and said that. I was mostly trying to help people figure out if their houses were still there and going through the damage map. Okay, I'm going to get back to that in a second. CAL FIRE and the feds. So if a fire starts on national forest land, the feds come out and they have a big picture plan. I've become very angry because they don't seem to care about their historical buildings, like the old ranger stations, the old fire lookout towers. They let them dilapidate, and then you see stupid decisions that are infuriating, like, oh, there's the old cabin that was, I mean, I can't remember what this one was called, on a cliff overlooking an area, and once it was a fire lookout, and it's famous people stayed here, and Teddy Roosevelt visited, and well, it's got termites, so we burned it down. Termites? You burned it down? You pieces of... Oh yeah, it was on the National Record of Historic Places, but it's dilapidated. Kind of a danger. So fix it. You are supposed to take care of it. So you get a lot of that, where a community might have tried to preserve that building for 75 to 120 years and successfully done it, and then they tell you can't. Same thing happened in the Columbia River Gorge, where there was a old cabin that was classical and one of the few surviving ones from the era. Like, we have very few buildings from prior to 1870 still standing in Oregon, and have been lovingly half restored and taken care of by volunteer groups, pretty loosely organized. And what the feds, federal land, said was, after it got a leak in the roof, people showed up with hammers and nails and roofing material, people with skills. They said, get out of here, or we're going to arrest you. You went, what? Okay, why? They said, you don't have a right to be here or fix this roof. So they chased everybody away. So the roof work got worse and worse, started melting the rest of the building, started really getting damaged. And so year after year after year, they said, you just don't have a right to be here, but they didn't fix it themselves. So I don't recall what happened, but then later they announced plans that we're going to demolish it because now, gosh, it's so water damaged. This is the kind of thing that infuriates the locals. So not only do they not give a damn about history as an agency, right? They have this weird idea that, oh, we're just here to manage the park. It's a big park to them, right? If it burns down, it'll go back. If history is gone, oh, well, we're not a history agency. Okay, look, it's public lands. We own it. You take care of it or get out. That should be their attitude. But they've also done a lot of pretty questionable, evil things. In the creation of some of the national parks, God, is Lassen state or federal? I don't know. I mean, sometimes in the creation of state parks, evil things happen too, but there used to be a resort and lots of buildings and cabins at Mount Lassen, at the Bubbling Spring and Sulphur Works area. Historic buildings from 1800s, hot springs. And so in order to create it as a park, the guy was bought out for pennies on the dollar. They had no choice. They said, it's not your land anymore, it's ours. So the first thing to do was demolish all the buildings. Why would you do that? There were a lot of historic buildings all over Mount Lassen after its eruption in the 1918 and stuff. So I guess they weren't original to the 1800s, but 1920, yeah, because they would have blown up with the mountain. So as a kid, I went there so many times. I had this positive attitude about it. Let's go back to looking at fire at Pendleton. How's it looking now? This is their firing ops to try to contain it. So the cool of the night, you can see it's a bit. It's perfect time to do this. Foggy, misty, It's kind of mesmerizing. So, so that not just CAL FIRE kind of hates a lot of aspects of the Forest Service. They're either doing something very right and commendable, or they're doing something very wrong. There's nothing in between, and it will depend on who's in charge at the time and the local level versus the head top. What policies are made, and then the individuals don't have a lot of power or say who work for the Forest Service. I imagine I would quit immediately. I'm just not tolerant to that kind of BS. So, CAL FIRE, Tamarack is a great example. CAL FIRE, the philosophy is you know, they know about the Santa Anas, the Diablos. They know about it. Know more about the history of, like, you know, cities burning down, like the Oakland Hills fire, beep hitting the fan near Pasadena. Things happened like Paradise before Paradise. It's just that people got out. There hasn't been a mass fatality event before Paradise since the 1920s. It's not normal for a lot of people to die in fires. Did you know that? It's a very recent thing. And that's because wildfires don't move at the speed of lightning. You could see that they're coming, and people generally had the good sense to get the hell out of the way. But when a power line goes down real quick, be on your doorstep. And with Paradise, people were told to stay there until they were told to leave, and so they just dutifully obeyed. And they didn't realize, people made the evacuation plan for the city folks didn't realize that long-range embers could start a fire from miles away. So they expected it to move along the ground. Whoops. So before the craziness of 2021, the rest, before the Dixie, before the Caldor, the first major fire was, like I said, south of Lake Tahoe by the little town of Markleyville, tucked away in there. Nevada borders. This is pretty dry, where it's kind of drier on the eastern side, wetter on the west. That's the way the mountains are. Let's go to the HP Ren cams. This thing will update the same fire, but high quality cam. What happened was, and it's what Husky is asking about. And you're also, you're super gangster, man. Husky, you're like my left hand right now. Smitty's the right because he investigates people, but you're the left hand, man. The Forest Service, some people nicknamed it the Forest Circus. It's a little bit harsh, but it's a thing. They came to the conclusion, like, well, most people have, that suppressing fires for 75 years in a row is a tremendous mistake. When it finally does take off, it's a mega fire. Mega fires are not natural, they're human caused, like the vast majority. Mostly by letting fire load build up and then, well, not having access roads and stuff to quickly get to it when it's still small. So the Forest Service does a couple of stupid things. They tend to bow down to the wishes of environmental extremists who say all roads are bad. So they're trying to please them in some sectors by destroying their own roads, not just failing to maintain them, which is a crime. It's public land. We have a right to go enjoy it. Sorry. You don't own it. We do. A right to go see it. There's plenty of places. I mean, we can't even build roads, and you fly over it in the United States, and there's just no light because there's no buildings down there. It's expansive, gigantic, miles and miles of national park. And the sad thing about it is, if anybody does get lost in hikes out there, if they don't make it to a road, they're usually never found. If there's no roads, you're probably never going to be found. But when a fire strikes, you need to get quickly to identify it quickly. So what have they done? Most of the fire towers have been neglected or torn down. We used to have them on almost every tall peak in the West. Great idea. They said it would be replaced by aircraft constantly patrolling for fires, but has that happened? Hell no. And there's stuff like fog, man. The budget is it's a lot cheaper to just keep the fire lookout towers going. A lot of people love the solitude and love the views, and just writers will live there for free and do the job for free. So the fire access roads, if you're worried, okay, the logging companies, for example, they put gates on their remote place roads. So whenever fire danger comes, they just lock them. That's how they protect the forest. You want to protect it that way too from the public? Good idea. Lock them. There you go. But the environmental extremists say that wherever you put a road, you're going to have development. This is not real. Tillamook Forest has not been developed whatsoever since it burned down in 1933, but okay. Laws are what protect things from being developed. So they've even begun destroying roads, like spending money to destroy fire access roads. So California has lightning strike seasons, July through August. Is usually 3,000 to 9,000 lightning strikes, sometimes in the same week, all over the state. They're racing against time to get them out when they're really small affairs. Usually the ones you don't get to become bigger fires, but everybody knows the importance. So in the past, a lot of these mega fires just didn't happen in the recent past, 60s, 70s, 80s, because the roads were still decent. You could just drive up to them, near them, and then the firefighters got out and hiked, or hopefully it was by a road, they just put water in it. But you can do a dirt line, right? But it's better if you pull hose and actually have water. Do you believe that? It's more effective to fight fire with water than a shovel. And so usually they will take that from a road where there's fire engines and stuff. They will take water tenders, the trucks carrying the water, and then put the hose through the wilderness. They can lay it for miles, really, and get to that remote lightning strike spot. Or you have your smoke jumper options. But the thing about smoke jumpers is when they were put in places with no roads, they tended to die altogether, groups of 20. Then they realized, oh crap, whoops, it's like murder. But parachuting firefighters, when they can't, they have no route of quick escape. So they stopped doing it. Some of the reasons why some of these fires have gotten crazy in the last years, it's policy change. Simple as that. So, and this image will change every 1 minute. We're watching the Camp Pendleton fire map. So, as many of these Forest Service roads, which you can look at on CalTopo, don't truly exist anymore because they haven't been maintained in sometimes 75 years, or maybe in the last 10 or 20. They've even spent your money to destroy them. It's mind-boggling. It's true, though. Where did I put CalTopo? Somewhere in the tab. Jungle. It's hidden. I'm one of these. I found out the hard way trying to find old historic places to film, abandoned places. Well, before they get destroyed. Yeah, we'll start over. The funny thing is that these topo maps don't really get updated by people who go out and look. They tend to take old topo maps, take the same roads, and say they still exist. And maybe they once were decent enough to be roads, but they may just be a trail now, or just disappear to nowhere. So, like Forest Service maps. I could tell you a lot of them don't exist at, let's see, let's go to Bourne, Oregon. It's funny, I plugged in, let's drive to Bourne, Oregon. It's a canyon, there's only one way in from Sumter, Oregon, down here. Here's Sumter, the old mining ghost town, right? So there's only one road that goes up through this canyon, to the north, through this canyon, and you get to here. Oh yeah, through this canyon, keep going up north, past the Silver Dick Mine. We're adults here. You could say that with a straight face. Let's see. The older maps are at and topo. This road that goes that way does not exist. That road, the road to the North Pole mine does not exist. It trails off into just rocks and stuff. But at one time, a long time ago, you could go all the way up there, switch back, climb, switch back, go to the North Pole mine. And on the Garmin, oh, and see this thing that says Jeep Trail? The Buckeye mine? Well, a long time ago, like pre-World War One, pretty robust roads, I'm sure. I put in, not just the Garmin, I asked Google, tell me how to get from Sumter north across it. That's an 8,000 foot peak, by the way, 8,205. How to get over here to the north. This is a totally different area, the Blue Mountain. Rugged, steep, crazy. They're called the Little Alps. It's what prevented Oregon from being settled. Rugged, steep, and crazy, I'm telling you. Until they found a south pass through the mountains, because almost nobody made it alive through the mountains before they figured it out. And Snake River was a big disaster, right? These roads don't exist. They're not maintained. A lot of this is actually some private land, but you will find the same experience. You go to Plumas County, Seneca, burned down. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, PG&E. Preserved mining ghost town. So most of these do not truly exist. The one with dots on them. This one does. It's pitiful. But I remember being told to turn left by randomly just in the middle of a road. Go to Ford's Wagon Road. I looked, and there was no road there. Ford's Wagon Road. I'm a local. I grew up here. I've never heard of that. And so the Garmin, like the modern maps, took this 2007. RIP Canyon Dam. It's all burned up. I could see that there's a faint line in the distance where some of the trees were younger than the others in a row. Holy crap. But those trees were at least 75 to 100 years old. So let's see if Ford Wagon Road. This one doesn't have it on there. It would be neat. I may have to just dust off the old Garmin and pull the SD card out that loaded the maps. They're supposed to be the latest and greatest maps. Like I truly updated the thing. So that may be an example, Ford's Wagon Road, of something that was allowed on the Plumas National Forest to just fade away. That's why I'm trying to tell you that you look at maps like this, half of these roads do not exist. This is a problem with the firefighters. They have no idea which roads still exist or not. So that's the importance of the mapping planes. The mapping planes at night that fly over where the fires are, sometimes are there to just map the area to find out how firefighters can even get to fires, because these maps are so old, outdated, and just completely inaccurate. So yeah, like going all the way this way, I asked the people of Seneca, could I take this? It's supposed to be paved. Go back this way. They go, are you insane? They said, maybe on a mule. I was like, really? That's supposed to be paved. Paved yet cluster bombed is its state. So their failure to maintain roads has really made fires worse, because we hear on the radio all the time that firefighters can't find each other who are already in the field. They have to send a runner to guide the others. And they also leave little flagging tape on tree branches to show others where to go, because these roads are such bad shape. You expect that the ones that go to remote mines that haven't been mined since 1930 or so, or at least 41. 41 is when Pearl Harbor happened, and 99% of the gold mines of the United States shut down for the war. President's executive order. He didn't realize he'd destroy the entire mining industry, because all mines fill with water unless you pump them out constantly. It costs money to pump them out. So when everybody came back, their jobs in most of the mountain communities in the entire state of California and Oregon, Washington, except for the ones involved with logging, died. And one day, he goes to Seneca. Anyway, this is a massive problem. So CAL FIRE tries to deal with this. The local fire departments try to deal with this. We need quick, real simple. Spot the fires early. Oh, wait, the fire towers are gone. Great, good idea. Okay. 2, quick access. Nope, we get lost half the time. Have to turn around because the maps aren't accurate, because who knows if the roads are real anymore, or if they've been neglected. I understand budget sometimes gets in the way. I understand. Sometimes they want to maintain the roads in a good way, but they have a limited budget. Oh, okay. I understand, but that doesn't explain the majority of this situation, especially when they try to destroy a road. Kingsbury Ravine, Twain, hot springs in the Feather River. And this is where the Dixie Fire ran. Where the Feather River came. We had so much gold rush history lost that I didn't film. Drove past so many times as a kid, but as soon as I got the ability to film it, good old PG&E. Anyway, Mark Twain went up this area. He stayed at Rich Bar. Rich Bar burned down the hotel where he was staying at. So there's little places named stuff like Twain, and that's what that means. Anyway, so Tamarack Fire. Let's go to Markleyville. What happened? I did not spell that correctly, but somehow knew. Tamarack started south of the town, up on a hill. Your typical lightning deal. It's not just July and August. You can have lightning strikes. There's spring storms too, summer, early summer. So CAL FIRE is ready to go, and Nevada's on alert. Nevada's right there. If we can get order. Show people this. Yeah. I'll have to get better maps. Anyway, yeah, California-Nevada border, this line. So Nevada's pretty nervous. South Lake Tahoe is a bit nervous. Minden's a bit nervous. Sometimes the south winds push these things straight towards civilization. Markleyville, having a heart attack, right? Fire just south of them, higher elevation, with all these drainages pointed at the town that's looking down the barrel of a gun. It's the roller coaster. Fire just loves to go downhill when driven by the wind faster. Sometimes it even goes up. Never really knew that till now. So CAL FIRE's like, let's go. Local fire departments, let's go. Let's put this thing out. Contain that fire before the wind event happens, before summer gets hotter, before other fires happen we can't handle. We are down. We are down on staff, etc. Still COVID shenanigans. Underfunded. We may not even be able to fight financially a large fire. Let's go. Thick, heavy forest here. Forest Service goes, no. Nah. It's American Scratch. Say what? Oh, we learned that fire suppressing all fires has been such a terrible mistake, so we're gonna let that one go. What, completely? You mean in the second year of California's mega drought? Are you insane? Yeah. Fire's good for the wilderness, you know? But Markleyville's right there. South Lake Tahoe's right there. There's communities in Nevada right over the border. It's looking down the barrel of a gun. We should put some protection between them. And look, this is not the time to allow control burns. Not this entire year. We've had severe drought. We've had extreme weather. It's La Nina. This is not the time. You do control burns in the wet spring, in the late fall when it's wet. And you do it carefully, parcel by parcel. And you do it when there's roads. So you could control it if it gets out of control. You do it carefully with planning. What are you doing? And they go, we're watching it burn is what we're doing. See why the agencies hate each other? The locals are going, oh my God, because CAL FIRE and the Forest Service now started to fight like dogs in the pit, behind the scenes. To the public, they smile and hug each other. We saw that all the time on the TARAC and the Caldor. They got up on stage during those little community meetings. And then kept kissing each other's cheeks. Just praised each other to the moon and said, we're all working so well together. I didn't even know about it at the time. I assumed the agencies had the same goal, and that was save California. I was so naive. People had to kind of tap me on the shoulder and say, did you know they really hate each other? And I'm like, really? Oh God, I was starting to understand what's going on. So, wouldn't you know what happened? The next big wind event happened, and it's a gigantic monster fire, and it's roaring towards Markleyville. They barely save it. That's one of my first streams, 2021, and I saw the fire chaser media guy running around photographing at night. He was live streaming Facebook, and I'm like, oh my God, he's in danger. So I was watching on Count Topo. The fire went over the highway behind him. He turns around and goes, I'm going to go south again. And the firefighters are ready to protect Markleyville. The smaller your community is, the more likely it'll be saved. Tight-knit, close community. That's what you want. So firefighters are prepping the buildings, prepping the town. The forest was gone. There was no saving it. And then after they saved Markleyville, the fire's going to go past them to the north, and they were making plans. But where else can we stop it? So here, let's put on fire history. You have to keep zooming out. Oh yeah, did the Tamarack get huge? It's that big red thing here. Like the gigantic red chunk here. Lake Tahoe for scale, which is gigantic. That's a big boy. Oh yeah, and it's over the Nevada border eventually. Oh yeah, they went down here and took out this town. Eventually. Because CAL FIRE, well, and anybody with half a brain cell was correct. It's a remote area. So unfortunately, just when they had the Tamarack buttoned up, there were no other roads east and west to try to stop it. So they had to let it keep going north, let it keep going north. Here's another east-west road. By God, if it had made past this point, this one goes to Nevada and Tahoe. If it had climbed up here, that would have been, it would have reached Tahoe. Hopped over here. Been blown down. To, I don't know, eventually get to Carson City that way. But the wind tunnel that is Christmas Valley points directly at Tahoe. And then you stop there right there. But if the wind had come from Nevada, it would have blown it that way, then north to Tahoe. Oh. Sure enough, just as they're always about to get it finished, since there's not enough resources to go around, you can see what's coming. Other fires broke out. Dixie, thanks a lot, PG&E. Lightning strike fires of the true July and August summer season. The fires at Hayward, Shasta, the idiot purifying barrier in at Shasta, the Fawn Fire, Sequoia, A&P. It's too many to name, really. There were so many large fires in 2020, I forgot all of them. The 2021, excuse me. Oh, the ones by Shasta, what were they called? They were no walk in the park either. The ones that are red are the most, usually the most recent, although they run out of colors. What was that one up by Shasta? Oh. I just gotta weed. The lava fire, that's right. It was on Lava Road. So it tried its best to go to the top of Mount Shasta, but failed. Yeah, we had the lava and another one that had a different name. Anyway, these places had more people and got the priority, 2020's Fox Fire, I don't even remember that one. There are a lot. I wish I could sort by year, I can't. Go back and look at the Milton thing. Yep. I would say it's going well, not that we know. But you get backfires lit and such, and as long as, the fog is coming, and kind of a smoke layer that keeps it low intensity, they did this right. Well, we'll never really know truly what happens at Camp Pendleton. They got their own fire brigade, and they're like, we got it. They seldom really call for a lot of help, and seldom really care if the hills burn. Well, if it really gets closer towards the base and the buildings, do they really care? So, we're at 11:52, 11 hours 42 minutes. We don't have too much. Oh, good night, Husky. I'm so sorry. You probably left a few minutes ago. Yeah, I like your ideas, Don. What do I know about the rim fire of 2013? Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. Let you guys talk to each other. I don't remember it, actually. 2013. I don't remember it. I had terrible health in 2013. I was recovering from major surgery, and that was a long road. Sorry. Well, you can discuss that later. Husky's probably asleep. Don Coast, it would be awesome to see a wife in the organization, your CAL FIRE, federal firefighting, and a husband in the other, pushing towards necessary reforms. Yes, we should just lock them in a room together and say you don't get any food until you've worked out a plan that makes sense. And they just have to have the same goals. It's just that simple. I don't know how to achieve that, but yes, you shouldn't suppress all fires. But you know, it's even more stupid. You just can't randomly let burn. You have after 75 years of suppressing everything and that load buildup, you gotta approach that with extreme caution. It's the difference between, I don't know how you'd even analogize this, give it an analogy, but the HP rain cam, that same fiery color at Pendleton. It'd be like, you know, we were talking about fire load, right? Yeah, good analogy. The care that you would have to take when there's been 75 years of fire buildup and nearly 3 years of mega drought, 6 years of general drought. Record dry fuels that broke the record, actually. Holt Haley on his awesome winter channel, he was taking measurements, explaining that people would snip off living tree, you know, the little branches, and then they would measure the amount of vegetation, moisture in it. I don't know how they did that. I think they dehydrated it 100% and then checked where the moisture went in the tube or some odd thing, right? And they couldn't believe how dry living trees were, like they're on the brink of death. And so living trees were so dried up that they were burning like a Christmas tree fire in a house. One that didn't have any water, right? So Raz says, I can't even remember 2013 because I think I was drunk. Wow. Goodness. Yeah. Yeah, and there has to be one leader. The unified command thing does not seem to work. It seems to make 4 people in charge at a time. So what, there's one easy solution, and that's, okay, Forest Service, how about you manage the forest like a park like you want to? Seriously. Tell kids campfire stories and, you know, at the campgrounds and guide around the tourists and design campgrounds, so and recreational places where the people, like disabled people, can access fishing and keep up the trails, keep up the access roads. Go ahead, do that. Sounds good. Preserve history, for the love of God. And then be on the lookout for poachers, you know, illegal activity, drug bros, things out of order. Be on the lookout for the invasive weeds, all threats. All threats. Track the animals. Take, you know, find out what kind of animals are there, and new species coming back, some species population dropping, you know, for fish and game. And you know what? Firefighting, there should just be one firefighting operation in the entire country. And it should be like a branch of the military. It's there with all the fire decisions, and there's one unified organization. They don't have differing goals, they don't have different equipment that may or may not work with each other. They don't have different maps. They don't have different training. They don't have different ideas. And they don't have different budgets. Because right now, California is doing a really jerkbag thing. They are bragging. Cal Fire was bragging that they have exclusive access to some helicopters. Oh, thanks. So what does that mean? Screw you, Nevada and Oregon? Seriously? Are we not one country? Seriously? Do fires respect borders, state borders? Seriously? They should be ashamed of themselves, not bragging. California's got the big budget because the Bay Area alone, if it was a country, it would be the 9th richest country on earth. Oregon is one of the least populated all of the states, and yet one of the most fire prone. Most of it's a desert. It doesn't have that kind of cash. The tax base, where Oregon's largest city is barely 2.5 million people, where LA is one of the largest cities on earth, that doesn't work. But Oregon's largest fire ever, the Biscuit, spilled over the California border. So Forest Service probably doesn't even have any business doing anything with fire. I'm starting to understand they may not even know what to do with it. That's kind of a moron thing. We have to pat Biden on the head because it took Biden to interfere after the Tamarack well exploded. He issued an executive order, stop this nonsense. The let bird policy stops right now. We're in the middle of a mega drought. What the hell are you talking about? So whenever somebody does a good thing, whoever they are, Trump or Biden or whoever, pat him on the head. We have to praise where praise is due. But it was too late. Maybe he was unaware of this stupid let bird policy, but ooh, wow. Whoever implemented that has I don't believe anybody died in the Tamarack. Some people came close, but they, people lost their homes. A lot of animals died, so they kind of have blood on their hands, really. So, what we have is a current dysfunctional state where we have so many different agencies with different radio frequencies, with different equipment. We have feudalism, and you can't fight a war with a feudal army. You need a standing army, one that has the same budget. So you look at feudalism, like, King Alfred the Great, The Last Kingdom, that show is awesome. It explains after the collapse of the Roman Empire, the Western world Western Europe didn't have any standing armies. It was all everybody for themselves, shattered into tiny fiefdoms. It took a long time for the fiefdoms to be united into kingdoms, and later for kingdoms to become empires again. And the reason that kingdoms didn't really even exist is the feudal lords were almost as powerful as any king. So they could say, nah. And the king says, and there were no standing armies. Until the war started, there was no army. The war starts, and you say, okay, all you feudal lords, show up with some troops right here today on the 5th of July. So the rich lords showed up with elite troops, had awesome training and gear, and the poor lords showed up with people with sticks and hoes and pitchforks. So, yep, Japan too. Yep, there's a lot of parallels here. But the reason that empires form and they have standing armies is that's the way you dominate. That's the way you win. You have to realize that's the way you win. So this threat is the biggest threat to our country. Because it's permanently changing the landscape. Hurricanes don't particularly do that. They cause devastation. They wreck homes. They wreck cities. I understand. But we're talking about permanent deforestation. Some of this may not be right for 500 years. We can't afford that right now. Economically, the repeat back-to-back billion-dollar fires that just keep happening regularly. The Soviet Union collapsed because of one economic disaster, mainly. They're already down because they wasted money in Afghanistan, but Chernobyl was a multi-trillion-dollar disaster that they couldn't handle. Its economy collapsed. That's it. One giant environmental disaster that they couldn't pay for. This is like several more straws being loaded on the camel's back. Newsom doesn't even have an incentive to, well, not only does he not rein in the power companies, or he limits their liability so they keep starting the fires. They don't have a financial incentive to not. But he also doesn't have a financial incentive to stop the fires either, because he just asks Washington to pay for these, and mostly the American taxpayer does. I just want to puke when he asked for federal money for the fires. None of the federal money should have gone there. It was PG&E that caused most of the disasters. So PG&E and it should have been liquidated first, and its assets seized by the state, as it doesn't have the resources to maintain its own power lines anymore. It neglected them for more than 20 years, 40, and now they're all in a rickety state of disrepair. It can't do what it needs to do, and it can't pay out the victims. But anyway, he signs legislation limiting the liability of PG&E, so they don't have to pay much. PG&E only paid $43 million for the Dixie. Are you serious? Or maybe it was the campfire. And that was $1 billion disaster. So their stock is still around, hovering around $25 there, I guess. And then instead of giving all the 14,000 buildings they lost, just Paradise alone, not including the 95% of Greenville being lost, with the Dixie, and what happened with the Zog fire by Shasta, and burning down half of Santa Rosa, half of Racine, Loma Rica, and Bangor, and just so many others. That housing is not being rebuilt for a reason in general, because PG&E did it. Their own insurance is supposed to pay for it, but the legislation says they don't have to. So yeah, this gigantic bill, and Newsom asked the feds. Feds are paying the 75 to 78% of the bill for the 2021 wildfires. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. And they're also running a power plant that should have been disabled after we found out it was vulnerable to earthquakes after Fukushima. It's supposed to be shut down for the world's safety. We've got a Fukushima disaster ready to happen in California, and he gets up there and announces, no, nuclear disaster is not that bad. The risk is just fine because CO2 is worse. We're going to keep this nuclear power plant open that is sitting next to a fault line, Diablo Canyon. Last one in California. Yo, federal government, can we have $1 billion to keep that rickety, dilapidated disaster ready to happen functioning? The answer was yes. Feds gave PG&E $1 billion, the killer corporation. $1 billion. That's why they buy politicians. But with a few strokes of a pen, we can end this kind of corruption. If it's not PG&E, it's the other companies doing similar stuff. God knows what SoCal Edison gets up to. LA is known to be particularly corrupt. We can only imagine. This is only the stuff on the surface that we know about. But we can end this with a stroke of a pen. No monopolies. And power companies can't donate to campaigns. They can only do one thing with the money that they get, and that is deliver power safely to the public in an efficient way and safe way. That's it. That's all you can do. And if you bill people too much money, then it goes into a fund so that if they do ever accidentally burn down towns and such, they can actually pay for it. Well, what a new world we would have, right? Grass says my lacking amongst all these is patience. I'm not very patient either. That's why I'm so mad. I'm so angry. Not just because I've lost family, friends, and PG&E broke up my family by, well, my brother no longer lives in California after Paradise, right? my brother who was fighting cancer, and his wife was just resting up after a heart attack, was nearly killed by a wildfire too. During 2021, because there's a shortage in Nevada County of firefighters because everybody's on the Dixie with PG&E's fire. A lot of fires in California are only getting big because they have enough fire crews to fight the normal ones, the stupidity fires, the occasional arson fire, the like clockwork anticipated lightning season fires, even some of the Santa Ana wind kind of season winter fires. But California does not have the resources or the extra manpower to fight the extra power company fires that don't need to happen. We are really mostly in a situation we can fix if more people know about it. That's all. So more people need to know about it. So I don't actually know. And I actually don't care to know too much about why CAL FIRE and the feds hate each other. And I know why some of the local fire departments and such kind of hate both of them, because they come in and take over and don't know the local area. CAL FIRE came in, but they had a lot of people, management teams that came from elsewhere in the United States. Okay, and that's part of why they lost Greenville. They relied on computer modeling, and the local firefighters said Greenville's not safe, and they said yes it is. The computer said so. If we were to have no such thing as a volunteer firefighter, paid well, it's a high-paying job, only the best and the brightest were accepted, and the fittest people wanted it, and they actually were given enough safety gear to not be disabled the rest of their lives. If we had it like that, we had a giant firefighting entity that served all states equally, had one unified vision, one that made sense, and whenever they went to an area, the local fire people who know, they are the advisors, have to be listened to. They have a vote in how things are going. They are given high rank and not shop liver. Everything will change. But right now we have feudalism, a million different agencies have varying budgets, varying capacities, varying skill sets, varying equipment levels. And the poorest counties, where most of the fires start and get big, are the least equipped to deal with situations. We need to exit feudalism and treat this as the biggest threat to our country, because it's destroying more than our country than even World War II did. World War II, as bad as it affected Pearl Harbor, Lahaina was like it was bombed, right? This is California, and most of the red just every couple of years we lost giant chunks of our forests. This will cause climate change. This will cause things to be different. As we get our act together, we will perhaps see the extinction of sequoias. We don't do something. Lost more than 30% of them in the last couple of years just to fire. That's not normal. We have to adapt, change, overcome. Just learn lessons of history, and that's it. I thank you guys for being here. Yeah, we need an FDR-style leadership. You know what FDR did? He had a massive plan to protect California. They started building a great firewall to protect as a great road for quick running road access the length of the mountains. And it would also be a giant fire break. So things like the Bear, Paradise, Dixie, Keller, wouldn't happen. But as soon as he died, they stopped. But there's still remnants of it. We'll talk about that another day. We reached the 12th hour. I've been on duty for 12 hours. Please hit the like button. I have to end it, otherwise YouTube won't save it. I'd have to re-upload, and that's a pain. We'd lose the chat. please donate with either super thanks or in the description of the video, there's the PayPal link. Even $1 right now will help us with the laptop goal because I have to be able to take the show on the road. I can't just take a vacation and say, sorry guys, can't do fire stream in a crisis. I have to have a laptop. We've had 4,000 views today. That's great. We've only made $40. I don't know how much that is an hour, but that's not good. I cannot continue to do this if this is the result. I'd rather stop than sell out with ads and monetization. This is my trial year. If we don't break even and a little bit more, we are done. So your donation is more important than ever, friends. I'll try to set up things like Patreon and other ways for people to donate. We're on it. But you're damn right, Don Co. We need an FDR type leader, somebody who gives hope to the people and doesn't BS them, who has a brain in their head. Where have all the cowboys gone? Where have all the good leaders gone? Right? Yeah. So thank you guys for being here. Sorry, I ignored a little bit of chat. Good night, friends. You have to hit the end button. And we'll check in tomorrow. Believe in us. We unite, we can change things. We can't if we don't. Stay strong. Love you all. Thank you everybody who has contributed. Mods, people, donors. See you tomorrow.